Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello. Can you all hear me all right? Thank you for tuning in. Welcome back to year 3 of the Rowan-Virtua School of Osteopathic Medicine Psychedelic Medicine Conference. It's so exciting to be introducing this to you guys once again. We like to call this little 15-minute window at the very beginning of our conference the opening ceremony, and it's aptly named because we're discussing medicines that have been held in ceremony for centuries, across various contexts and cultures for as long as humans have existed. We are just a small blip in time in the lifetime of these medicines, and while to us, Western medicine practices may be central to our most eminent healing modalities, we're truly discussing global medicines here. We are blessed and humbled to be able to facilitate a meeting of the minds and merging of so many different communities this weekend, whether you're here to learn and engage with us as a researcher, as a physician, as a ceremonialist, as a student, as an activist, an enthusiast, or anything else. First and foremost, we would like to thank you all for joining us. Your support and participation have made it possible for us to put this together for the 3rd year in a row, and we couldn't keep dreaming this mission into reality without you. The central theme that's common to all of us here is that healing work is the ultimate servitude, and our mission for our conference is for it to be a reflection of sacred service, a free resource for all who are seeking a safe and diverse educational platform. Our goal at the end of the day is to assemble comprehensive and unbiased information from all walks of life to allow you to come up with your own critical discourse and exercise your insight. Whether you do or don't believe in the therapeutic use of psychedelics, or whether you're not sure where you stand, one thing we can all agree on is that psychedelics challenge our beliefs about what medicine truly is. As scientists, we find comfort and reassurance in relying upon our beloved cause and effect relationships. We have a scientific method, we're systematic, we are standardized, abstraction is unfamiliar to us. And yet, abstraction is the reality of this life we're living. As much as we like to define things and create dichotomies and believe in black and white, right and wrong, there is no ultimate truth that we can universally agree on. There's our version of medicine and there's another version of medicine, and history and the future will continue to be full of evolving and expanding forms of medicine. As a species, we perpetually exist in a gray area encompassing innumerable patterns of belief. Osteopathic medicine merges the world of science and the world of spirit to consider the whole being. To be marrying the worlds of science and physiology and biochemistry with feeling and objectivity and subjectivity is a gift that's very special to medicine. We know that as much as we love to define things, the human condition is the art of existing in the gray area. In our discussions during previous years, we've seen the manner in which the approach to therapeutic psychedelic use is an art form, a craft that must carefully be curated and refined, and one that must be open to abstraction and the unexpected. I've always seen medicine as a form of art or an extension of the study of natural design. Medicine does not have to be something that you do or something that you take or something that happens to you. We know that medicine is bigger than just medicine. Medicine can be a way of being. It can be a way that you show up in the world. It involves the art of seeing patterns, the art of connecting with people, the art of integrating your experiences and broadening your perspectives. We all have a propensity to engage with others and with our environment in a healing manner. Our educations in medicine can be a tool for facilitating that. Psychedelics can be a tool for that. Painting and sculpture can be a tool for that. Music can be yet another tool on your tool belt. We have unlimited mechanisms for connection and healing at our disposal, and we still have so much to discover. We like to think that we as humans are the biggest things on this planet, when really we're just very tiny specks within much greater systems, more expansive than we have the capacity to comprehend, which is why we're also excited to be tying in an art showcase as part of the event this year, but more on that later. During last year's opening ceremony, Jesse very enthusiastically and passionately spoke on the turmoil in the world and the apocalypse that's upon us. But it's also relevant to recognize that psychedelic medicines bring attention to the turmoil of our inner worlds. It is foreign for us to be talking about medicines that force us to face and sit with our discomforts, because our relationship with medicine in the Western realm is that we take it with the expectation it'll alleviate our symptoms and make us feel better. You don't take a Tylenol for back pain under the assumption that it'll take you on a journey that shows you the root of your sorrows and challenges you to suffer, create change within yourself. No, you take a Tylenol with the direct and linear intention that your pain will go away and you will be comfortable. You take blood pressure medication with the direct and linear intention that it will lower your blood pressure. Even in the context of our patients and loved ones who struggle with substance abuse, we see people attempting to numb their feelings rather than awaken them. We're not familiar with the concept of intentional use because we see medication as something that does something to us. Taking medicine is a more passive experience and not necessarily something that we have to actively meet in the middle and work with. And yet, giving our control to an external substance is somehow what allows us to retain our control over situations. Several of our speakers have told us before that the biggest thing psychedelics taught them is that they don't need psychedelics. It's revolutionary to consider that a substance that removes our control and forces surrender can also be what empowers us to take control back over our own beings, as we sometimes don't even realize the forces at play that are ruling us. That medication doesn't have to be intended for chronic use or maintenance of symptomatology and conditions, but rather can empower patients to not need medications, a medicine that targets the root of the problem rather than manages it, a medicine that's sustainable in that it caters to its own demise, a medicine that can bring mysticism back into our human experience and not only help us recover, but help us feel well, a medicine that simultaneously requires your surrender and also puts power back in your own hands, so that it not only restores, but requires your sovereignty in order to serve you effectively. For those of us who are here as physicians or as future physicians, it's worth mentioning that we have a responsibility to understand how any medicinal substance works, because whether or not we directly partake in their use, our patients may be using them, and the face of medicine is rapidly changing, with ketamine clinics already being widespread, the decriminalization of cannabis and psilocybin, and with MDMA being on track to get FDA approval for clinical use in the near future. We have a responsibility to understand not only the physiological and psychological impact on the body and the mind, but also the ramifications of how a patient prepares for that experience, what kind of setting it's held in, and how they integrate it after the fact, because all of these factors can influence outcomes in their health and wellness. We additionally have a responsibility to be ethically aware, because what happens in these spaces can influence our patients' perception of safety and ability to build relationships with providers who they're trusting to help them. A paradigm shift is emerging here, as the introduction of psychedelics to Western medicine is creating a renaissance beyond the simple protocols of dosing and administering a substance and awaiting a result. So with all of that being said, we're thrilled to have you here with us today in this bubble of exploration and discovery. In our feedback from previous years, a lot of you requested that we incorporate more meditations into the weekend. So in the spirit of ceremony, let's take 2 minutes right now to center ourselves here in this container in honor of how traditional ceremonies were often started by intentionally establishing a safe space. So shake out your body and find a comfortable seat. I'll give you guys a few moments to slow down and get situated. So let's just be still for a moment, find pause in our fast-paced lives, and just call in gratitude for the fact that we get to be here, joined as a community, feeding and stimulating our brains today. I invite you to gently close your eyes and drop your awareness into your body. Straighten your spine, but without becoming stiff. We're balancing two physical forces here, the desire to sit tall and erect, and the desire to sink into relaxation. Find a posture that's both alert and loose, as if your body is a sheet of silk delicately draped over a coat hanger. In this position, we're going to take a few deep breaths together. Start by inhaling deep into your belly and feel your belly expand. And when you're ready, slowly let it go. With our next breath, we're going to feel the belly rise, ribs rise, and let it go. Now inhale, belly rises, ribs rise, chest rises, and let it all go. And with this final breath, we're going to feel our belly rise, ribs rise, chest rise, shoulders rise, and hold it at the top. With the biggest sigh you can muster, exhale and feel your whole body release. Allow your breath to flow untamed like water, with each inhale serving as a wave rolling you out to sea, and each exhale returning you back to yourself. We're not aiming for perfection or creating tension here. We're looking for ease. The goal of meditation is not to quiet the mind and body, but simply to notice. Become aware of all of the things you typically aren't aware of, what sensations you weren't tuned into perceiving before, what systems are activated. Be okay with discomfort and allow yourself to observe what presents itself to you. What are you feeling at baseline? In this moment, does your nature tend toward fight or flight, or do you feel at peace? And do you find yourself attempting to resist the feelings that are coming up, or do you accept them? If you notice a thought wandering into your mind, simply sit back and observe it as it floats by. Or if you find that it's lingering, welcome it to sit with you for a while in silence and accompany you on this break before it's ready to pick back up and continue on its journey. We're going to stay here in this space for just a little bit longer. I'll give you guys a moment to come back into your bodies, become aware of your breathing again. Take a few deeper breaths, wiggle your fingers and wiggle your toes. Make any silly faces and move your body if you feel the need to. And when you're ready, you can blink your eyes open. You are at home in your body. In this moment and in this space, you are safe, you are welcome, and you are wanted. Thank yourself for showing up here today. We have the privilege of being present with learning and being sponges today, so without further ado, let's jump into our team introductions. We have some new faces and some old, but each person here is a crucial part of making this event possible and bringing it to life. So starting with myself, my name is Ayesha Gurnani, and I'm a third-year medical student here at Rowan. I did my undergrad at Rutgers, where I studied genetics, art, and psychology, and in the future, I'm hoping to pursue family medicine residency, followed by further training in behavioral and integrative practice. I've quite honestly loved everything, so we'll see where I end up. As of now, I would love to work in a comprehensive wellness center or find somewhere I can balance being knee-deep in medicine in the hospital with outpatient primary care in underserved communities. I love to have my perspective challenged and explore new ways to see medicine and nature, so for now, I'm just excited to keep learning and connecting with patients. Next up, we have the magnificent Magdalene Lederer, a fourth-year medical student, excitedly awaiting to match OBGYN this March, so everybody please wish her luck. She's one of the founding members of this conference and has continued to create space for learning and education between the lay and medical communities during the last 3 years. Her passion for psychedelics stems from her fundamental beliefs in bringing healing to the mind, body, and soul. She hopes to serve the women and families of New Jersey as an OBGYN with the mindset of trauma-informed care informing her practice to correct the course of maternity care in the nation. We also have our court jester, Jason Leonardo. Jason is a third-year medical student here at Rowan. He grew up in Gloucester Township, New Jersey, just 5 minutes from Rowan-Virtua SOM Stratford campus. Jason received his Bachelor's of Science in Biology and Pre-Medical Science with a minor in Biochemistry at Kutztown University of Pennsylvania in 2020. He's interested in pursuing a residency in general surgery to continue his training following graduation. In his free time, he enjoys hiking, camping, going to the gym, and playing guitar. He was an active member of the cross-country and track and field programs at Kutztown University, but now he's just a washed-up hobby jogger. The sublime Sophia Kaplan is a second-year medical student at Rowan-Virtua SOM. She's passionate about integrative medicine, preventative care, traditional medicine, and sustainability. In 2021, Sophia graduated from Clark University in Massachusetts with a degree in biology and spent the following year working as a medical assistant and traveling abroad to study indigenous medicine in different parts of the world. She grew up in Buffalo, New York, where she was able to do work and gain excellent experience at her family's integrative clinic. She's a current co-president of Rowan's Students for Integrative Medicine Club, and she's given a lecture series on traditional medicine around the world to the club. Sophia is also involved in research looking at the efficacy of acupressure ear seeds in opioid use disorder. In her free time, Sophia can be found reading up on traditional medicine and healing forums, doing yoga, cooking, and painting. And for our new members joining our committee this year, we have the phenomenal Portia Shahid. Portia is a first-year medical student here at Rowan. She graduated from New Jersey Institute of Technology in 2022 with a degree in biochemistry and a minor in psychology. Portia is incredibly passionate about decreasing the mental health stigma surrounding medical professionals and hopes to pursue a career in psychiatry after graduating medical school. She's also involved with DEI-based organizations and was on the conference team for the inaugural Rowan-Virtua SOM DEI RX Bridging Gaps in Healthcare Conference. In her free time, Portia loves singing, going on walks, and binge watching TV. And finally, we have the marvelous Moon Rana. Moon is a current non-traditional first-year student here at Rowan whose primary specialty of interest is psychiatry. From his undergraduate education in economics and learning about human behavior in relation to social sciences, then his career in underwriting, he decided to transition into medicine in order to gain a deeper understanding into the human mind. His aspiration for the future as a physician is to utilize psychedelics for the treatment of various mental illnesses, including major depressive disorder, anxiety disorders, PTSD, and addiction. If you'd like to learn more about each of the members of our committee, please visit our link tree and hit the button that says Meet the Team. Taking a look at the structure of our day today, we have 2 talks followed by our art showcase and a student session, and we'll be closing out the day with a couple of shorter talks and a panel by some doctors and researchers in training. If at any point you'd like to reference our schedule, it can be found on our Linktree and Instagram pages. If someone could please drop that link into the chat. And just some housekeeping points to keep track of. We're handling attendance a little differently this year, and we'll be doing separate attendance forms for each talk rather than one form for the entire day. So please keep an eye on the chat box to find the link to the corresponding form during each presentation. Every talk you attend and fill out the form for will also get you an entry into our art raffle. Keep in mind that the more talks you attend, the more raffle entries you receive. We'll be selecting 2 winners at the end of each day and an additional winner for the overall weekend. So 5 of you total will be taking home art by one of the creators featured in our showcase, which will be taking place at 12:30 today. Welcome again to day 1 of the conference. We have an incredible weekend lined up for you guys, and we can't wait to get started. That's all from me for now. So in just a few short moments, we're going to have Sophia introduce our first speaker for the weekend.
Thank you so much, Ayesha, for that beautiful opening ceremony and meditation. All right, so I'm going to get started, introduce our first speaker for the day. Jemarc Axinto is a trauma recovery coach, professional wellness consultant, and speaker. They specialize in trauma recovery and healing at the intersection of science and spirituality. They guide individuals through one-on-one and group coaching to rewire and retrain their nervous systems and to take a fully holistic view of wellness and well-being. Outside of coaching, they've been a speaker for numerous nonprofit and for-profit organizations to support their respective communities in cultivating courageous and compassionate work environments that empower everyone to live authentically, communicate openly, and navigate hardship gracefully. Their greatest desires in their work is to make healing accessible to queer, trans, BIPOC communities and to reduce stigma around neurodivergence. With no further ado, I'd like to introduce Jemarc Axinto.
Hello. Hi, welcome. Good morning. Who's here hanging out on a Saturday? Hi, everyone. Can you all hear me? Let's start with that first off. Fantastic. Thank you all so much for having me here. Thank you, Rowan. Thank you, this incredible team. You all are wonderful beings. Before we jump into my presentation here, I just want to take a moment as well. Let's just honor the lands we're on, right? So I'm in Philadelphia. Y'all are at Rowan. Those of you who are at Rowan. And so I want to take a moment to just honor the unceded Lenape lands and the unceded Lenape-Hoking lands we're on, because here's the thing, right? My work crosses that intersection of inner well-being to collective well-being. And one of the things that I often stress to people, and for a lot of you who are attending today who are med students, this is going to be radical, it's going to be hard, especially those of y'all planning this, like putting this conference together. Oftentimes in the work that we do for the sake of betterment of society, of humanity, of the world, we're just helping to cultivate that garden. Likely in our lifetime, we may not see those flowers bloom, and that is okay. The moment you're able to accept that you are just part of this long lineage of juicy goodness that is life, the easier it is to no longer be burnt out by that kind of incremental time change, right? I mean, look at Dr. King. He never got to see his dreams fulfilled. And yet there are people here today who worked with him, who witnessed him speak, who did all that work. And so in honor of that, we honor the indigenous communities that, you know, are still here today, but also whose lands we are on and who we offer our gratitude and thanks for the wisdom of the medicines that are rooted in their communities. So how's everyone doing? On a scale of 1 to 10, put it in the chat for me, if you will. How are you doing? 1 is like, I'm crusty, things are hard, my body's aching, I'm a med student. 10 is, I feel glorious, iconic, gorgeous, beautiful. I feel as attractive as a person on screen right now. You know, let us know. And as people are responding in the chat and you're looking at people's responses just within yourself, once again, we're a collective, right? When you see a number higher than yours, be like, ooh, thanks for showing me what's possible. And you see a number lower than yours, be like, hey, I've been there too, sis. It's all good. We're all in here together. We're like Zac Efron and Vanessa Hudgens. All right. So, not a door, but a window. The integration of psychedelic medicine and self-empowered trauma recovery. I'm going to do a teeny bit of a self-intro as well, even though I already got a very lovely one. I've been doing this for a decade. Not just psychedelic medicine, but overall understanding profoundly and at its core trauma. How does it manifest? How does it show up in the body? Can you heal it? I have a great love for that intersection of science and spirituality because it's so incredibly important to recognize that, back in the day, things that we called magic was just science and vice versa. And that is very okay. And while I am always going to be a huge support of research-backed medical intervention, because that's incredibly important. And there's a lot of people on the internet who just be saying stuff. It's also important to note that Western medicine still hasn't fully caught up to the fact that trauma can be healed. Heck, the DSM still hasn't been updated to note that complex PTSD, CPTSD, is a thing. So that language is out there. DSM hasn't been updated. We're still in the 5. As a non-binary trans person, I'm still considered mentally ill for that. And honey, I'm considered mentally ill for much more valid things. So we got to work on that, right? So those of you who are here today, either if you are already practicing physicians, you are med students, you are medical curious, if you will, take a moment to celebrate yourself. There's a really great quote by Walt Whitman. Be curious, not judgmental. For you who are going into the medical field, who are taking the, whereas I'm subclinical, you're taking the full clinical route, you're getting affectionately, can I curse? Oh goodness, I'm very profane. I hope I won't. You get the butthole letters in front of your name, we'll say. It is so important to maintain that humility and that curiosity, not just with medicine, but the more you're able to cultivate that curiosity, the better it'll be for your patient outcomes. Where instead of a patient coming in, and I was literally just in the emergency room last weekend, right? And for a patient to not know how to communicate their needs, physicians just took everything I took at face value. And I was like, hey, can you ask me questions? Because I don't know how to communicate what I need in this moment. So maintaining that curiosity is important. Maintaining that curiosity with everything you're doing, how you're showing up is incredibly important. And so to that end, I'm not going to jump straight into talking about psychedelics, though it's an incredibly valuable thing and we need to talk about it. But before we get there, we need to talk about trauma. And I want to open with this powerful quote by Dr. Gabor Mate. Those of you who aren't familiar, incredible being, one of my heroes, love him to death. Trauma is not what happens to you. It is what happens inside of you as a result of what happens to you. For those of you who are comfortable saying it in the chat, who here feels like they don't get to say that they have trauma? Who here feels like, no, I don't have trauma because I didn't deal with any like major, huge traumatic things, right? And I'm now realizing as I'm asking you all for feedback, but please do it anyway, that I can't see while I'm presenting, and that's okay. But if you've had that experience, share it because we need to all understand where we're coming from in this instance. So many people in the world think they don't have trauma. So many people in the world think that they're just okay. They're literally just driving with an eye patch on. They're like, I'm good. This is normal. And it's important to recognize and acknowledge that just because you haven't dealt with the traumas as dictated in the adverse childhood experiences study, right? The ACE study, the abuse, the divorce, the sexual abuse, any kind of addiction in the home, even if you didn't deal with that, it doesn't necessarily mean you're not living with trauma in your nervous system. And so Gabor Mate describes this kind of 2 types of trauma in his book, The Myth of Normal, I believe. There's big T trauma, which occurs when things happen to vulnerable people that should not have, right? So this is where the ACE study comes in. Like I said, abuse, addiction, addictive family members, divorce, violence, emotional abuse, sexual abuse, all of that stuff. Going to war, living in a really hard part of town where there's a lot of gang violence, right? People walk through their lives being like, well, I've never dealt with that, so there's no way I have trauma. But then there's small t trauma. These are the less memorable, but hurtful and far more prevalent misfortunes of childhood. Now, this form of trauma, I'm going to pause real quick. This form of trauma is that which does not allow you to be fully emotionally authentic. So for those of you who are in the chat, who here ever had that moment where you're crying and then your parents say, I'll give you something to cry about, stop crying? Or you feel angry and then you get this you get this impact of like, oh, you think you're angry, you don't know what it is to be stressful. Your life is so easy, you don't know what it is. Or if you're a cute little neurodivergent ADHD baby and you're popping off the wall having a good time, they're like, you need to stop it, you need to shut that down. Or, let's take education, right? I feel like if you're in med school, you likely are the type to have a lot of hyperfixations. You have those moments where you get incredibly excited about a subject and you start info dumping and you start talking about it. And then people look at you and they're deeply uncomfortable by your passion. And when that happens enough times over the course of your life, where you're like, oh, I need to maintain my relationship with other human beings. If I'm authentic in my anger, in my grief, in my joy, in my pain, in my pleasure, they're not going to want to be around me. So at an unconscious and subconscious level, you start to turn that off. And then from that moment, you start living a life that is not responsive, but is reactive. That is what it means to live with trauma. In the chat, can you remember what you did last week? There we go. Now I can see what everyone's saying. In the chat, can you remember what you did last week? Can you remember what you did yesterday? Can you remember what you had for breakfast this morning? It's only 10 this morning. Can you remember that? When you are living with small t trauma in the nervous system, when you're living with big T trauma in the nervous system, when you're in that reactivity state, you are in what you'll often see in social media as living on autopilot, right? Or living in the matrix. There's nothing esoteric about that. It's literally how conscious and present are you, how embodied are you within yourself, that you're able to fully, consciously engage with the world. Do you cook a meal without playing music or having a TV show on? Do you brush your teeth without listening to something? Can you sit on a toilet without reading a book? I know it sounds like gauche, but the more that we try to distract ourselves from being present in our bodies, the bigger the sign is that there may be some kind of form of unhealed trauma. And there's no fault in that. There's no shame in that either. So the limbic system, which I'm sure you all are familiar with, right? This is this beautiful thing. This is a very simplified version. The hypothalamus, the thalamus, the amygdala, the hippocampus. I am more than a little certain plenty of you can say so much more on the subject than I can. The thing is, what most people may not realize is that it is always on and always listening. The limbic system is where our emotional memories are. It's also responsible for our fight, flight, freeze, fawn response. But when you have trauma in your nervous system, it becomes impaired. And when it is impaired, it keeps you in a state of reactivity that normalizes the production of stress chemicals. What do I mean when I say that? Let's say, for whatever reason, I hope this isn't your experience, but let's say every morning you wake up, you get smacked in the face by a tortilla for whatever reason. Just every morning, it just happens like that for like weeks on end. You wake up, get smacked on the face with a tortilla. And then one day it just stops. But for the next 5 years, you wake up every morning reacting as if you're ready to get slapped in the face. And you're like, intellectually, well, that's not happening anymore. It's not going to happen. But yet you feel this pit in your tummy. You feel this discomfort in your body that tells you that you can't let go of that feeling. That is what a limbic system impairment is. The neural pathways in your brain have so heavily, so severely normalized that concept, that emotional memory, that reactivity, the production of those stress chemicals, that now you're walking around day to day like a person. If I'm not getting slapped in the morning, maybe I'll get slapped at lunch. If I'm not getting slapped at lunch, maybe it'll happen while I'm driving to work. I don't know why this metaphysical tortilla shell keeps slapping me in the face, but maybe it's just going to be a thing. when you're able to fully, not just intellectually understand this, right? Because we're all very intelligent people, but fully embody this understanding, suddenly it's like, oh, I keep self-sabotaging my relationships because my nervous system has normalized stress to the point that when I'm in a secure partnership with somebody and I feel like everything's going to be okay and I feel like everything's going to be good, I suddenly feel a pit in my stomach. A limbic system impairment, once again, there's that word, normalizes the production of stress chemicals. You can go to a spa for a week, you can go to vacation for 2 weeks, you can do whatever you got to do, and then suddenly feel that pit in your stomach that's like something's about to happen, is because your brain goes, okay, this was cute. We had some dopamine, we had some serotonin, but let's go with what we're used to, stress. It's not a question of blame. It's not a question of shame. And it's also not a question of conscious control. So you can have like, oh, things are going really, really well for a while. And then suddenly you're like, something bad's about to happen. And then it does. And you're like, haha, there's the proof. Well, no, likely you felt something bad was going to happen. You tried to do something to circumvent it, and then it made it happen, right? Like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's important if you're going to work with psychedelic medicine. It's important if you're going to work with this plant medicine. It's important if you're going to work with this wisdom to profoundly understand trauma, not just intellectually. Can you talk about it in a way where it doesn't feel like you're reading out of a book? Can you embody it in a way where you are very pristine and graceful in understanding how you are showing up in the world? If you want to be really radical, and I'm not expecting anyone to do this because, like, as somebody who's married to somebody in med school, I have a lot of strong feelings. But you can then be like, oh, these systems are wrong because the people in charge of them have trauma. That's a whole other conversation. But when you're able to understand that, you're able to understand, oh, this is how we got from point A to point B to point C to point D. So how does trauma impact the nervous system? Once again, it reinforces the neural pathways that lend themselves towards dysfunction. Reinforces. Trauma is what happens within you, right? It's not what happens around you. It's not what happens to you. It's what happens within you. So if you grew up in an environment that said you have to be the best student ever. You have to keep working hard. You have to be doing everything that you're doing so you can be the best doctor. The only way for you to show value is to have the best grades. The only way for you to show value is to be the most productive. The only way for you to show value is to not is to not make mistakes. And then you become a perfectionist with OCD. All of that happen, and the thing is, oftentimes in Western medicine, not always, it's like, oh, you're just genetically predisposed. Of course you have that. Your parents had that. Your grandparents had that. Yeah, that makes sense. But there's never a conversation. It's like, well, yeah, genes can turn on and off. Where's the conversation about the causes and conditions that led to that OCD and perfectionism developing? You are not showing up in the world in this way because you're predisposed. You're showing up in the world in this way because you grew up in an environment of compounded big T and small t traumas that told you that making a mistake, that not being the absolute best, that you have to burn yourself out is the only way for you to have value and to feel safe and secure in your nervous system. So this is what the compounded stress and trauma does. It prevents creative thinking. You ever have that where you're just studying for an exam? You're like, I got this, everything's great. The minute you sit down for that comat or that board, you're just like, I forgot literally everything. I don't know what exists anymore. That's the stress. It doesn't mean you don't know, but then you get caught up in your head and you're like, well, maybe I never knew anything. Maybe I'm stupid. Now you're sitting there in your 8-hour, 16-hour, 20-hour, I know they're not that long, but they feel like they are, board exam. And you're like, oh, you just spend 16 hours psychologically beating yourself up. And the stress chemicals keep coming over and over and over and over and over again. Of course you can't think creatively. Your brain is in survival mode. Your brain's just like, we need to keep it simple. How do we survive? It also perpetuates and strengthens negativity biases. At the height of the previous presidency, there was an increase of the amount of people who were uncomfortable around red hats. Really hard year for Phillies and Red Sox fans. Like a really hard year for them, right? That trauma and that stress perpetuate their negativity biases. Red hats were no longer just red hats. If you are living with that in your nervous system and you're waking up in the morning, you're like, today's a great day. Nope, it's another day I have to do A, B, C, D. And then your worldview, your view narrows. It limits itself in a really terrible way. And then you get all this overwhelm. Your nervous system feels like it's on fire. You're full of a lot of anxiety. And then you end up in a depressive shutdown. Once again, in the chat, because be courageous, be radical, be like, I'm going to admit that this has happened to me so that other people who are attending today can feel like, oh, I've been there too. I'm not alone, right? You have that burst of productivity and then a week of shutdown, and then a burst of productivity and then 2 weeks of shutdown, and then a burst of productivity and then extensive shutdown. How often has that happened to you in your life? Who is that still happening to right now? Truly express it, be open to it. Be open to express it so that we know that we're not alone. Because one of the things I didn't put on this list is that trauma innately isolates. It innately isolates because when you are in survival mode, there's no longer a vision of collectivity, right? If I'm walking through the streets of Philly and someone tries to mug me as my beautiful non-binary brown queer self, I don't care what their pronouns are. I care about surviving. I'm not like, look, I know you have a gun at my face and you want my wallet, but can you tell me where do you stand on like, what's your spiritual belief systems? What's your sign? No, I'm like, I need to get out. I need to get out and I need to survive. And when you're living with trauma in your nervous system, it's almost like there is a metaphysical gun pointed at your head at all times. So you can't think creatively and you feel alone and you feel isolated. And then this trapped state of perpetual reactivity can impact your ability to reason, your ability to retain information, your ability to build healthy, lasting, and secure relationships. So I want to do a quick temperature check, and panelists, please feel free to say something. How are you all doing? How is everyone going? I was like, I thought we were going to talk about psychedelic medicine and it was going to be all sciencey, and you just read me to filth. So I need a minute, but let me know in the chat because I think did I pause my stream? Yes, I did. How are we? And you can unmute and just let me know. I like to do check-ins during my presentations, and you also can just let me know in the chat for those of you who are attending.
Honestly, it's been stressful in general, you know, kind of getting here. But I will say, just listening to your talk is kind of helping break that cycle of stress and pulling me back into reality, you know.
Thank you, Sophia. I appreciate it. Fantastic. All right, y'all ready for me to keep going here? Okay. Oh, before I keep going, I wanna say one thing to everybody here attending as well. So I'm writing a book. The book is called I Am My Own Safe Space. And while I encourage and always invite everybody to be like, we want this space to be a safe space. As you can see, I'm a very edgy teacher. I don't really hold back. And so instead, I encourage and invite everyone to remember those words. I am my own safe space. And that as we're progressing, consider the possibility of this conference, of any room you're in, being a brave and courageous space. Safe spaces had their time, right? They're incredibly important. They still are important, and they're made by my community, specifically by amazing lesbian women in the 1970s. But we've kind of reached this point where now, because of trauma, there is this outright refusal to go anywhere unless there is a guarantee of safety. But we can't anticipate each other's triggers. I'm not saying be an asshole. Oops, I cussed. I'm not saying be a duty head, but you want to be able to be conscientious enough to be like, I'm not going to try to like be devil's advocate, stir the pot, all that stuff. And also recognize like I could walk into a room right now, and if somebody is triggered by cuties in white sweaters, I have no control over that because I'm always going to be cute. It's just going to be a thing. I have no power over that. And so the willingness to say I am my own safe space takes radical responsibility and accountability for the activation in your nervous system. That's all it is. It says, whoa, you just said something that blew my mind that I don't feel secure or safe in. And you know what? I'm recognizing that and I'm going to take ownership of that. And then we can move forward and have a discussion, right? Part of my work since October, y'all know what happened in October, has been literally mediating or holding space for conversations between, people on both ends of the Palestinian Israel conflict, right? Encouraging people to show up as their own safe spaces means you can have difficult conversations to try to find meaning, to try to find connection. Because that's all we're doing. We're all just out here saying, this is very Buddhist of me, for those of you who don't know. We all just want two things in the world. We want to be happy, we want to be free of suffering. That's it. Everyone wants to be happy, wants to be free of suffering. It's when we get so caught up in that of saying, you're causing my suffering, I can't be happy unless this suffering stops, and you have to be the one to stop it, that then we start perpetuating those reactivity cycles. Okay, glad y'all are good. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk within a TED Talk. Let's keep going, yeah? So, we made it. Psychedelic medicine. What does it do to your brain? Fundamentally, it has an impact on your sense of reality. This is including, but not limited to, your sense of the world, your sense of others, your sense of self. And some research indicates that psychedelics can potentially alter the conversations between individual brain cells. Or, quite simply, it accesses the brain's innate neuroplasticity, allowing it to change itself. And then the individual brain cells can form new connections to cells around them. So, it's a lot of words in very lay people terminology. And it also sounds very esoteric, right? Yo, take this drug and you'll just change how you see the world, man. That'd be so cool. Or I might be dating myself. It's like, you ever seen the stars? You ever seen the stars on weed? If you've never seen Half Baked, don't worry about it. So remember, I just spent the first half of this talk talking about trauma. Psychedelic medicine can be an incredibly powerful tool for engaging your brain's innate neuroplasticity to allow it to break down those cycles. Trauma are those experiences that reinforce, traumatizing experiences are those that reinforce neural pathways in your brain that tell you that you are a victim, that you are in danger, that harm is coming your way, that you can't think creatively, and that you have to survive. Psychedelic medicine can help you break out of that because of its ability to get you to drop into your nervous system. It is not a comfy feeling. If you've ever spoken to people who are more in the esoteric, more in the fringe society of wellness and well-being, fringe in relation to Western medicine, right? And they say they just had a healing weekend. They'll all have the same response that I usually do, which is like, ooh, are you good? It's never like, oh, you had a healing weekend? Oh, that sounds so nice. It's like, oh, so you went through some stuff. Okay, let's talk about it. How you doing? Right? Because what psychedelic medicine does, before you get to the ethereal, before you get to the expansiveness, before you get through to the like, oh my goodness, we're all just atoms communicating with each other and the universe is consciousness and all that stuff you see on Instagram or on like TV shows that make fun of stuff like that, right? Before you get there, it's the, oh, I feel terrible. And I have to be with those feelings of feeling terrible. Because, I'm going to say this again, it's going to be very edgy, especially for those of us attending today who are neurodivergent or dealing with mental illness or have depression, bipolar disorder, anxiety, CPTSD, PTSD, what have you. The really difficult truth of it is that however uncomfortable, however miserable, however activated you feel every day in your life, it's very likely you have not actually sat fully with your discomfort. It's very likely you have not fully been with your anxiety. You've not fully been with your sadness, your rage, and your grief. And I'm not saying this to be dismissive, because of course you've been with it. Every night of just like, oh, everything's hard, where you just felt like you wanted to be in a breaking point, where you maybe were dealing with ideation. You're like, of course you've been with it. Yes, and you've been with it at a point. Remember, the brain has protective mechanisms to keep you from feeling uncomfortable. That's how we evolved. Psychedelic medicine powers through that. Psychedelic medicine removes that dissociation. So you think, you're like, of course I've been with it. This has been my reality for decades. What are you talking about? And then you take psychedelic medicine, and then you're crying and you're purging and you're screaming and you're giggling and you're laughing, and you're like, oh, this is what it means to actually feel the full spectrum of my emotions. And it can be very overwhelming. And if you don't have the right guide, it can be very terrifying. And the reason why this is called not a door but a window, it can also be traumatizing to suddenly be with the full breadth and spectrum of all your pain and all your suffering and not having the proper tools to integrate it. So yes, and of course you've been with sadness. Of course you've been with hurt. Of course you've been heartbroken. But your body will naturally dissociate and desensitize itself from allowing you to feel the full spectrum of those emotions until you cultivate the tools to understand how to do that. That's why we're in such a distractible world. I mean, there's a sociological concept to it of like, yeah, with TikTok and shortening attention spans and all that stuff, but that's really a symptom. The real cause of this perpetual distractibility, like who here has spent so many nights when you're supposed to be doing something instead doom scrolling, right? We live in the distractibility because we're so uncomfortable, and there's no path out of that discomfort. So you just distract from it over and over and over and over again. That energy never gets processed, and then you're just like, ugh, yeah. So let me tell you a story. I call it psychedelic anecdotes, legally speaking. So last year, a year from today, I had PTSD again because I was in Hawaii with my partner. We were out there visiting a mentor, who's an incredible internal medicine physician. And for those of you who have never been to Hawaii around that time of year, it turns out that's high tide season for them. And my partner's like, hey, let's go boogie boarding. And we looked out and we saw a bunch of locals were already out in the water. And we're like, oh, this must be possible for us. Without getting heavily into the details, my partner almost died. And I was standing on the sidelines watching it happen. And they by all means should have at least had brain damage. The fact that they came out unscathed was an absolute miracle. And after that happened, we did what we had to do. We grounded, we allowed ourselves to be upset, angry, hurt, afraid, all those things. And then, by that Friday, we went swimming, and I was like, oh, I must be fine. So I didn't do what I usually do to help prevent trauma and PTSD from taking hold of my brain. Throughout February, I was fine. Come March, I lost my sense of smell. And I was so dissociated that I'd be outside on a beautiful day. That time when it's like winter into spring when the sky is like just super blue and it's gorgeous. I was like, wow, this is a beautiful day. I felt nothing. I was so dissociated and numb. So I started utilizing my own tools. I was like, okay, I can alchemize my mind. I can do somatic shaking. I can do mindfulness. I can do all this stuff. None of it was working. And I was getting worse. I was becoming more irritable. I was getting activated all of the time. I was presenting, look at DSM, boom. I was presenting every indication that said I had PTSD. I was like, oh, this is great. And then it kept going. One day in April, I went downstairs to my partner and I was like, hey, I'm going to go and do a plant ceremony. And so that's what I did. I went somewhere legally where you can do that. And I did some psilocybin and I did a plant medicine ceremony. And it was in that moment that I took it that I finally fully felt the fear and terror that I was numb to a few months ago when my partner went under the water. And I cried and I screamed. And I was so angry at them and at myself and at the situation. And it was so overwhelming. My brain was just being hit with images and imagery of that event and worst possible outcomes. I was no longer dissociating. Because the thing is, the fascinating thing about somebody who's been doing what I do for a decade and who rewired their childhood developed CPTSD is I was very much in an observer situation. I was watching my body dissociate. I was watching my brain dissociate, and I couldn't do anything about it. See, you can't think your way out of this stuff. I have all the knowledge, I have all the wisdom, I have all the practices, but I needed something more. And that was a moment in my life where I was able to discern for myself that plant medicine was the right route. After that happened, I was no longer numb. After that ceremony, I was no longer like without a sense of smell. I was no longer numb to the experiences of the world. I still had PTSD though. I had to rewire that. I had to do all of the methods and tools I needed to rewire that because, I was having night terrors and all this stuff and a little bit of irritability and like a need to distract myself, all the indicators. In that, I wasn't like, oh, I need to do plant medicine again. I need to do it over and over and over and over and over again until this leaves my body. No, it was just about giving me that little kick I needed to stop dissociating. It's about not being hyper reliant upon the medicine, but instead utilizing it as a very necessary and powerful tool. And so when you're going out into the world to do things like plant medicine, remember, intentions and mindset matter. Psychedelics amplify perception of meaning, right? So it can make certain thoughts manifest in imagery. I was repeating that event and coming up with worst possible outcomes in that moment outside of my control. It can heighten what is already within the mind. All of my fear, all of my anger, all of my hurt, psychedelics isn't a numbing tool. It's not weed, marijuana, if you will. It's not marijuana, it's not alcohol. It doesn't depress or dissociate you. It makes everything within you bare. It lays it all bare. Yeah? So when you have what's known as a bad trip, this is things like negative thought spirals, time dilation. You're like, oh, I feel like I've been here for hours. You just only realize it's been 2 minutes. Extreme paranoia and emotional distress, sudden mood swings with extreme responses, frightening or horrifying hallucinations, illusions. That was basically everything I experienced. Literally. I felt like I was trapped in that moment again. But I've been doing this long enough that I knew how to deal with it. I knew how to transmute it. I knew to have context and conversation around my experiences. I was my own support and guide. I want to stress so much. I don't recommend, especially if you've never done it before, especially haven't spent as much time doing it. Don't just be like, I'm gonna go do psilocybin alone at my house. Please don't do that. Just don't do that to yourself. That's not safe. I knew how to have those conversations to myself, which is why I did it, right? And then guiding in wellness and mindfulness practices prior to working with psychedelics. Here's the most important part. Wellness and mindfulness practices prior to working with psychedelics. One of the dangers that needs to be addressed when we talk about psychedelic medicine becoming legalized is the commodification and capitalization of psychedelic medicine, right? We're in the Western world, we love quick fixes. So there are going to be people out there living with a lot of trauma. And we even see it online. There are people out there online who are living with a lot of trigger and they're like, oh my God, psychedelic medicine saved my life. That may be true, but it doesn't acknowledge all of the building blocks, all the foundations you used before getting to that point. You don't wake up and go, I need to take mushrooms because something's wrong. You go to therapy. You learn how to meditate. You do some mindful somatic work. You do everything else to build a grounded foundation. The most important foundation being learning how to be comfortable with being uncomfortable in your body. In fact, just learning how to be in your body. Because to go from 0 to 1,000, which is what psychedelic medicine does, is to shock your nervous system in such a way that you can further traumatize yourself. So this thing right here, For those of you who plan on becoming certified physicians in ketamine or in any of that stuff, really ensure that your patients have a grounded foundation in these things before doing that. Because it would be unethical for somebody to come be like, hey, I really need this. And for you to ask, well, what have you done before? And them to say nothing. It would be unethical to give them psychedelic medicine when they don't have any background or foundation in personal well-being. So it's a window, yeah? Psychedelics are like jumper cables for the brain. They show you what's innately possible and they strengthen the brain's ability to rewire. Truly. I don't have PTSD anymore from that event. If my partner's like, hey, let's go to Hawaii again this time of year, I'd be like, yeah, dope, let's do it. Let's not go boogie boarding. Let's stay in that cute little place by the water that didn't have high waves, and I'm totally down. Because that's just being smart. It's not being activated, right? But if I didn't have the tools that I already have to rewire, that I've worked with hundreds of students globally to do the same for themselves, then I would have just been taking plant medicine like once a month. No integration, no tools, nothing. It's just been like, oh, I feel terrible, plant medicine. Oh, I feel terrible, plant medicine. And that's an all-day thing. And for me as somebody who does consultancy work, like I can't tell the companies and schools and organizations that hire me, hey, I have to be out every month, once a month to just like trip. Don't mind me, right? It's not, there are ways to do it. So they must be used in combination with guidance, therapy, and coaching. They must be. So these numerous practices that can be developed, which I've talked about, right? Mindfulness, meditation, somatic emotional processing, DBT techniques, reflection and journaling practices. Build those first. I did see a question in the chat. I'm going to paraphrase it because I didn't get it full, but I think I got it. Is there a clinical, could somebody read it for me, Sophia or Ayesha or Portia? Read that question out loud for me so I can.
Yes, yes. Is that clinical judgment or is there a measurement tool to find out if patients have a good or suitable foundation?
Fantastic. I can send you a measurement tool that I'm working on. It's not done yet, but I can. In terms of, I'll tell you what I usually do, right? So my work is wellness consultant on one hand, trauma recovery coach. I don't show up on the internet like, I'm gonna help you with your relationships. I'm gonna help you with your money mindset. That's all just trauma, baby. I'm just like, we're gonna go here, and if that word doesn't scare you, then let's work together. One of the great signs is if they're afraid of recognizing, of like talking about their trauma, don't give them psychedelics. If they are afraid of doing the work outside of using anything like psychedelic medicine, don't give them psychedelics. Because once again, psychedelics amplify. If they're already afraid of doing the thing and they won't talk to you, don't give it to them. Or there was this physician I knew, like a really, really incredible surgeon, who got really offended with me when I said that I believe that some people utilize psychedelic medicine as an unnecessary support tool, like an over-reliant support tool, and then they got very defensive because that's exactly what they were doing, right? If they're like, I can't feel right unless I do my psychedelic thing like once a month or once a year. I'm like, that's a problem. That's an issue. It's a window. It's not a door. That speaks to not doing the inner work. That speaks to not doing. It's the same thing as people who are like, and I was this girl, so I understand, but it's not healthy. People who spiral when they lose their therapist. When I hear people spiral when they lose a therapist, the first thing I hear is, oh, so you only work on yourself once a week? Once every other week? That's it? Kyle, that's why you're punching holes in walls. You got to do it more, honey. Like, it can't be like that. Karen, stop yelling at the managers and start doing the work. So, in terms of all that, yeah, it's to understand whether or not somebody is in a place where they have to do it has to come with a lot of discernment. And questioning. And then from there, the willingness to see how honest and real they are. I've had clients come to me and been like, I want to start psychedelic medicine, and they're in week 1 with me. And I'm like, no, you don't. Also, another way to check, see how, if you, Okay, this is the question. If I sat you alone in a room with no windows and you couldn't fall asleep or bring anything in with you, how long could you be in that room by yourself? If they're just like, I can't fall asleep, no, and I can't bring it, no, uh, I can't. Don't give them psychedelic medicine. In the same way I tell my clients and my students, don't take psychedelic medicine, I also tell them don't do silent retreats. If you do not have a foundation for sitting alone with your discomfort, for being able to understand that the sensations are real, but the stories aren't true, and embody that understanding, not just intellectualize it, you are not ready to take psychedelic medicine. Period. Because remember, it creates neural pathways in the brain that conversate with each other. If you come out of that trip suddenly believing that everything is terrible even more, then that did not serve you. So, I actually said it right here. A foundation of feeling comfortable with being uncomfortable. That is the like number one thing. So, here are my references. If anyone wants to see it. And then I left enough time for Q&A. So let me do this. Also, if anybody wants me, those of y'all Rowan, if you want me to come in and do wellness consultation for your university, I will gladly do it, because the less students are being pressured by teachers and the less teachers are being pressured by administration, the better patient outcomes are. I see so many bright-eyed, bushy-tailed physicians coming into med school day one, future physicians, and they're so excited to serve, come out year one, not even year four, come out year one and they're already over it and they're just going through the motions. So having a foundation of wellness and how to engage and breaking those old paradigms of burnout and kill yourself and all that stuff is necessary to uplift patient outcomes and, physician outcomes as well. There it is. Hit me up. I'm also here to coach. I've worked with numerous medical students and helped them to not be traumatized during med school. So, um, but yeah, let's do Q&A. What's up? I'm so
So
proud
we
of how I
had,
timed this. I'm usually really bad with time.
no, that was perfect. That was perfect. So we had one more question in the chat. Let me just pull it up. It was, I read about an association between marijuana and induced schizophrenia. Are there any side effects of psychedelic medicine?
um, yeah, I mean everything has a has a side effect. If you're talking about like long term, genuinely, I'm not certain. Um, some of the research out there, like there's this really great research paper, Adverse Effects of Psychedelics from Anecdotes and Misinformation to Systematic Science by somebody, where they're like, the risks are often minimal. The most persistent one would be, or the most likely, I would say once again, is the lack of integration. It is the potential and possibility of somebody having a really bad trip, coming out of it, and then having zero support network to help them understand that experience. Because the thing about psychedelics is it's all contextual, right? So let me put it this way. So the first time I ever did LSD, and I was being supported during that process, uh, LSD and psilocybin have this thing where the solidity of objects kind of disappears. It's why whenever you see like those like have a nice trip pictures and it's a melty smiley face, that's a presentation of what it's like visually when you're on LSD. And I remember I was looking at like paintings on the wall and I was like, oh, these are melting. It's really freaking me out. And my facilitator was like, yeah, you paid good money for that. How dare they melt on the wall? And was able to circumvent a bad trip by recontextualizing that experience with humor in the moment. So stuff like that. I've done medicine and just felt like, and I've like was just seeing corpses the whole time. But once again, because I have the tools to integrate and reframe and understand in the moment, it didn't result in me coming out of that feeling worse than when I went in. Um, So that's the best I can say in my ability. Once again, I am subclinical, so do your research. That's all you gotta do. Do the thing, check it out, do you. Any other preguntas?
Thank you. So we had a few more questions. How do you recommend approaching fixing trauma states, um, kind of in the moment versus preventing the episode? So is there a different type of
Mm.
breath exercise or meditation you would do for each situation?
Yeah. Scream, shake, spin for in the moment. The thing is, trauma states are the result of compounded energy in the nervous system that has been there for an extended period of time that has been unfelt and unprocessed. And, coming from the puritanical roots of American culture, we're incredibly afraid of those things, of screaming, of shaking, of spinning. But you look at children and the way they process the world, that's their whole existence. They just run around screaming as they run through the halls, whether or not they're upset. They just stand in the middle of a field and spin. They'll shake their whole bodies and they're just living it. And you notice the kids that are told not to do that are the ones that act out the most and the ones that seem the most miserable or the most emotionally volatile. So in the moment, scream, shake, spin. I do have a method that I teach I have a program, it's a 12-week program called Alchemizing Authenticity. And I have a method there called Alchemizing the Mind, which is more about trauma recovery. It's really about the work that I do with clients. We're not working with trauma. Actually, I want to say 80% of my conversations in one-on-one sessions, we're not even talking about trauma history. Not because I don't care, but because, and this is where there's a threshold in traditional CBT and talk therapy, as well as EMDR, neural pathways are reinforced the more they're engaged. So for me as a trauma recovery specialist, to talk to somebody about their trauma history when they've already beat it to death in therapy and other modalities is reinforcing the neural pathways that tell them that they're living with trauma. So the work that I do in trauma recovery is instead focus on the triggers. Like, I don't care that you watched it at a way impressionable young age. I don't need to know the plot of the movie. You're scared of red balloons and clowns. Let's just work with that. When you no longer have the trigger, you no longer have the trauma. When you no longer have the trauma, then all of the trauma induced all of these because that's the thing, right? Depression, anxiety, even type 2 bipolar, potentially schizophrenia, potentially. Um, those are all secondary tertiary reactions to unhealed CPTSD, PTSD, and an impaired limbic system. Schizophrenia, you're hallucinating sounds and voices and stimuli that are providing some form of information. It is a manifestation of your inner monologue, or if you study internal family systems, it is a manifestation of your internal family system in a way that your brain, potentially influenced by genetic predisposition, manifested to communicate with you. So, I have a friend, a dear friend who exhibits symptoms of schizophrenia and psychosis, who for the longest time, because they didn't know how to normalize having an interior voice instead of an external voice talking to them, because that was how they felt secure and safe. When they started medication, they would often express how lonely they felt and how terrible they felt. But then after a while, when they got off that medication, the voices came back. They're like, "Oh, this is overwhelming. This is actually not okay for me." So it's also understanding how to build a relationship uh, with those things. I hope I answered your question.
Definitely. Thank you. There's another one that came in from the chat. It says, you touched upon the capitalization of psychedelic medicine, and a concern I have is access. For example, Colorado and other states have high costs for psychedelic medicine sessions. Do you think there will be a different venues so individuals who are experiencing financial challenges would also access plant medicine?
Yeah, that's multiple layered. So here's the thing. In DC, you can just get psilocybin chocolate at a store. And I have a lot of strong feelings about that. Because here's where the issue comes in. When you increase access, it all increases the number of people utilizing something irresponsibly. For me, the issue is less so access, the issue is education. That's the whole thing about the capitalization of psychedelic medicine, the capitalization of any medication, right? Like there has actually, as far as I know, and I could be wrong, there hasn't been a ton of research-based evidence on the effectiveness and efficacy of CBD. And yet, they market the hell out of it. Oh, CBD, you have an upset stomach? CBD. You have body's aching? CBD. You need to sleep? CBD. Oh, you have cancer? CBD. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And it's fine. Like, if you're just placeboing yourself, that's fine. Like, hey, placebo's powerful work. Mindset matters, right? But the uh, the accessibility, once again, it will come down to education. Do I believe it can happen? Yes, absolutely. Why? Because of capitalism. People go want to make money. It's going to start out just being for the elite. By the way, it's been for the elite for decades now. Like when it disappeared for the general populace in the 1960s, Sting was doing some shit and then completely commodified and colonized tantra and made it all about sex when that's not everything tantra is about, right? So like, yeah, I do believe it will be possible, but it will once again come down to the accessibility of education. My work at the intersection of psychedelic, of spirituality and science is presenting all of this in laypeople terms. All of my links are research studies, and I can read it and I get the language, but it is so freaking boring and so difficult to get through. I don't know what it is about this colonized academia of like, we need to seem intelligent, so let's use $20 words to describe something that can be described simply. That's not accessible education. That's not easy for people to understand the implications of what they're doing. Or even take, for example, like I said, I was in the emergency room last weekend. It wasn't until I talked to my partner afterwards that I realized I wasn't providing all the necessary information for chest pains. I was like, my throat was sore. My heart was like, you should have told them that. I was like, for chest pains, we're not even well educated on how to communicate our physical needs to physicians. So we need education on how to utilize things like plant medicine as well.
Thank you. We have some more questions if you're all right with that.
I'm always all right with that.
Okay, awesome. I know we have a few more minutes. Okay, so the next question was, if someone decides to start their healing journey using psychedelics, but not in an organized or structured setting, such as an ayahuasca retreat, how would you recommend integrating their experience into their life without having the structure or resources that would accompany retreats or a clinical setting?
Ooh. Starting with ayahuasca, my brain just went, oh, okay, it's like that. I need to take a moment to just process that because like that's one of the ones I haven't used personally. Because I had a really bad experience with this plant medicine called Raahi, and I was like, I never want to do anything purging ever again. I might change my mind later, but right now I'm like not about it. So what the question is, without any foundation or without a clinical foundation? Because those are two very different things.
I believe without a clinical foundation or clinical resources.
Got it. So make sure you have your community and make sure your community are capable and able to hold space for you. That's the thing, right? Healing happens in community. It does. It does happen within first, but it isn't fully crystallized until you're with community, right? So if you're going to be doing something like that, first of all, are you talking to people who've done it before that are in your community? Because one of the things that can also be harmful if you have no foundation is coming out and trying to have conversations with people in your immediate circle and they think you're weird and then they become judgmental or and that's harmful, right? So finding those people who are able to help you feel safe in trying to find a different avenue is incredibly important. Um, Outside of that, also just hit me up. Like I said, I do post integration work as well. It's part of what I do. And you don't always need, let me put it this way, you don't always need a clinical support, but you need some support, right? I'm subclinical. I unfortunately do not take insurance. I wish they allowed me to, but there are some benefits to that as well, to not being in the full-on clinical verse. There are ways I can have conversations with clients that doctors have to maintain a level of professional distance, right? So have someone before you go in to talk you through what it's going to look like and to be there for you afterwards to help support and guide and encourage you. Oh, I see 2 more questions. Totally down
Thank
if
you.
that
Yes,
works for
we
y'all's
have 2 more
schedule.
questions. Yeah, I'll go ahead and read them. How do you distinguish between a healthy purging or integration process and actual disorders of bipolar or psychosis, where the symptoms need to be treated versus processed?
I disagree profoundly with the phrasing of that question. Because of that sentence, where the symptoms need to be treated versus processed. There's this incredible metaphor. It's called the campfire metaphor. And so if you visualize in your mind a campfire, you have the wood, which is the fuel, you have the fire itself, and you have the smoke. Western medicine focuses on the fire and the smoke. The fire is the diagnosis and the smoke are the symptoms. But if you try to put out a fire by pouring water on the smoke or by pointing your fire extinguisher at the smoke, it's not going to put it out. You have to focus on the root. Now, I'm not saying that you can't support people by treating symptoms, because that's incredibly important, but it also needs to be processed, right? So distinguishing between a healthy purging and integration process, in my experience, I have never seen anybody come out of psychedelic medicine with a developed bipolar disorder or developed state of psychosis. I could be wrong, and I'm very open. If somebody has an experience or found research on it, please send it my way because I'm always here to learn. But like I said, a lot of the mental health conditions beyond, I would say, maybe like autism and ADHD to an extent can be traced back to an impaired limbic system, which can be traced back to some conditioning in childhood that resulted in trauma manifesting, right? Instead, there's this really great quote, and I don't remember who said it, but the quote is, we need to stop calling them mental disorders and start calling them symptoms of trauma. And I think that's a much more accurate perspective of things like bipolar or psychosis to an extent. Once again, many layers to it. I'm not saying don't treat people. I'm not saying don't give them medication. But hopefully, if you're getting the education you're supposed to be, at the same time, considering something a disorder or not is up to the patient. Like I said, I know people who have schizophrenia. I know people who have DID, and they're living full, fulfilling lives, and they would never call their condition a disorder. On the other hand, I know people who feel incredibly like they're not functioning at their fullest capacity and they're being held back and their life is being quote unquote ruined by these conditions, in which case you would call it a disorder. So distinguishing between it for me personally isn't as relevant as ensuring, once again, that post-integration process is one in which they are able to be held and understood without shame. Because remember too, like if we're looking at things like bipolar or psychosis especially, I'm gonna get very woo-woo with y'all at this medical conference. Don't mind me. I've had very esoteric experiences happen to me that I can back into reality. Like I know fully the behavioral mannerisms and speaking cadence and can talk like him. And as my partner's best friend who died before I ever met my partner. Like I know exactly how he talks and carries himself, and I've never met this man because he was dead before I ever did, right? Western medicine standpoints, I'm probably psychotic, right? To an extent, in some point. But I don't feel like I'm not running around like, where is he? Is he there? Is he here with me right now? I'm not like making it my problem or anyone else's problem. It's just moments I've had. And for me, that's not an issue. I don't feel like I need to be treated for that. If it gets worse, if I'm suddenly like driving down the road and I have like a Japanese horror film moment where he's standing in the middle of the road and I swerve, then like, yeah, I'm gonna go get some meds. But as of now, she's good. Last question. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. Yeah, I think so. Yes, the last question. Can you give your opinion on prescribing microdosing to patients who may not be ready for a macro dose instead of potentially not prescribing psychedelics to them at all? Thoughts on thoughts are that microdosing can be beneficial to help them build up to a full journey safely.
microdosing has so many benefits, and there's more research coming out about it. I'm not against it, honestly. It's less likely to be as problematic as just like, hey, take a macro dose. And once again, it does amplify, right? So when I tried microdosing as part of my process to rewire this last experience of PTSD, and it just made my anxiety worse. And I had to make the conscious decision to stop because it was at the point where I was no longer processing. I was just like, oh, I feel deeply uncomfortable and shitty, and I'm actually not doing anything with these feelings. They're just there. Cool. So yeah, I think it'd be incredibly beneficial. I would recommend looking at the research more and checking into it because again, microdosing too. Uh, I personally have not had a lot of experience with working with clients or patients who have been microdosing as we work together. I'm usually like the big kahuna post integration, John. So yeah.
Okay. If you have a moment, we do have one last question, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. So the last question is, when is the right time spiritually to take a journey with psychedelic medicine? Or how
Oh,
would you?
yes, I love it. Spiritual, you're saying specifically spiritually. Here's here's my biggest opinion, and it's going to be a very unpopular opinion for a lot of people. When you've taken the time to really radically rewire and heal that trauma, because our access to the spiritual realm, the unseen realm, all of that stuff is further mitigated the more we feel grounded in a sense of self and egoism. Egoism, not like Kanye West ego. I mean ego as an ego as individual as separate. Trauma innately separates. So we're talking specifically about spiritually, not through the mental health realm, but through the spiritual realm. That's the route I would take because our ability and capacity, because remember, like spirituality, a lot of spiritual concepts are right there in physics, right? There's the double slit experiment, right? An electron will only exist as either a particle or a wave, I believe? A particle or a wave at the moment that it is observed. So the way that we observe the physical universe directly impacts our experience of that universe. And if you are living from a paradigm of I am alone and that's bullshit, well, you're not going to get as much out of it as you could. You still will. And there are plenty of people who come out of psychedelics who are like, oh, yeah, everything is great. But once again, neural pathways will reassert themselves. So the more open-minded you are, literally open-minded in the less traumatized, triggered, and stressed all the time, the more advantageous it is to then explore psychedelic medicine, right? Instead of having a month of everything's beautiful and then the bullshit hits again, it's like, oh, everything's beautiful. I can fully embody this. I know where to take this. I can feel it. So yeah, for the work that I do with clients, it always starts off with mind, then body, then spirit. And the only reason why it starts with mind is because I'm a very skeptical person, and so I think everyone else is. And I'm like, yeah, we're gonna talk about trauma healing. Let's spend a month talking about the science of the brain, and then we'll talk about what to do about it. But I need you to understand how it shows up in your brain and all of these layers first, so that you have some intellectual understanding, and then we'll take it to the next step.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jemarc, for your presentation. If you
Yes.
would like to learn more about Jemarc, you can check out their website, which I've put in the chat twice.
And on
Um,
Instagram.
and
Hey.
and on Instagram, and I can send the link to that as well. Um, and we'll send that in the follow-up email. Please fill out the attendance sheet for the session and provide any feedback you have for us. And we'll now take a break and resume in about 6 minutes at 11:30 for our next session. Thank you
Please
so
give me
much again.
feedback. I'd appreciate it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Next up, we have Emily Davis. Emily Davis is a scientist, educator, creator, and community advocate. They have a master's degree in environmental science, and their work focuses on soil, mycology, and agriculture. They're the co-founder of the Center for Mycological Analytics, which creates more accessible educational and training experiences within the mycology community. Emily, we're so excited to hear your talk. You can take it away.
All right. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you for having me. It's really an honor to be here and presenting in the virtual space. I think that this is kind of like a different community for me to be steeped in, and I just like really respect the work of everybody that I've heard about and looked into so far. Thank you, Jemarc, for the first talk. I think it was a really great intro into the weekend as well. And yeah, without further ado, we're going to get started. So my name is Emily. I am the co-founder of the Center for Mycological Analytics. And today I'm going to talk to you about the community science work that we do with our organization. So like it was said in my intro, I am a scientist, researcher, educator, creator, and community advocate. I got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering, and then I had a lot of time to just like, it took me like 2 years of just being out in the world, and kind of seeing everything that was going on, the work that was being done in just all types of things that I was interested in. And then I decided to further my studies in environmental science to focus on doing work with soil and mushrooms. So that, yeah, I made that transition. I graduated a little over a year ago. And since then, my work has largely been in creating this Center for Mycological Analytics and continuing my other projects, which have to do with agriculture. So what we're going to cover today is pretty much what is the Center for Mycological Analytics, what's the foundation, goals, and intentions of our organization, who is in this community, so who are the prospective students, and research of what community science can create, which is going to cover everything from like what the research that our students actually do when they take our courses, as well as like how is us, the Center for Mycological Analytics, like our founders' research going, and just other collaborations that we've had and have been working on in the past year. So we'll get into it. And yeah, if anybody has questions, I think I can go to the chat or things will come up. So if there's anything pressing, yeah, feel free to stop me. Okay. Oh wait, can you go back one slide? Yeah, so I really like to just ground in some definitions before I go any further. So these are some of the questions that I asked myself, you know, as I was finding myself doing research in all different kinds of areas. So I've worked as a scientist and a researcher for startups, in academia, for the government, and yeah, I've done independent work, and just I've been in all these environments, and this is always the questions that I find myself asking, which really led to like me embracing community science a little bit more. So next slide. So community, it's, yeah, I really like to focus on the second definition here, which is a feeling of fellowship with others as a result of sharing common attitudes, interests, and goals. That's what brings us all together today. We have a common goal of wanting to investigate more into psychedelic medicine, and we're all coming to the table with different insights and lenses. And science, you have your more traditional definition there at the top, but I think it really blew my mind to see the second, which is just knowledge of any kind. So I really like, when I feel like I'm swimming in the science, I kind of just feel grounded in this definition and like to embrace it. And yeah, so we have knowledge of any kind that's bringing us together in community. Next slide. And what is knowledge? Knowledge is facts, information, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education, and also the awareness or familiarity gained by experience of a fact or situation. So experiential learning has been a really big part of actually like my psychedelic medicine, my personal psychedelic medicine journey. Just like that exposure and continued learning. And I think that experiential learning is also a huge part of education. So that's a lot of the intersection that I explore and kind of just like live. So yeah, I pretty much the Center for Mycological Analytics really we try to embrace the fact that like we're all scientists just because we exist. Our experiences every day kind of can help us to be generative as scientists. And science does not exist in a vacuum, and our community grounds us in that. So continue, please. Yeah, so there you have us. And so next slide. We're a community of leaders, researchers, and citizen scientists with the mission of providing educational resources around the burgeoning interest in mushrooms, their ecosystems, metabolisms, and human interactions. So yeah, that photo on the right is from our first cohort. So this past summer, we had 3 different cohorts of students that were coming in to do a very specific experiment, a hands-on lab experiment. And in the intro of our courses, we talk about all of these different topics. So mushrooms, understanding like their ecology and their anatomy and their ecosystems, their metabolism. So a little bit of understanding as to like how they actually work, like what are the enzymes that they are producing in their environment, and how does that lend to the different compounds that they create. And then, of course, that interface of human interactions, which is like, how is this actually functioning in my body? And me and my co-founder, who I'll introduce in the next slide, we have a history and innovation in mushroom analytics, supporting award-winning cultivators and building conversation platforms. So from developing the high-face spectrum to building out ISO-accredited labs and culture space across the country, our team of instructors is dedicated to sharing their experience, insight, and expertise. So next slide, please. This is my co-founder. His name is Ian Bollinger. Some of you may have seen him or some of his work. He is an entheogen researcher and bioinformaticist, and he had been working with Hyphae Labs to develop something which is called the Hyphae spectrum. And that spectrum really helps us to understand mushrooms from a standpoint of dosing and potency. And it's everything from like understanding what kind of mushrooms are better for a microdose to just more like a recreational dose to a more medicinal and therapeutic dose, all the way to like a heroic dose, which would be a whole nother experience. But yeah, so Ian has developed working with the development of Hyphae Labs. Ian has done a lot of hands-on research with testing to be able to test really, really large and variable mushrooms, large amount and variable types of mushrooms in the community. And so a lot of our curriculum is based on that, but I'll get more into that later. Next slide. So yeah, our goals is to break down barriers in science, access, and communication, provide resources to promote citizen science. So you could see in the photo there, our summer courses were actually held in Oakland, California, and we were able to access a community lab space where it was essentially like a lab pop-up. That space is shared by a lot of other different engineers and researchers and just creators. So that's where we've been working so far. And we created a group-oriented hands-on educational lab course that was supplemented by lectures and other information. And like I mentioned a little bit about our curriculums, our that photo on the right is actually Ian. He's looking at some of our cordyceps extracts. So in the class, we worked with psychedelic and non-psychedelic mushrooms. So we had, mushrooms that contain psilocybin as well as cordyceps mushrooms, and we experiment with. In our first course, we experimented with different extraction methods to be able to extract those bioactive compounds. So when we were developing that curriculum, that was based off of the work that Ian has done in the past, and also some of the work that I've done working in different lab settings with mushrooms and extracts, as well as referring to the modern published methodology. So like all the research that's already out there. Yeah, and so our curriculums are pretty much going to continue to evolve based on those factors and community testing and research that's coming out like all the time. So in terms of this mushroom testing, so there you can see is the extract that is from a psilocybin or psilocybe mushroom, and wow, the closed captioning is like sometimes not accurate and it's really funny. But anyway, you could see the blue color, which those psilocybe mushrooms can bruise blue, which is one of the indications when you're identifying them or working with them. That's also something I'll talk more about later. But yeah, those are the 3 different extracts that we worked with, which is water on the left, and then the 2 on the right are ethanol and methanol. And so, yeah, there's already so many things that you can observe that the different solvents will treat the mushroom differently. So that was like one of the biggest things that we covered in our course. And in order to like prepare our students to do that kind of experiment, we covered basics in chemistry, biology, mycology, HPLC, which is high performance liquid chromatography. And that's actually the machine that we use to test all of our mushrooms. And we also covered data analysis. So just like how to collect data sets, and then how to best visualize them and communicate about them. So with our experimental design, asking why you're doing something is just as important as how. So we'll give you the framework of like something that we've tested again and again in the community, but all throughout we're always having these discussions as to like why it's happening the way that it is. And yeah, we really focus on reproducibility because from a data standpoint, it's just like we want to be able to collect as much data as possible on the testing of all these mushrooms for a lot of different reasons, more of which I'll get into later. So that's what we focus on from an educational standpoint in our class. And just on that experimental design, we really focus on hypothesis formation because, as people might know who are just curious or even working on science of their own, there's a million questions to ask out there. And so we really want to like encourage people to have that creative lens. And a big part of that, the window that is into science, is the hypothesis formation. So it's like really getting the understanding of what the question is that you want to answer and how you're going to break that down into something that can lead to an experiment. And from there, you could get an understanding of all of your variables, the procedure that you might want to use, how to perform the analysis, interpret it, and come to certain conclusions. So, like I was talking about before, what we were focused on in our inaugural class is to compare multiple extraction techniques, which then allowed us to compare, the concentration of the bioactive compounds in each of those samples. So the samples for the psilocybe samples, we were looking at the bioactive compounds of psilocybin and psilocin, And there's also other ones that I'll talk about a little bit later. For cordyceps, we were looking at cordycepin and adenosine. And so there is a lot of research out there that tells you which solvent is going to be most efficient at drawing the maximum amount of those compounds out, so that you can understand what is the concentration of the compounds for things like dosing. But it's kind of another story to have the hands-on experience to work with the extractions and see how they work with the mushroom. And yeah, through our courses, we were able to create these kind of like large data sets that can confirm any of the first principle work that was done by different research organizations, but also because I guess we're just like expanding the data sets as much as possible, because there are so many places that still, like, psilocybin is not decriminalized or legalized. So we're just kind of collecting a lot of data on the low, and we want to make sure that it is good data. And yeah, I think one of my favorite parts about this is that we're testing fruits that are being cultivated by people in the community. So I think that's really important, just to have like a better idea of what's being circulated, I guess, from an underground standpoint. And our community, we keep in touch after the courses are finished to continue to discuss, like, ask questions, share resources, and discuss data. And that's really important because our classes, like, they just generate more questions, as is kind of the vibe with science and research. So our certificates, the certificate that you get from taking our course is pretty much that you are certified in a very specific process. So the more courses that we offer, the more different processes that you'll be able to be certified in. So you are certified in testing psilocybe and cordyceps mushrooms. And what that means is that we trust you're capable of using the tools and equipment and the curriculum and being able to communicate about the data that comes out of that. So yeah. And so the people that take our course are people that are interested in increasing their personal understanding of these beings, the mushrooms. It can be educators who have an understanding of the first principles that's dictated in the current research. And by first principles, I mean like the conclusions and methodologies that have been declared in like the peer-reviewed research. And then educators that are also working with the next generation of students and kids in places where, you know, things are slowly, like, the laws are slowly changing, so like access to certain things is opening up. And also our prospective students are community stewards, so whether you want to be able to support your community by facilitating deeper discussions about these compounds and their concentration and testing in general, that's a huge part of the people that take our courses. And also we had somebody from Rowan actually that took our course, an undergraduate student that was like a mycophile, and she was pretty much saying that there's no courses like this that were offered at Rowan, and so she wanted to start something and start like a club of people that are interested in studying these kind of things. So she pretty much has stewarded a community where she didn't see one, and has now expanded her community to include people that are doing this research. So it's kind of like a more dispersed university, sometimes it feels like. And our course also really gives people exposure to lab protocols, lab safety, and how to protect like the lab and the people, like the space and the people that are doing the work, and producers. So yeah, let's see. The producers of the medicine and the next generation of medicine producers who want to get an insight of dosing and processing and for certain desired results. And as far as like the healthcare professional lens, because like I mentioned before, I definitely do like engage with healthcare professionals, but that's not who I'm with on like a regular basis in my community, I would say. So where I see that bridge happening when it does happen is people who are interested in like learning how to interpret the data that comes out of testing labs. So yeah, just being able to get a better read on it. Like, okay, I'm seeing that there's this many milligrams per gram, and like, what does that mean? And I think it's really important to just to have more of these spaces where we connect the two communities, so that we can get the benefit of like what each other is well versed in, and just to continue bridging the gap in science communication and create a stronger foundation especially as things are happening with people trying to capitalize on the medicine. I think it's more and more important to be able to have a strong foundation. So now that I've provided all of that background for y'all, we'll get into some of the research that we do. So I'll start by talking about some of the research that came out of our first wave of cohorts, which was in the summer, and then also we just finished a course offering for this past winter, and all of that happened in Oakland. So as I was saying a little bit further back, we work with, or we have worked with in our courses, psilocybe and cordyceps mushrooms. So when we are looking at those mushrooms, you want to understand what are the bioactive compounds that are going to have an effect. Wow, I have a typo there. Ignore that, please. But so there's psilocybin and psilocin, and those are the most commonly known tryptamines that are associated with psilocybe, and they are thought to interact with the receptors in the brain that are involved in regulating mood, perception, and cognition. So these are the two that we test for with our type of testing, which is with an HPLC machine. Next slide. So then there's other tryptamines that are found in mushrooms, such as tryptamine itself and its derivatives, including originacin, norbeocystin, and there's psilocin-like metabolites. So those are what some of those look like. And there are these compounds that have psychoactive effects, but they're just less well studied. Their impact on people are less well studied. So we still want to be able to test for their concentration and continue to access the research as more comes out about them. So next slide. And as far as, so yeah, there on the top right, you could see psilocybin, psilocin, and also serotonin. And so serotonin is definitely what people tend to talk about, or it definitely comes up in the conversation of the human interaction with these compounds. And so you can see that the receptor that we're looking at is the 5-HT2A receptor, and the process of how it goes from a prodrug into the active compound that's metabolized to produce the experience. So next slide. So that's kind of why we look at those specific compounds, and that's what we're testing for. And so this is an example of what comes out of some of our classes. So there you can see on the top left, we actually are comparing two different strains to see their psilocybin levels and seeing that it's extracted in methanol. And you can tell just between the two strains, like that blue box, that is at a much higher milligram per gram or concentration of psilocybin than the other type of mushroom, which is the Melmac. So the Seal Magnolia strain had a much higher concentration than the Melmac. And so, yeah, depending on your dosing, these two mushrooms are going to have a completely different effect on you. And so that's what we're trying to get people to understand. And then you can compare the left graph to the right graph, which is showing, so is there a typo there too? No. Okay, so I think that's literally, oh my bad. Okay. Okay, anyway, so I don't know why these have the same titles. I think one of them is supposed to be ethanol, but typos everywhere. But you can see that it has pretty much just a completely different effect. Oh, actually, no, this is the one that's for psilocin. So we're seeing the levels of the psilocybin and psilocin of the same two mushrooms. Thought I was looking at another graph, but yeah, so then we could get an idea of the dosing for psilocybin as compared to psilocin. Psilocin levels are usually pretty different than psilocybin, and they're going to have a different impact. So that's why we have the students separate them. And yeah, so we can, this is pretty much what's done. I'm looking at a question. What would taking 3.5 grams of steel mag compared to 3.5 grams of Melmac mean for a therapist intending to help a client's dose? So that's a really good question. So 3.5 grams of the steel magnolia would create a much more intense experience for the person as compared to the Melmac. So okay, another question. So you would want to have less steel magnolia as compared to the Melmac. I'm confused how you measure the psilocin content. My understanding is psilocin is produced by liver metabolism and psilocybin is the molecule in the mushroom. So yeah, what happens in the extraction process is it's trying to just go back to your question. Okay, there it is. So the extraction process is helping to catalyze what is going to happen in our body, which allows us to access some of those compounds. And yeah, so once that breakdown starts to happen, it is going to be more, it's available for us to test based on our standards that are in the HPLC machine. So I hope that that cleared it up. And next slide. And looks like Ian came through and he is definitely going to have more to say on these. Thank you for being here, Ian. So yeah, this is from the same presentation of our students, and it compares, so you can see here's the comparison with the ethanol, methanol, and water, and you could see that the methanol is showing a much higher concentration of the specific compounds of psilocybin and psilocin than the ethanol is. And you can see actually with the psilocybin mushrooms that the water has a really, really, like it's that line all the way at the bottom. So it wasn't able to extract the compounds to something that's significantly noticeable. So that gives insight into like when you're making a medicine, what process you're going to use in order to get something that, or get a product that has a very specific concentration in it. So yeah, and of course this graph might bring up the question in our students or even just people listening of like, oh, okay, so the water wasn't able to extract any of these compounds, but what about like a mushroom tea, you know, that's able to extract the compounds. And yeah, so those are all different things that we could test and come up. We actually haven't with CMA compared or tested just like cold water as compared to hot water for an extraction, but I know that the potency of a tea, or I was talking about this with Ian recently, but for like a mushroom tea, especially if the tea is blue, then you're seeing like you're seeing the extract, but then the potency will decrease after like 15 minutes of making the tea. So if you are going to make a tea, yeah, that's what would be happening in the tea. Like the potency would decrease as compared to the ethanol and the methanol. But um, we haven't done, and I don't know if there's been a formal measurement of like the concentration of teas in hot water compared to cold water, but I think that just seeing the ethanol and the methanol, it would be a lot easier to dose based on that information. The next slide. And so, yeah, there's a lot of different reflections that came out of the class that had to do with data science and analysis and data visualization, like how to better communicate some of that data that's coming through. Like I was talking about the hot versus cold water extractions. People started to also get curious about, because we work with psilocybin and also cordyceps, people started to get curious about other things like lion's mane, which has shown to have an effect on our brain and the generation of the myelin sheath, which has to do with your memory and like things like word recall. So that's a whole other topic to discuss. People are curious about the preservation of medicine, and that's like a similar question that I was addressing before, which is like, all right, now if we have these like ethanol and methanol based extractions, like what is that, like how can we best preserve the medicine for a longer time? And other questions like what polysaccharides might aid in potency levels and how are they going to be binding in the body. So this, yeah, we've done 1 year of research and we've been collecting data so far, and we've also been collecting like a lot more questions. So next slide. So some of the things that we're doing right now, the Center for Mycological Analytics Research, has to do in developing our methodology to be more efficient at extracting these certain compounds. So next slide. And we look at that from a process standpoint, as well as the actual the concentration that we're able to measure from the specimen itself. So one of the steps in our extraction process that we have in our curriculum right now is sonication, which is employing ultrasonic sound waves to homogenize the samples. So it's all about, like, the sonication is all about creating that that exchange between whatever the solvent is and the mushroom itself. And so whether or not you're doing that step or just the ways that you're doing sonication can have a really great impact on what you're going to be measuring from your specimen. So we have been comparing the approach that we've been doing with the Center for Mycological Analytics with the methodology from this paper, which is the cultivation, chemistry, and genome of Psilocybe zapaticorium, which is the head person on that paper is Dusty Rose Miller, who is one of our students and is a researcher at Vanderbilt. So, and that's the sonication, what the sonication machine looks like on the right. And the samples that you saw earlier, like what is in those tubes getting extracted, that will be put into the sonication machine. So next slide. So in some of that research, there were different sonication times and like runs. So there was an experiment done of changing it from like 10-minute periods of sonication, my bad. 10-minute periods or 30-minute periods, and doing that for a repeated amount of time or not. And so as you can see, the one all the way on the left, the Vanderbilt method that's described in that paper, that was able to give you the highest concentration of the psilocybin. And you could compare that to a sonication that's lasting longer, that will have, you know, a completely different, significantly different reading on the psilocybin. So we were comparing the two methods. So the Center for Mycological Analytics was using this one in the orange, and then the Vanderbilt method was using the blue one. And so we, based on like the testing that we've done so far, we're definitely going to keep track of like all the data that we're collecting and seeing how changing just this method can change the data that we're collecting from the specimens. So next slide. Another thing that we are expanding into this year is collaboration with some scientists that we're working with in Germany that have developed at-home testing kits to test only psilocybin. So I'll speak a little bit more on that on the next slide. So we're working with Dr. Felix Blay, who is one of the creators of Miraculous, and they have developed this at-home testing kit, which tests for psilocybin content. And like back to that question that somebody asked before, this is only going to be psilocybin compared to psilocin, and so that's something to consider in the test kit. But anyway, next slide. So this test kit comes from the research that, I guess the way that they've developed it is here's a part of their abstract for the paper, the graphical abstract, which says that hallucinogenic psilocybin mushrooms turn blue when injured, and they reported that the phosphatase Psi-P and the lactase Psi-L degrade psilocybin and initiate bluing. So they used that aspect of the mushroom to create the testing kit, and the test kits are created by making a mat that's a certain pigment that can create a similar reaction to inform your the level of psilocybin that's in your sample. So that's the Miraculous test kit. And next slide, please. So what we're trying to accomplish with working together is just like, we want to make sure that the data that people are getting from these tests are, you know, just considering all of the environmental factors that can affect your testing. So those two major independent variables can be the light used in the imaging and also the time. So you could be doing the test in natural light or in artificial light, and all of that can affect the result that you get, and also the time. So the amount of time that it takes you to look at it is kind of like a COVID test. So like when you were doing those self-administered tests, you can only look at it for a certain window. So we just want to make sure that people are getting the most accurate read possible out of these tests. And we also want to help people to be able to utilize the test accurately. So Ian developed this JavaScript data analyzer tool that takes into account the varying testing conditions, and the class that we're going to be offering is giving people access to these test kits, as well as like walking you through how to work with them and how to perform some of these experiments at home. And with that, we just want to collect more data on what people are measuring from these different specimens, and just see, as more people use it, like we can address any other issues that come up from the testing standpoint. So that should be coming, that offering is going to be coming out to the people within the next couple months, we think. So look out for that, and definitely look more into Miraculous, because they have testing for, aside from psilocybin, LSD, and other drugs. So next slide. And then I also just wanted to add in a little bit about the cordyceps testing, because it's really interesting just from like the standpoint of the different dosages and how they can affect people that are taking it. So next slide. Oh yeah, this is just some photos from cordyceps samples, and oh wait, is there's a slide missing? I'm just checking really quick. Oh no, this is right. So this is some of the cordyceps samples. I don't know if anybody has seen cordyceps before, but they kind of look like Cheetos to me. And we were comparing the different cordyceps fruit just to see if there would be a difference in, like I was mentioning before, the adenosine and cordycepin levels. And so next slide. So in terms of dosing cordyceps, it's kind of similar to psychedelic medicine, where you can have a microdose or a high dose. And so when you're having like really low doses or a dose below 1.5 grams, that could, well, this dosing insight was developed by some of the research that we've done, which is going to be linked in the next slide. But Ian put it together to, yeah, the dosing chart, similar to the way that it was put together for the psilocybin mushrooms. So I'll get to that in a couple slides. But anyway, so having a dose less than 1.5 grams based on the research can serve to regulate the immune system. And in that less than 3 grams, you can see an improved aerobic capacity. And at less than 0.4 grams, you can have intense exercise tolerance. So just like, I think this is important to show because depending on what your goal is with the medicine, you can, and this is something that the first speaker was talking about too, like depending on what your goal is with the medicine, you can shift the amount that you're taking, and whether you're needing a microdose to just have a certain effect, like having more exercise tolerance compared to a larger dose where you're trying to achieve something else. It's just important to get like your baselines with the medicine and get an understanding of like where to start. So next slide. So regulating, this is just some of the research that also, if anybody wants access to this presentation, there is sources linked like in the notes on Canva. So that is all accessible. And if you're looking for sources, I do have them. So just reach out and ask me. But downregulating the immune response to decrease inflammation and tissue damage. So there was a study done where healthy college students were given one of the 3 cordyceps militaris doses, 0.5, 1.5, and 3 grams. And in all cases, the cordyceps militaris down-regulated the immune system, and the medium dose showed the strongest immune regulating activity. And so that was one of the sources that helped to form the dosing chart. Then also the research was done with elderly adults given 3 grams of cordyceps sinensis, and which is a different type of cordyceps that was like not shown in those pictures in the earlier slides. But the cordyceps sinensis showed improved aerobic capacity, ventilatory function, and resistance to exercise fatigue versus those receiving the placebo. And then like lastly, or the last study was showing that healthy young adults who received 4 grams of cordyceps militaris improved tolerance to high intensity exercise after 1 week and exhibited greater benefits, which include just oxygen consumption and ventilatory threshold. So I'm sure also just when thinking about psychedelic medicine, that's not really as much. I know there's a lot of people out in the community that are developing these kinds of dosing charts with the different benefits. And I think that because it's psychoactive, it gets a lot more deep into the different nuance, which I really appreciated from the first talk. But yeah, I would like to see this happen with just like more species of psychedelic mushrooms, and then also with other medicines like cordyceps and lion's mane. So that's definitely the direction that we'll continue to head in with the Center for Mycoanalytics. And next slide will show just a better, it shows a better like recommended dosage chart, which is just a different way to communicate some of these numbers with somebody who is curious about dosing. So you can't really see, I don't know why like the slides didn't export completely, but this is, we compared cordyceps from 2 different mushroom growers in our community, and these cordyceps are from mushroom merchants. And so you could see the average and standard deviation for cordycepin and adenosine that we received from these samples, and the recommended dosage chart that's at the bottom, which the Hyphae Labs and Hyphae Spectrum does something very similar to for psilocybin mushrooms. So yeah, I would definitely recommend seeing some of those reports that were put out from Hyphae Labs for that. And then in this specific experiment, we wanted to compare the cordyceps grown by 2 different people. So in the next slide, we see that we have samples from Mycosymbiotics, who shout out to Will and Mycosymbiotics. You're going to be hearing from them some point this weekend. But in testing for the adenosine and the cordycepin, it was the same average amount of each of the compounds, but actually just like different standard deviation across the samples. So yeah, you can pretty much dose these 2 specimens the exact same, and they're very much within range of each other. But I just wanted to show this to show an example of the kind of things that we compare. Even within the class, we're looking at multiple species, but then within the species, we're looking at all different types of samples, kind of like depending on what we have access to, or depending on the question that we're trying to answer. So yeah, next slide. I want to leave some time for questions. I kind of talked about a lot of the different types of things that we're working on with Center for Mycoanalytics and what we've done in the past year. It was definitely been doing a lot of foundational work. But if you have more questions about what I covered, definitely will do my best to answer them. And we're just really looking forward to doing more work as an organization and answering some more of these questions and trying to best support the communities that are in need of this information about dosing and the bioactive compounds in mushrooms. So thank you guys, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Emily. We do have a few questions for you, so I'll just pull those up. The first one is, what kind of barriers does the current legal state of psilocybin pose to your research?
Yeah, so our research, we pretty much cannot and do not research these compounds, psilocybin and psilocin, and other compounds associated with psilocybin mushrooms. We don't do any of this research in places where there's not decriminalization or legalization of the medicine. And so that's our barrier right now. And all the research that we do is for education, specifically. And I guess as we try to do more research, we might be confronted with different challenges. But for now, we've just been restricted to the certain areas, which there's a lot of work to be done in those areas. So it hasn't really felt that restricted.
Okay, we also have a question from Logan in the chat. He's asking, is your organization working with producing synthetic psilocybin?
So our organization is really, no, we're not focused on doing that. And we really we really do like to encourage the viewpoint that the mushroom as a whole has like a slew of compounds and like beneficial polysaccharides to offer that are not being directly studied or measured. And by engaging with the entirety of the mushroom fruiting body itself, you're going to be having a very, very different experience than, or I guess not to talk more on the experience, but just like the way that all the compounds in the mushroom interact with your body is going to be different than how just the singular compound would interact. And from like a less scientific perspective, like I personally find that I I want to expose myself to all of those compounds as compared to just one. So our research has not gone in that direction, and if it does in the future, I'm not sure like what that's going to look like, but I know that the people behind the organization want to try to maintain the integrity of like the whole mushroom being as much as possible.
Thank you. Our next question is, what can students go on to do professionally with the certification from taking your course?
So that's a great question. So a lot of people, there definitely is an industry for testing, and so learning to work with an HPLC machine like that can lend to actually a lot of different things. So in the research that I was doing in my master's, I was using an HPLC machine, but I was actually studying like something related to soil, and I was studying this oil that I was getting from making biochar, which is like literally a whole other thing to talk about. But anyways, I was analyzing different compounds in oil to see if like that oil can be used as a plant-based replacement to other like natural gases and things like that. So there's so much testing work that can be done in different research institutions and different environmental labs. That's one thing. And then also, of course, just testing in like the medicine communities. And so with the Center for Mycoanalytics, I didn't really talk that much about this, but we have our community science, like one of our community science labs based in Oakland. We also have a class offering coming up in Detroit, and with Detroit, like Detroit is establishing its own center for mycoanalytics, like lab based as well. So we're working on getting them an instrument that they can have like their own testing services. And in that, like with developing the different lab bases, you can get into the discussion of like, oh, is testing medicine, like is that really a career path, or like is it a business? There's a big conversation there, but yeah, you can get into testing. A lot of our students have also just they are people that make products, and so our class gives them like really bolsters their themselves and their products, because they're able to like speak on what their product can be offering. So yeah, this kind of goes back to that slide that I had of like who are our prospective students, and the people that like engage in our spheres, people that make medicine, people that maybe are studying specific compounds. And yeah, I hope that answered the question.
It did, thank you. And with the work that you guys are personally doing, do you foresee the future use of these substances following more of like a business model or more of a medical pharmaceutical model?
I'm sure that it's gonna be a little bit of everything. And we're just gonna continue to field like the spaces that we want to see things exist in, if that makes sense. So there's going to be all different ways that this medicine manifests in our community, and I think that no matter what it is with the Center for Mycoanalytics, we really just want to see people be informed and connected like to the people that are doing the work. So when I say that, I'm referring to like people being connected to their cultivators, or people in the more science and testing community, like connected with people that are in the more pharmaceutical vein. So whatever it looks like, we just really want to have a base and a foundation that can bring people together on some of the facts.
Wonderful. And then my last question is, you spoke extensively about cordyceps. Have you noticed any stigma or misconceptions about culinary or medicinal mushrooms more recently, now that we have more talk about psychedelics in popular culture and shows like The Last of Us kind of putting shame on the name?
Yeah, like I've never seen The Last of Us, but I had it recommended so many times. But I think that, yeah, there is a little bit. I mean, people always say that there's like a mushroom craze and that it's like crazy in culture, but I think there's just like ebbs and flows of that all the time, like through time, because there's different people around the world that have gotten super into specific mushrooms just because it's based in their region. And like the more we learn, the more we can see through time the way that all these like popular culture trends are going to affect our perception of mushrooms. Um, but I definitely have conversations all the time where people are like, they really are genuinely afraid that cordyceps is going to take over their mind and body and like the planet. And it's just, I love those educational like opportunities just to speak on and really just encourage the viewpoint that every single mushroom has its kind of like its own superpowers, and it has its own um like information coded in it, and it has different ways that it's going to affect us. So we really need to just like utilize curiosity and also understand like how mushrooms work and what their ecology is, like how they work in their ecosystem, and then how that translates to like us and our bodies, and just be curious about that, and just continue to ask each other questions and refer to the research that's been established by medicine practitioners like for generations all around the world. So yeah.
Perfect. I don't think I'm seeing any more questions in the chat box right now. So if you guys have any more questions, please let us know. And if you think of anything later on, we can also send it to Emily. That was very informative and it gave us a lot to think about. Thank you so much for the work that you do in this field and for sharing some of it with us. Everyone, please say thank you to my beautiful friend Emily for her presentation. She's actually joining us from abroad today, so we're very grateful to you for making time to be here with us. If you guys would like to learn more about what Emily's doing at the Center for Mycological Analytics, we'll post the link to the website in the chat. Please don't forget to fill out our attendance form for this session. Just a gentle reminder, we have separate attendance forms for each talk this year, so please remember to fill out the attendance form in the chat box for each talk you attend. But thank you so much again, Emily. If you have any parting thoughts, you still have a couple minutes, but otherwise, you're free to go.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you guys again for having me, and feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. If I don't know the answer to something, I can either point you to somebody that does know the answer, or point you down a rabbit hole of resources. So thank you so much, and definitely keep a lookout for our offerings with the Center for Mycological.
Okay, guys, for our next event this year, we're excited to bring you our first ever artist showcase. We have multiple multi-talented speakers, doctors, and students who have created work inspired by psychedelic art and music and several of the collective themes that we've discussed here. So we'll be transitioning to a display of their creativity momentarily. Please keep in mind that we're raffling off some pieces by our featured artists. Our very own Dr. King has donated art that will be available for pickup to any of our students or local New Jersey and Pennsylvania residents. We also have some art by Libby England that we can ship to anyone in the country. So please keep an eye on the chat box for attendance forms and instructions to enter. We will pull up the showcase now.
Hi guys, welcome back. And that was finishing up the showcase. So now we're going to move on to the poster presentations for the students. So our first student is Ali Riad, and he'll be presenting with Shreya Saranathan, and they'll be discussing and assessing the efficacy of ketamine and SSRI combination therapy in major depressive disorder, a narrative review.
And can I just share my screen or?
Oh, 1 second.
Oh, you have it up. We just made a few edits here and there, so.
Okay, gotcha. 1 second.
Okay, can everyone see this? Okay, great. So yeah, hi everyone. I'm Ali. I'm a third-year medical student here at Rowan-Virtua SOM.
Hi, I'm Shreya. I'm also a third-year medical student at Rowan SOM.
And yeah, we're presenting assessing the efficacy of ketamine and SSRI combo therapy in major depressive disorder.
So to provide a little bit of background, depression is the second most common mental health disorder in the world. In 2021, an estimated 21 million adults in the United States had at least one major depressive episode, with 61% of those adults having received treatment in the past year. Currently, the first-line available treatments for depression are SSRIs, which are selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, and CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy. Unfortunately, one of the major issues with SSRIs is that it takes anywhere from 2 weeks to 2 months for patients to experience symptomatic relief, which is why we kind of started looking into ketamine. And ketamine is an NMDA antagonist that has been widely used for anesthetic purposes. However, recently, ketamine has been used as a fast-acting adjunct for antidepressant therapy. So the objective of our poster presentation today is to analyze the efficacy of co-administration of ketamine with SSRIs in the treatment of depression across many patient populations. So the methods that we used for this project are, first, we extracted the data from sources spanning from 2000 to 2023, and we arranged those by topic. The data included primary research articles and literature reviews, and the inclusion criteria is that we looked for articles relevant to SSRIs, ketamine, and depression. And the studies included were clinical trials, systematic reviews, meta-analyses, statistical databases, and surveys.
So going into the results, all the 4 studies utilized here in the results table used the Hamilton Depression Rating Scale or the Montgomery Depression Rating Scale to assess the patient outcomes. In Figure 1, ketamine was assessed alone versus placebo, and in Figures 2 to 4, an SSRI was combined with either an intranasal, IV, or oral form of ketamine to the patients, and the results all showed decreases in various antidepressant metrics, but only statistical significance was found in the first, third, and fourth study. And just as a little side mark, the intranasal form is also known as Esketamine. So if you see that in the table, that's what that is. So going into the discussion, as said before, these studies did show positive outcomes using the 2 metrics and suggest that ketamine possibly does have possible efficacy in conjunction with SSRI use because of its more immediate antidepressant effects, as Shreya noted, while waiting for the full effect of the SSRI to kick in, which typically can be from between like 2 weeks to 2 months. So while it's important to note that ketamine may help, there is potential side effects, especially because it is psychedelic. It can cause euphoria, dissociation, loss of self, and potential addictive behaviors and cravings. So close monitoring is important for possible like abuse symptoms and Furthermore, oral ketamine was noted to have a safer, actually, side effect profile because of a high first pass metabolism, which is something to possibly look into when administering it for possible like long-term use. Regular visits to doctor's offices to help with more close monitoring might help pick up on the troubling side effects earlier on, or maybe even indicate if patients are showing abuse symptoms. So besides that, future studies should kind of try and focus on these side effect profiles and kind of expand on the sample sizes to have a more stronger data set.
So in conclusion, while further research is required, like Ali mentioned, further research, sorry, I couldn't get the words out. While further research is required before making ketamine a more widely available treatment for depression, the current studies show promise. These studies have highlighted the utility of different dosages and modes of administration for ketamine. So for example, like Ali mentioned, IV and intranasal have a more rapid effects, while oral administration prompts a slower effect, but also has a weaker side effect profile, which is also important to look into, like Ali was mentioning. However, regardless, ketamine, regardless of its administration type, provides quicker effects with SSRIs, and because of its distinct mechanism of action, makes it a possible adjunctive therapy for patients suffering with depression.
And that's it.
Thank you so much, Ali and Shreya. Our next presentation is Raahi Chapla, and she is presenting for Esketamine-induced mania.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. That was a great presentation. I'm going to be discussing a case report. So once it's up, I'll get started.
Do you see it, or do you want to share your screen?
Oh, yeah, I can see it. Yep. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Raahi. I'm a second-year medical student at Cooper Rowan. I worked with Dr. Mathews and Dana Sullivan and Brett Pontelandolfo on this case report. I'm excited to share it with you guys. So, yeah, a little bit of background. Treatment-resistant depression is defined as depression, a major depressive disorder in people who have undergone 2 different trials of antidepressant therapy without an appropriate cessation of symptoms. Approximately 30% of patients diagnosed with major depressive disorder do not end up responding to conventional treatment options. As a result, there's been an effort to look into other various options for people that fall into this category, one of which is esketamine, intranasal esketamine therapy, also known as Spravato. It was approved in 2019 for the use of treatment-resistant depression. Esketamine is the S enantiomer of ketamine and functions as a non-selective, non-competitive antagonist of the NMDA receptor. Common side effects for esketamine include dissociation, nausea, dizziness, vertigo. So in this particular case, I'm going to be talking about mania that was manic-like symptoms that was induced in a patient that was undergoing esketamine therapy. So yeah, the patient was a 53-year-old woman with a past medical history of major depressive disorder, multiple treatment failures, so she had treatment-resistant depression. She had generalized anxiety, PTSD, and suicide ideation. So she presented to the office, and she was a good candidate to start esketamine therapy. She did have a positive history of bipolar disorder on her maternal side. However, she did not have bipolar disorder, and she had never had a diagnosis of any kind of bipolar disorder. So she started the esketamine therapy, and after 5 sessions, she reported her worsening of her depressive symptoms, and after the 5 visits, she had worsening depression. So she started taking Zyprexa, and they discontinued her Seroquel. After 7 sessions, she ended up reporting symptoms including insomnia, restlessness, anxiety, racing thoughts, all manic-like symptoms. These symptoms continued to worsen, and ultimately they decided to terminate her esketamine therapy after 7 sessions. Yeah, so they terminated her esketamine therapy, and they increased her Zyprexa dose and started her on propranolol. Yeah, her manic symptoms continued to persist over the next few weeks. They were trying to manage it in the outpatient setting, but ended up resulting in her having to go to the emergency department due to the worsening of her symptoms. And during that stay, she ended up they found out that she ended up taking like the wrong dosage of some of her medications, and ultimately her manic symptoms just continued to worsen, and she ended up having to check into an inpatient stay. And during that inpatient stay, she received ECT, and ultimately she ended up getting a diagnosis of bipolar disorder. And once she left the inpatient visit, she continued to undergo various medication adjustments, but ultimately she was readmitted to inpatient psychiatric stay due to suicide ideation. Yeah, so this the reason we chose to present this case is because mania is a very rare adverse event in esketamine therapy. Phase 3 trials for Spravato show that it has a less than 0.5% incidence. That's important to note because that's a lower rate of mood switch than patients that are treated with traditional antidepressants. In a previous case report, there was mania induced by ketamine therapy. However, in that case report, the patient had a previous diagnosis of bipolar disorder. Our patient for here was not ever diagnosed with bipolar disorder, but she did have a positive family history for it. Furthermore, it's important to note that treatment-resistant depression can sometimes be misdiagnosed when it's actually bipolar disorder. So that's something important to keep in mind when working with the patient population. There is some data out there that is highlighting the potential efficacy of esketamine for treating bipolar depression. However, more studies need to be done to look into that effect. Our case report highlights the need of a careful evaluation of patient symptoms and a detailed family history to rule out the possibility of patients being misdiagnosed with treatment-resistant depression when they actually have bipolar disorder. Furthermore, patients that are at risk for bipolar disorder, if they're going to undergo esketamine therapy, it should be used under caution, as mania could be a potential adverse event. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Raahi. And also, for any questions in the chat, can you just answer them within the chat itself? Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
You can just do it after, not during. It's okay. Thank you. All right. So our next presenters are Arthi Rameshkumar, Arthi Mehta, and Pranaya Gade. And they will be presenting for ayahuasca as treatment for depression, anxiety, and PTSD, a potential therapy for childhood trauma, a literature review.
Hi, my name is Pranaya Gade. I'm a OMS-I at Rowan-Virtua.
I'm Arthi. I'm also an OMS-I at Rowan-Virtua.
And I'm also Arthi, and I'm an OMS-I at Rowan-Virtua.
So we did our research on ayahuasca as treatment for depression, anxiety, and PTSD, and as a potential therapy for childhood trauma. Ayahuasca is a plant found in South America that has been shown to have psychoactive effects. It is specifically a monoamine that acts on serotonin receptors. In the past, it has been used in healing and spiritual processes, and now there's a focus on using ayahuasca for psychotherapy for multiple mental health illnesses, including patients who fit the DSM-5 criteria for depression, anxiety, and PTSD.
So, as we delve further into the realm of ayahuasca and its potential therapeutic effects, there has been a lot of limitations in the scientific literature that is out there, but the studies that are out have emerged like revealing evidence that ayahuasca has demonstrated significantly lower psychopathology scores, improved cognitive performance, unlocking any repressed traumatic memories, offering exploration into just like the authentic emotional experience and reduced distress, like and an expanded worldview. So we're trying to say that these effects can extend beyond the emotional realm into the psychological realm. And it's really showing the multifaceted approach that ayahuasca can give into it. And I think like these revelations could hold like a critical key for the healing process for disorders that stem from childhood trauma.
So in order to conduct this literature review, we utilized PubMed and Google Scholar for study selections. We specifically selected randomized controlled trials, clinical trials, and case reports between 2010 to 2023. We focused on studies that utilized ayahuasca and evaluated the impact on depression, anxiety, or PTSD. And our preliminary search yielded 24 results, and 10 articles were hand searched after that. Finally, our 12 studies that were used were incorporated into this review. The legalization of ayahuasca, however, for research purposes, has played a barrier in being able to find several reviews. So there is quite a gap in the research aspect of including ayahuasca right now.
So I'll be discussing the results for this presentation. Of the 12 papers we found, 8 studies addressed depression, 6 addressed anxiety, and 2 addressed PTSD with relation to ayahuasca. In over half of these studies, depression and anxiety symptoms significantly improved or were reduced, and this data was collected through self-reported surveys from the participants. Because there could be biases involved, one study evaluated C-reactive protein levels, which is actually a biomarker for depression, and this showed significant correlation with decreased severity of symptoms. 7 of these studies also identified significant increases in positive mood, improved quality of life, and emotional empathy. 2 studies reported therapeutic benefits for patients with PTSD, and this was done by looking at the prevalence of re-experiencing serious adverse life events such as sexual assault, and re-experiencing these events had the possibility to promote healing, and those who recollected them reported decreased symptoms following ceremonies and 3 months at follow-up. One article reviewed case reports in military veterans with PTSD, and although this wasn't our sample population of interest, the article underscored a gap and the benefits of using ayahuasca to address chronic trauma. Nausea and vomiting were reported as adverse events in participants in 4 of these studies.
So overall, our journey into the therapeutic potential of ayahuasca has been like guided by the diverse methods that Pranay explained earlier. But for us to like better understand, we need to definitely include like more rigorous clinical trials that give us insight into the safety and efficacy, but also like give us understanding of the risk to benefit ratio of implementing ayahuasca as a treatment option. And adding in like longitudinal studies are like critical for assessing the long-term effects and sustainability of ayahuasca itself in order to get a comprehensive view of what's going on. And from doing this, it will just give us greater insight into the psychological dimension of things so we can analyze depression, PTSD, anxiety, bipolar disorder, suicidal tendencies, and just like the entire holistic approach of what ayahuasca could do. And outside of just quantitative research, even including qualitative research like interviews or ethnographic studies, just like gives us a better understanding of the subjective experience and the cultural like background of the individual. And these approaches give us like a wider picture on how the effects of childhood trauma can manifest and what we could do to resolve it in the future. And definitely we need to have further research on like the brain's neural adaptation when using ayahuasca and understanding the safety and efficacy, especially with like the dosage of it when conventional treatments are unsuccessful.
All right, thank you so much, guys. And if there's any questions in the chat, please answer them afterwards. Our next presentation is by Madeline and Tinya. It is a literary review of psilocybin's use for anxiety disorders.
Everyone. So yes, my my presentation is on psilocybin's use for anxiety disorders. So for my research, I had looked into several types of anxiety disorders, including PTSD, just generalized anxiety disorder, and had done a literary review on that. But since there was such like a huge breadth of like information on that, today I decided to focus on just the studies that were related to life-ending disease and the use of psilocybin and treatment for that. So I just wanted to focus on a couple of studies that had been done on that. So we had looked at the first study, which was done in 2010, and it was a double-blind placebo-controlled study. And in this one, it was a limited study with 12 subjects that had like advanced stage cancer, and it also had like comorbid diagnoses of acute stress disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and anxiety disorder due to cancer. And what they had done was they had done a double-blind placebo-controlled study, and they examined the efficacy of psilocybin in the treatment of the psychological distress associated with the existential crisis of terminal disease. So of these 12 subjects, 11 of them were women, and what they had done is they kind of looked at the dose of each subject that they were given, and then they were given one dose, and then in 4 months they were assessed after that. Unfortunately, as the study went on, of course, the patients, because of the nature of their disease, that was hard to follow up. But each patient was looked at and given a scale, and they used the BDI and STI for the psychometric scales to kind of associate the symptoms of anxiety to see whether or not it was improving with each dose of psilocybin. And so what they found with that study was that, one, it was a very limited study. Two, that unfortunately it was a small study, but they did find that with each dose that each patient was seeing a decrease in their symptoms of anxiety. The next study that I looked at was anxiety related to life-ending disease, study number 2. This one was actually in 51 cancer patients. This one was another double-blind crossover trial. They were given small doses, a small dose and then a large dose to see what had a greater effect. And then they were given a 6-month follow-up period. After that, they were basically given a scale to see whether or not there was any kind of improvement in quality of life, life meaning, or optimism. With that, they were found that about 80% of the subjects showed significant improvement in depressed mood and anxiety. And so they were finding that patients were experiencing a reduction in their symptoms. Overall, for the safety and limitations of this, I'd say that it's limited in how many subjects were able to be given these trials. Number one, not every patient is endorsing the anxiety with this life-ending disease. But number two, not every patient is willing to want to try to explore the use of psilocybin. So that kind of limits how many patients are able to go into these research studies. Also was skewed to largely older patients and also largely women. However, I would say in conclusion, the research showed a large reduction in symptoms of anxiety for the patients, as well as kind of just like an optimistic overlook overall for the use of psilocybin for patients, as they were definitely a lot more optimistic and a lot more, just a lot better quality of life towards the end.
Thank you so much, Madeline. And for our next presentation, 1 second. It is Dr. Darshini Shah, and she'll be discussing the cannabis-induced psychosis versus post-ictal acute psychosis, a differential in a case of bipolar I disorder.
Hello everyone, I'm Darshini Shah. I hope you can see my screen. Yeah, so my topic was cannabis-induced psychosis versus post-ictal acute psychosis, differential in a case of bipolar I disorder. I'm Darshini Shah. I've graduated medical school from India. Okay, so I would just like to give a brief about bipolar disorder, as we all know that it is a bridge between psychotic and depressive symptoms. And these are just the few symptoms which I've mentioned over here. And for bipolar I disorder, the minimum criteria is to at least have one manic episode, which can or cannot be followed by depressive episodes. Now, dissecting more about the bipolar I disorder, that in the types of episode, as I said, it could be mania, or mania could be followed by a major depressive disorder. Then severity could vary. Remission could be partial remission or full remission. Then there are rapid cyclers who, over a span of 12 months, they have at least 4 episodes, and there are specifiers. So I would like to go ahead and discuss more about specifiers. So after the diagnosis of bipolar I disorder, if there are some additional symptoms, so DSM-5 has given a term, like DSM has given a term called specifiers. That is, we add with psychotic features. So when there are delusions or hallucinations present, along with the criteria of bipolar I disorder, they can be classified as mood congruent. That is, these features are in line with the manic episode theme, and if it is incongruent, they are not in line. But first of all, before diagnosing any patient, we need to rule out the medical causes as well as psychiatric causes. So medical causes could be delirium, dementia, epilepsy, and psychiatric causes could be schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorders. So I would like to begin with my case. So there was a 26-year-old African American male who presented to the emergency department with acute psychotic episode. He had a past medical history of bipolar I disorder and childhood onset seizures. Upon further collateral information, the mother specified that he was never he was never taking medications for childhood onset seizure. He just took it for like a couple of years and stopped it when he was 7 years old. Toxicology report was carried out and it came positive for cannabis, and he had been consuming that since he was in high school. So initially, the patient's mood was stabilized by the valproic sodium 500 and risperidone. Based on collateral information from his mother and his girlfriend, it was found that he had acquired cannabis from streets. And during that episode, he was aggressive towards his girlfriend. He stormed out of her home, stole his mother's car, and actually met with an accident. So after patient stabilization, he was asked that what brought him to the hospital, and he could not recollect much things. He just said that he was using cannabis with his girlfriend, and he just remembers that he was hearing some voices, and he felt threatened by those, and he started like driving the car, and he started he became paralyzed and he could not move his limbs. So after this incident, the exact diagnosis was not we were not able to establish the diagnosis, but the patient improved over a period of days and was discharged on the same medications. After 3 weeks, he again presented into the emergency department. His mother brought him with paranoid symptoms, disorganized thought process, and delusions of grandiosity. So after that, again, urine toxicology was done, and this time it came negative. And valproic acid levels were done, which were actually below the therapeutic range. And when mother was asked about the information, she said that the patient had been throwing away his medications. So he was counseled how the medications were important, and how the bipolar I disorder sometimes interferes with his competency in taking the medications. So he was suggested with an extended release injection, which he agreed on. So in the discussion part of this case, first of all, bipolar I disorder with psychotic episode reflects the severity of the disease and suggests a poor prognostic indicator. The usual treatment is antipsychotic drugs, antidepressants, or mood stabilizers, and sometimes ECT is also used. According to Cerullo, he mentioned that like there's a tendency in bipolar I disorder to use substance, and he found out in his study that there was like 19.7% of cannabis abuse, and also his result was that cannabis use can precipitate psychotic symptoms as well as bipolar disorders. In another study, Kenner stated that a postictal psychosis can be misidentified as fear or confusion, which can lead to aggressive behavior. So we had these two differential diagnoses because the patient was non-compliant to the medications. It could be postictal psychosis as well, and it could be cannabis-induced as well. But we concluded that because there was the second episode showed that the patient developed psychotic symptoms even in the absence of substance use and when the valproic acid levels were below the therapeutic range. So, based on the case report, we found out that there are in fact three specific features which we can look in such patients. That is post-ictal confusion, history of seizures, and absence of substance use in such patients in order to rule out the differential diagnosis. This case report also shines light on the non-compliance of medications in patients with psychiatric disorders, which can be managed by the extended release injections. These were the references which I used. Thank you. And if anybody has any questions.
I guess no questions. All right, thank you so much, Darshini, and especially thank you for presenting from India because I know it's midnight over there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yue Chen, and they'll be discussing silk tree from Asia. They're investigating Albizia julbrizin and its antidepressive and other therapeutic effect.
Hello, everyone. Just making sure that I can be heard. So can anybody see my screen? Yes, nodding. Awesome. I'm gonna move myself. So, oops, I'm so sorry. Can I close this window? Is it okay? Am I allowed? I'm gonna put this here. Okay, so hello everyone. Again, my name is Yue Chen. I'm a second-year medical student from Rowan. I'm presenting silk tree from Asia, investigating this specific herb or tree called Albizia julbrizin. I'm investigating its antidepressive and other therapeutic effects. So basically, in simple English words, what is it, what does it do, and why does it do so? Before we start, we want to introduce this background. So what is it? So it is called silk tree or mimosa tree, depending on the region or country you're from. In my culture, the name is Hehuan, which means just happy, and basically is a happy couple in bed. Some say it's native from Asia, some say it's native from China, some say it's native to Korean or some other countries, but it is native from Asia. It is introduced into US in 1745. However, it is cultivated in the US primarily just as an ornamental tree because it's fragrant, because it's flowers. However, this tree is considered invasive in multiple states, including North Carolina, Florida, and other parts of southeastern United States. So basically, it is not used as a herb. So why? Let me move myself here. Why are we investigating Albizia julbrizin then? Because it is considered in some of the country or regions part of Eastern traditional medicine or herbalism. So basically, it has a long history of being utilized as a supplement. For example, in my country and also in Taiwan and Korea, Albizia julbrizin has been empirically used in clinical practice to treat mainly insomnia and depression and anxiety. especially in my personal experience, is mainly to use for depression and anxiety. So in some countries or regions that utilize herbal medicine can be their population's preferred method of treatment, and sometimes for other countries or regions, herbs can be used as adjunct therapy to conventional pharmaceuticals. So there's a huge research need in this field of herbal medicine because there's a potential health benefit, enormous size of the market. So again, let me move myself here. So when we think of Albizu Juliebrisen, after a brief introduction of that, the first thing I can think of as a medical student is St. John's wort, because it is also a Eastern herb that is first taught in medical school, and second is also empirically used for similar antidepressive effects. So right now I did a search on PubMed, and unfortunately only one study was found using the Albizu Juliebrisen or St. John's wort as keywords. So this is a radio-labeled protein binding assay for a complex formation responsible for membrane fusion and neurotransmitter release. This is used to screen herbal extract for both Albizu Juliebrisen and St. John's wort, used to treat depression, anxiety, and stress. So for St. John's wort, the extract was found to have non-specific effect via protein complexation, while Albizu Juliebrisen was found to reduce the level of core complex formation. So by affecting that, the study basically says the psychoactive effects of affecting neurotransmitter release of natural herbal products at a molecular level. This is the conclusion of the study. So let's dive into the main thing. The molecular basis and mechanism of the action of Albizu Juliebrisen as an antidepressant and anxiolytic drug. Again, let me move myself here. So first, there's one study identified a compound, a lignin glycoside. Basically, it's a fiber-associated compound found in plants from the Albizu Juliebrisen. We call it SAG. This study calls it SAG, that inhibited dopamine, norepinephrine, and 5-HT, which is serotonin, with a mechanism of action different from that of the conventional antidepressants. So basically, utilizing a model of a human dopamine transporter and human norepinephrine transporter, a molecular docking of the SAG to all three human monoamine transporters results in SAG binding to an allosteric site. So it's a different from the action binding site, connected to the central site in the transporters. Mutagenesis of the residues in both the allosteric and orthosteric sites biochemically validate the SAG binding in all three transporters. So what does it do? SAG stabilizes a conformation of a serotonin transporter with both the extracellular and cytoplasmic pathways closed. So the conclusion of this study was SAG could become a lead compound for the development of a new therapeutic agent with a novel mechanism of action. So the conclusion is Albizu Juliebrisen could potentially be used as antidepressant and anti-anxiety drug, given that SAG has some effects. So the next study was also a similar compound, also from Albizu Juliebrisen, non-competitively inhibits serotonin transporter, which also corresponds and basically agrees to the conclusion that last study just had. So this study do a little bit different. Identify two lignin glycosides. Remember, it is a fiber-associated compound from Albizu Juliebrisen that inhibits serotonin transporter non-competitively. And as we all know, non-competitively means it decreases the Vmax but doesn't change for Km compared to competitive transporter. Well, change for Km. For its fluorescence substrate. The treatment with the isolated lignin glycosides did not alter total and cell surface expression level of the transporter protein. The two compounds decreased the accessibility of the cysteine residues placed in the extracellular substrate permeation pathway by inducing a conformational shift toward an outward closed state of the serotonin transporter. Again, this corresponds to the non-competitive transporter stage of this lignin glycosides. So the conclusion was that these compounds act on the serotonin transporter by a novel underlying mechanism of action different from that of the conventional antidepressant drugs. So the next one, I get myself. This is a review study, so not original studies, about Albizu Juliebrisen and depression treatment and clinical application of its formulae. So the total extract of the bioactive constitution of albezojulibrasine exerted antidepressant-like responses in animal models, providing the molecular basis of the mechanism of actions. This is the background of the study. Some representative albezojulibrasine formula have been shown to be compatible with conventional antidepressant in clinical practice. So the conclusion, although I only put some of the conclusions here, clinical studies demonstrated a faster onset, shorter course of treatment, lower rate of relapse, and better therapeutic efficacy without increased adverse effects. Again, this is the words from the studies. When we dive into that, we certainly could find some improvement of the wording. An aqueous extract had been demonstrated to produce antidepressant-like effects on a CAMP signaling cascade in distressed rat models and subsequently to attenuate behavior abnormalities. So after discussing the antidepressant effect, now we are discussing the potential anti-anxiety effect of the albezojulibrasine. So here's one study that utilized a saponin-containing compound isolated from albezojulibrasine. They are investigating the putative anxiolytic, so anti-anxiety effect, using the elevated plasmate EPM in mice. So this compound showed anxiolytic-like effects in the EPM test. The effects were blocked by a couple of drugs and induced alterations in serotonin and GABA receptors in the mouse brain. So the result is that this compound called julibroside C1 shows anxiolytic-like effects, which might be mediated by serotonin and GABA benzo receptor systems. Then here is one study that I found is very interesting. It is nothing to do with antidepressant or anti-anxiety. It is investigating anti-obesity effect. So for weight losing. So this study investigated the effect of albezojulibrasine leaf extracts on adipocytes. So they found that the leaf extracts inhibit adipogenesis by reducing the expression of peroxisome proliferator activated receptor, gamma, and this binding proteins that regulate enzymes involved in fat synthesis and storage. And subsequently, it reduced the intracellular lipid droplets, glycerol 3-phosphate dehydrogenase, and triglycerides. This leaf extracts also increased the expression of multiple brown adipocyte markers by inducing the differentiation of brown adipocytes, as shown by a decrease in the lipid droplet size and increasing mitochondrial mass. So the conclusion of this study was that the ability of the leaf extracts to inhibit adipogenesis and induce brown adipocyte differentiation might be help treat obesity and related disease. And thank you so much. That is it. Let me stop sharing. Okay.
Thank you so much, Yui. Any questions?
I'm happy to answer any questions if there is any. Thank you so
much. And for all the students, thank you so much. We're really grateful you guys applied to present, for all the hard work you put into these presentations. If you're a student and you would like to apply or are interested in speaking next year or presenting, please keep an eye out for our email in the fall for when submissions open. Lastly, please fill out the attendance form for this session, and we're just gonna have a short break until 2:05, okay? Thank you again, guys. Hi, everyone. In regards to Siddhar's presentation, he'll actually be presenting at the end of the day at 4:30, and that's pretty much it. Handing it off to Jason.
All right, so welcome back, guys. So next up we have Victor Pablo Acero. Victor is a 6th-year bioengineering PhD at the University of Pennsylvania in the Cullen Lab, which is affiliated with the Center of Neurotrauma, Neurodegeneration, and Restoration at the CMJC Veterans Hospital and UPenn Center for Brain Injury and Repair. Victor is also the co-founder and associate director for the Penn Psychedelics Collaborative, which is a multi-school consortium for faculty, researchers, clinicians, and graduate students who are dedicated to research, education, and community engagement in the psychedelic field. In addition to this, he is also the co-founder and advisor for the Intercollegiate Psychedelics Network, which is a nonprofit organization developing students into the next generation of diverse and interdisciplinary leaders in the psychedelic ecosystem. Welcome, Victor. You have the floor.
Hey, thank you. All right, let me just share my screen. Yeah, thanks for the introduction. So, yeah, I'm excited to talk to you all today about psychedelics as holistic therapeutics for chronic traumatic brain injury. This will be a review of the possible mechanisms by which I think this could be the case and the future outlooks for this sort of research. So, first, I want to overview what the public health burden for brain injuries are. There's about 1.7 to 3.8 million cases of TBI in the U.S. every year. 5.3 million people are living with a permanent TBI-related disability, and it's one of the most prevalent causes of death amongst adults under 45 years old of age, as well as one of the highest causes of long-term disability. And different groups have different propensities and vulnerabilities to TBIs and different kinds of injuries, like veterans, athletes in different sports. But overall, most of the cases are mild, which with a mild case, you're not going to the hospital, you're not losing consciousness for any extended period of time, and as such, it's likely something that's very underdiagnosed, and the full scope of how common brain injuries are and exactly how they affect people in the long term and in day-to-day life is probably underestimated. Now, as I was saying today, I want to talk about psychedelics as a holistic therapeutic. And when I say holistic, it means it's something that'll interact with the domains of the body, mind, and spirit. And even though in this presentation I'm going to talk about things generally a little bit separated, I want to be clear that there is no clean delineation between these. Improvement or injury in one of these domains mediates effects across that entire system. That is holistic health. That being said, I'm going to start off with the mind. So there's a lot of psychiatric comorbidities with traumatic brain injury, like anxiety and PTSD, addiction, depression, and overall right now the strategy for that is psychiatric medications that you would use for these conditions with somebody who doesn't have a brain injury. And there's a lot of desire for that. They're not as efficacious. It's more complicated to use these. And as we may have heard already in a lot of other talks here and at other conferences, and keeping up with the literature, psychedelics are very commonly used or being studied for these sorts of indications, like addiction, whether it's smoke cessation, and naturalistic instances of psychedelic use also decrease substance use disorder for individuals. FDA has given the breakthrough therapy designation for Psilocybin, and we all know all the work with MDMA for PTSD. So psychedelics are very able to address this component of TBI. Then going on to the spirit, to really give you a sense of what a TBI survivor has to deal with, I want to read this quote by one. So, where am I? The trek in search of an enigma is bizarre and hollow. At what that point will I finally return or find who I was? I cannot. Pain and fear and hopelessness are my companions now, forever now. So from this quote, you can realize that existential issues of meaning and purpose become paramount when dealing with, figuring out how to really help somebody with TBI. There's a sense of helplessness. Nothing will change what you're dealing with now. But at the same time, there's a lot of evidence showing that, long-term outcomes and well-being are really associated with spiritual well-being. Spiritual well-being really being described as something where there's a connectedness to a higher power, that comes along with this radical acceptance or relinquishing of control. Instead of saying, I can't do anything, I'm not going to get better, it is, I might as well try something because, what do I have to lose? I'm just going to give it my best. And if this is as good as it gets, then that's fine. And that's just what it is. That really has a huge impact on your care and how you recover. But as I was just saying, the lived experience of somebody with TBI really lends itself to issues of depression, anxiety, addiction, and all these other disturbances because of existential grief and hopelessness. So even though there is, and this is kind of the holistic angle here, even though there's all these psychiatric conditions, it's not really detached from these spiritual circumstances either. And psychedelics, though, seem to be very useful for that sort of existential grief and hopelessness, as we've seen in patients with life-threatening cancer. It seems to be very effective at improving their psychiatric well-being. Psychedelic can support meaning making and help facilitate spiritual experiences reliably and help give you that radical acceptance, which can then lead to physiological benefits because you're sleeping better, you're eating better, and it reinvigorates your motivation to adhere to assigned rehab and therapy rather than just throwing in the towel. But now I'm going to talk about the body, and for most of this talk, focus on the body because we already have learned a lot about psychedelics in these two other domains. But within the body, TBI is a very multifaceted pathophysiology. There's not one thing going wrong. There are multiple pieces to this puzzle, from all the way from neuronal damage to a damage in your microvasculature. And there's also a lot of patient-patient heterogeneity. No two TBIs are the same. Depends on your age, your sex, your whether it's your first one, fourth TBI, what kind of an injury it was, existing comorbidities. So much goes into this. And because of this multifaceted pathophysiology, the heterogeneity, it means that over the last 30 years, over 40 drugs have failed in clinical trials. And so right now, therapy is the gold standard treatment for all of these issues associated with TBI. Now, for the rest of this talk, we're going to go into three things. One, understanding the neuropathology of chronic TBI, how psychedelics can be useful to treat TBI, especially on that body component, and what are the next steps and future outlooks for this work. So starting with understanding neuropathology, a brain injury has this acute phase where your head, which you can think of your brain as a bunch of jelly. Most injuries don't crack your skull open, nothing penetrates. You're getting these closed head rotational injuries where your brain slushes and deforms and stretches, and that's the injury itself, which can cause neuronal loss, but also can damage your microvasculatures. And when you have that, that means there's less blood, it means less oxygen, less nutrients, more neuronal loss, disruption in how your brain fundamentally is able to work and fire, etc. And there's also diffuse axonal injury. All these long wires connecting areas of your brain are getting sheared and stressed and damaged. So now there's disconnectivity between your brain regions, and that has consequences as well. And there's also neuronal membrane tearing and throughout all of this. And what that can mean is, so you have your cell here on the right, your neuron, it rips open because of the forces, intracellular contents go out. These cells in the brain, which right now you can just think of them as cells that are really important in regulating immune processes in your brain, astrocytes and microglia, they become activated or pro-inflammatory. After that, they start producing inflammatory compounds, oxidative compounds, and digestive enzymes. Interestingly enough, all this also further activates other astrocytes and microglia as well. And things like digestive enzymes can also digest the things that keep your blood-brain barrier, the vasculature inside of your brain, being so hard for things to go out into the brain space. Well, now it's easy for things. So blood proteins start spilling into your brain. All these things that are not supposed to be there get into your brain. Things like the inflammatory compounds increase the expression of cell adhesion receptors, which means that all these immune cells flowing through the brain can stick to these cells and squeeze into your brain. And that overall just means you have a leaky brain, more blood-brain barrier permeability. And so you end up getting this positive feedback loop where this inflammation never resolves. It has its place acutely, but if it never goes away, then you're just going to get worse and worse and worse. And that's ultimately what you see happen. In the first days and weeks, your symptoms may manifest. Your recovery takes a few weeks to a few months. Then it plateaus. You stop getting that much better. You see, diminishing returns, and then your symptoms can worsen, and it can sometimes be referred to as enhanced aging. So how does psychedelics help here? So I'm going to think, let's say something like ayahuasca, serotonergic psychedelic. I think they can improve recovery in a lot of ways. One of them is raising the potential for recovery. How good can you get? This is already happening in people with TBI through plasticity. So what that means is after you have your injury, you can see here like a thought is very efficient. It goes to where it needs to go. But after brain injury, your brain does have plasticity, but now it needs to use a lot more brain, a bit more diffuse network to get the same thing done. Subjectively, that feels like having to strain your mind harder to do the same thing you used to do super easily, whether it's math, remembering things, having a conversation. But psychedelics promote plasticity at the structural level. So potentially with psychedelics, you could have a psychedelic-assisted recovery that just allows for those natural plasticity mechanisms to be enhanced, and hence you have a higher potential for recovery than you would otherwise. Next, it can attenuate elements of what I was just describing, which is the chronic neuropathology, that inflammation, and all these consequences of that inflammation. And if you can do that, then that means you can either slow the progression of TBI or halt the progression of TBI, which is also really important. Because again, this is a chronic disorder, not just something that happens and it's done in a week or a month, and you're back to normal. So within that, let's again focusing just on serotonergic psychedelics. You can imagine these things bind to the 5-HT receptor. So through some weird direct pathways, it seems to activate a TRKB receptor. That triggers neuroprotective and plasticity pathways. We've seen that just activating this receptor in a TBI model has a lot of beneficial effects in improving recovery, reducing the extent of injury. But now let's say there's inflammatory compounds that bind these receptors, your cells start to go, have these inflammatory responses. Well, it does that because these inflammatory compounds happen to make this transcription factor called NF-kappa B move into the nucleus. It starts now changing how your cell responds. So if depending on what cell this is happening in, different things happen. If it's in your cells of your vasculature, it'll increase cell adhesion molecule expression that allows immune cells to stick to it and squeeze into the brain. If it's in your glial cells, like astrocytes or microglia, it'll activate that pro-inflammatory phenotype. And if it happens in a neuron, it could kill your neuron or trigger axonal degeneration and thus trigger disconnectivity in the brain. But somehow psychedelics seem to be able to inhibit that translocation process. And if it can do so, then it may be able to have positive effects across all of these different cell types, thus improving blood-brain barrier permeability, reducing your overactive immune system through calming down astrocytes and microglia, and also reduce neuronal loss and degeneration. And there's not really a lot of this done so far on studies, but there is some evidence psilocybin and DMT can attenuate microglial activation in vitro through this sort of mechanism. And DOI, which is another serotonergic psychedelic, has been shown to really be effective at that, inhibiting that translocation of this transcription factor. So overall, these are some of the ways that I think this could happen, but we need models to really study and confirm these mechanisms, because at this point, it's just conjecture, it's a hypothesis. So what are the next steps and future outlooks for this kind of work? So I want to break that up first into like 3 mini sections. First, the public health imperative. So psychedelic use by the population, TBI population, is going to happen in and out of the clinic. And I think that's really important to emphasize. There's one study that showed that for veterans and service members with a history of TBI, the main issue that, inhibiting them from undergoing therapy was transportation and finances, these logistical issues. The more they learned about what this was and what psychedelic assisted therapy was, how it worked, etc., they looked at it better and they were more interested in actually participating. But it's too inconvenient, it's too out of their reach to even afford it. And when you have that in combination with famous athletes like Mike Tyson, Riley Cote, a bunch of veterans, like veterans-focused organizations talking about how this is transforming their lives, then what you're going to end up having is psychedelic use by TBI survivors, most likely outside of the clinical setting. I do not see that most TBI people are going to be going to the clinic for this, which means we need to keep that in mind when we're developing protocols, when we're designing studies. It emphasizes that we need to not pretend all this work is going to lead to a therapeutic that will be used predominantly in a clinical setting. That being said, I also do think we're jumping the gun on clinical trials. Right now, there's a lot of trials being planned and recruited, but there's not a focus. There's only a focus on psychiatric outcomes, not the core pathology, all these neuronal and blood-brain barrier processes that I was describing earlier. So one company, for example, that I don't think is around anymore, but Wasana Health was giving talks, a lot of talks at conferences like this and et cetera, on TBI-associated MDD and saying how they're trying to treat TBI itself, but they never measure anything other than depression ratings. And their thing was psilocin CBD oral administration, something they patented. I think it's a little interesting to try to patent mushrooms in the joint, but they were only looking at these psychiatric outcomes. So the efficacy of psychedelics in these things should be the same no matter what. The only thing that's different here is the neuropathology of the TBI that might interfere with the efficacy of the treatment. But if you're not looking at, if we don't know how psychedelics affect the pathology of TBI and you're not even looking at that, then whether the trial goes well or bad, you won't have any idea on like why it worked or if it even actually affected the TBI itself or just the psychiatric outcomes of that. So we need preclinical studies to help us inform like what to do. Preclinical studies where we can figure out what dose makes sense, what drug even is hypothetically could be the most effective, what frequency of dosing, once a day, once a week, monthly, yearly, right after injury, preemptively before injury, is it okay to do it a year after injury? All these questions we can at least get some general answers with preclinical research rather than jumping into super expensive trials where we have no clue where to even begin. And I think we can be evidence-driven and survivor-centered with this. That to me means focusing on the in silico, the in vitro, the animal study with small, large animals, clinical work, all of this working together to develop a therapeutic protocol while doing survey studies and naturalistic studies and observational studies so that they can inform this whole process. And that also allows us to see things outside of the clinic where most likely they will be happening anyways. So I think this is really how we should approach this research. I also want to say, if you want to learn more about this, because this is a very quick overview, check out this review article I wrote. It's Bedside to Bench, the outlook for psychedelic research. We talk in much more depth about all these different ways that psychedelics would be useful for TBI and the animal models and preclinical models that are necessary to inform future clinical work. So overall, TBI is very multifaceted. There's no treatment. Psychedelics are holistic therapeutic. They could be useful by elevating the extent of recovery and halting the progression of chronic TBI. And clinical research right now is not really based on robust evidence, because we don't have any evidence preclinically to say what could work and how and why. Rather, trying to just grab a patent, whether it's psilocin and CBD or magnesium with ibogaine. There's no evidence-driven like grounded work happening right now. So we need to prioritize this preclinical research while centering survivors through survey studies, observational studies, and naturalistic setting studies. And overall, I'd like to just acknowledge my lab here at the university, the Cullen Lab, as well as the Penn Psychedelics Collaborative and all my colleagues there, and the Intercollegiate Psychedelics Network for their support with this work at different stages. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Victor. Really enjoyed your presentation. We do have a couple questions for you from our attendees. The first one was on measuring psychiatric outcomes versus measuring core neuropathology. Is this perhaps because measuring psych outcomes is easier / cheaper?
Yeah, yes. There's a few reasons. So one, some of these studies are looking at people with like mild brain injuries. Like I think the magnesium ibogaine one was almost everyone there just had mild injuries, and with a mild injury, you don't really have a gross neuropathological change. You can see a major lesion or like huge axonal like damage, and so you probably wouldn't see anything there. But you are like biomarkers for like general like systemic inflammation. There's like some cerebral spinal fluid like stuff you could do. So, but even that's like not ideal. Like not necessarily super informative. We're still really starting to like figure out what markers could be useful. So partially we're looking at it because the populations that we're working with in these planned trials don't have severe structural issues. It is easier and cheaper than doing fMRIs and all these like biomarkers, which are still really experimental. But that's also why the preclinical work is important, because you can slice open the animal's brain and at least know with certainty psilocin can affect axonal degeneration. If we can show that in vitro, then we can hypothesize when we see these changes in people that maybe that's what's happening here. But if we don't even know that it can even hypothetically address these neuropathologies like structurally, then when we see these changes in humans, we can at least just rest. Sure, we're probably just treating the psychiatric issues rather than presenting it as a TBI treatment, because I feel that's almost like these cancer trials presenting psychedelics as like an anti-carcinogenic compound, where it's not. It's just treating psychiatric conditions, and that's valuable, but it's not the same as a drug, as a cancer drug.
All right, thank you so much. I think that answers the question. So one more question. What kind of TBI-induced neuropsychiatric symptoms do you believe psychedelic-assisted therapy may be able to assist?
I think, psychedelics right now seem to have this like transdiagnostic efficacy, like in depression, addiction, PTSD. Oftentimes these things are really like interconnected within themselves, with each other as well. So I think they should be just as efficacious on all of these as they are with non-TBI patients. But I would assume PTSD is probably going to be PTSD is one of the more common, and anxiety symptoms are one of the most common things. So I'd be curious to see how efficacious it is with that. There are also like a lot of visual disturbances associated with TBI as well. So I think that'd be an interesting like non-psychiatric, but also non-like intensely like neurobiological, where you need like a huge fMRI screen or something. That'd be an interesting measure to look at if we want to see improvements in TBI people, is changes in visual disturbances.
All right, thank you so much. So thank you again for your presentation. Anybody in the attendees section, you can ask more questions to Dr. Acero directly during our last session of the day, which will be our trainee panel. Again, please fill out our attendance form for this session. We'll drop it in the chat once again. And next up, we have our panelist Portia to introduce our next presentation.
Hi everyone. So up next we have Dr. Logan Noon, who developed his passion for interventional psychiatry during his psychiatry residency. While he is focused on using psychotherapy techniques for his patients, he strongly feels that interventional psychiatry, specifically psychedelic medicine modalities, will revolutionize psychiatry. Logan is currently a Future Leaders Fellow with the American Psychiatric Association, focusing on advocating for improved quality care. He also hosts 2 podcasts, The Psych Guys and Talk Mental Health with Dr. Logan Noon. He has also written a mental health children's book, We All Have Something. Take it away, Dr. Noon.
Can you guys see my presentation? Okay, wonderful. Yeah, thank you for the introduction. My name is Dr. Noon. I'm a third-year psych resident here at Rowan. I'm super excited to be here with you guys today. So really, my presentation is all about how prescribers of antidepressants need to be able to engage in conversations about psilocybin with their patients. And that's because perhaps our patients who are on antidepressants are going to be intrigued to maybe try these chemicals. And it's also possible that the medications themselves can interact with the psilocybin, even if they're off of the medicine, interestingly. So we'll get to that. So we'll talk also about the safety precautions we want to talk about with our patients. And then, of course, really how we advocate for psilocybin legalization that focuses on patient safety. So we'll go over some legal and cultural landscapes in our society, pharmacology, and then, of course, safety, like I mentioned. So I'm sure if you guys are here, this is not new to you, but psychedelics maybe are new to us in Western culture, but they've been around for a great long time. It really tracks all the way back to the 1500s in the Mesoamerica region for these sacramental and healing contexts. And it was actually very taboo to use them in ways outside of this. And it was really always viewed that these magic mushrooms, in a sense, were viewed as having a divine origin potentially. I want to touch upon how some of the cultural landscapes that we see right now. So on the left-hand side, this is Peter Thiel. So Peter Thiel is a billionaire. He's one of the co-founders of PayPal, one of the first investors in Facebook, and he's one of the first and largest investors in Compass Pathways, one of the leading companies that's promoting synthetic psilocybin at this time and giving it to a lot of these studies. On the right-hand side, this is Andrew Yang. Failed Democratic hopeful a few years ago, but he's also been a big proponent of using psilocybin in therapeutic ways, as well as Rick Perry, he's not on the slide here, but he's the former governor of Texas and former Secretary of Energy. And I really just want to bring this up because this is really a bipartisan support we're seeing for potentially psilocybin use, as well as there's a lot of money around psilocybin use. I'm sure all you guys know who this is, Mr. Michael Pollan. I strongly encourage you to check out his work. And I'm sure this is also allowing a lot of our patients to be intrigued about potentially consuming psilocybin. I want to go over the legal landscape that we see at least domestically here. So psilocybin was decriminalized in Denver and in Oakland way back in 2019. In 2020, psilocybin and mescaline was decriminalized in Washington, D.C., and then also in 2020, Oregon voters approved Measure 109 to create a program for supervised non-therapeutic use of psilocybin. In 2022, Colorado passed Proposition 122 to allow psychedelic businesses to open in 2025. And then very interestingly enough, in October of last year, in 2023, California Governor Gavin Newsom actually vetoed a bill having to do with psychedelics. So he said new opportunities to address mental health through psychedelic medicines. We need to have regulations for the use of these substances. California should immediately begin work to set up regulated treatment guidelines replete with dosing information, therapeutic guidelines, rules to prevent against exploitation during guided treatments, and medical clearance of underlying psychosis. Unfortunately, the bill would decriminalize possession prior to these guidelines going in place, and I cannot sign it. That was a quote that Gavin Newsom gave to the LA Times. Now, on a federal level, the FDA still has psilocybin, of course, listed as a Schedule I molecule, but it has given breakthrough status for treatment-resistant depression and the patent to Compass Pathways, the organization associated with Peter Thiel that I mentioned earlier. So now outside of America, there is some foreign legal access to psilocybin. I'm not really going to get into the specifics here, but in Jamaica and Bahamas and Brazil, there's really this robust psychedelic tourism industry. I think this graph really kind of depicts exactly what I'm talking about really well. Way back in 2011, this was looking at adults between age 19 to 30. The reported use of using hallucinogenic substances in the past year was about 3.5%. Way up to 2021, it's above 8%, and I would imagine it's potentially even higher now. All right, so let's quickly kind of go over the psilocybin pharmacology. Psilocybin is considered a prodrug to psilocin. You guys have heard that many times today. And psilocin is highly lipophilic, meaning it can easily pass through the blood-brain barrier, allowing the patient to feel the subjective effects of the psilocybin. So it really binds to the serotonin 5-HT2A receptor, and this is really what we theorize is possible for the visual cortex being stimulating, having these visual hallucinations, okay? And we know this, or we theorize this, because we can give keratocin, a medication that blocks the 5-HT2A receptors, leading to a reduction of the subjective effects that someone feels under the intoxication of psilocybin. So there's this concept of synesthesia that occurs when someone is under the intoxication of psilocybin. This is kind of what we've heard as like seeing sounds or hearing colors. Subjects have reported seeing melting windows, breathing walls, or spiraling geometric figures crawling across the surface of all objects. This could be related to all the serotonin activity, or really the increased structural connectivity that we see when someone is under the intoxication of psilocybin. Now, as Victor described extremely well earlier, this does lead to neuroplastic changes. I'm not going to really get into any of the details too much in my presentation. I will refer you to the presentation right immediately before mine. I thought it was wonderful. But in short, we theorize this is because of an expression of glutamate as well as brain-derived neurotropic factor that we're seeing a lot of these neuroplastic changes. I want to go over what the default mode network is. So in layman's terms, I kind of like to think of the default mode network as the highway that's going on when our brain is not doing a task, when our brain is not focused on the outside world, when we're daydreaming, mind wandering, self-referencing, or having an autobiographical memory of ourselves. So there is altered connectivity in the default mode network in various mental health conditions. Now, we're not exactly sure how they differentiate from a normal brain, but there's definitely some alterations here that I think are important. So the default mode network, remember, is when the brain is at rest. When you're doing a task, the default mode network, that highway as I described earlier, is not active. So this is kind of a depiction of some of the areas of the brain that we think are connected to the default mode network. I don't really want you to focus on the specifics here, but that these are the areas that are talking to each other, that highway, during that default mode network. This is really the crux of the conversation. So this is a functional magnetic electroencephalogram that's showing in the posterior cingulate cortex, there's a decreased activation in this region. Really, what does this mean? We theorize that this might actually be related to a mind being less constrained, more flexible, or being less egoic. So how does psilocybin really kind of impact the default mode network? As I described earlier, there's changes in the default mode network when someone is under the intoxication of psilocybin. We mostly see this at the medial prefrontal cortex and the posterior cingulate cortex, as I mentioned earlier. There's kind of this increase in global brain connectivity. And very, very interestingly, it's not when someone's just under the intoxication of psilocybin, but we can actually see changes in the default mode network as far as 5 weeks in depressed patients that took psilocybin. So now, what's really going on here? Is it because of the serotonin that we're seeing someone perhaps get better after their psilocybin administration, or is it these changes on the default mode network? The answer is it's probably a little bit of both. I want to talk about this concept of ego dissolution or ego death. I'm sure this is nothing new to all of you. You've heard of this in this whole realm of psychedelics, but what does it really mean? So here's a quote that I like. A lot of individuals describe ego dissolution as the distinctions of which the borders and constraints of their self seem to dissolve. Perhaps this leads to the brain being more dynamic, more flexible. Perhaps someone is able to interpret their subconscious in different ways than they're not under the intoxication of psilocybin. This is why I think it's so important that we really promote that psilocybin is taken in a safe way under the management of a professional. There is this theory that perhaps psilocybin can cause some kind of drug-induced meditation, and here's what I mean by that. So remember what I was talking about earlier, how the default mode network is related to mind wandering. And when someone is under the intoxication of psilocybin, the default mode network is different. This is the same concept that we see when someone actually meditates. So their default mode network is a little bit different than their resting state. And so this can be characterized across not just psilocybin, really all psychedelics, that there can be a hyper awareness of one's internal dispositions and attributes. Let's talk a little bit about psilocybin pharmacology. So this is a graph that I really think just kind of explains all of this really well. When someone takes psilocybin, typically they notice the subjective effects for about 4 to 6 hours. About 20 to 40 minutes after an ingestion of psilocybin, they start to feel some of those subjective effects, with really the peak effects taken around 60 to 90 minutes. Now, most typically at like Johns Hopkins, when they're using psilocybin, they encourage their participants to consume this on a fasting state with just water. And they do this because that there's just more predictable pharmacokinetics. So when we talk to our patients about psilocybin, this is very important. When someone takes whatever dose of the mushroom, they don't exactly know what psilocybin content they're really getting. One of the presentations earlier today mentioned this testing kit that I would think would be extremely important to talk about with our patients, because there can be some variability exactly how much psilocybin is found within the mushroom content, with typically it being around 1%. Now, going back to Compass Pathways, that organization I mentioned about Peter Thiel, the synthetic psilocybin production can produce about a yield of about 75% compared to about 1% with the organic mushroom growth. All right, so this slide is really just full of a whole bunch of science mumbo jumbo. What I want you to focus on, though, is renal excreted. So psilocybin is renally excreted through the kidneys, but what's important here is it's an inactive compound. So if someone actually has renal impairment, their kidneys are not working as well, they do not actually require any kind of dose adjustment. All right, so is psilocybin safe? Really the big question that we need to address with our patients. So typically there's an unattainable lethal dose. There are some cardiac risk factors here. I was actually having a conversation with my friend who he's about to start his cardiology fellowship. What if someone needs to go through like a cardiac clearance before going to see someone like me, a psychiatrist, perhaps for a psychedelic assisted session? I think that this would be important here because the psilocybin can increase their blood pressure as well as their pulse. There has been one case of a cardiac arrest after ingestion of this, but this case actually, this person did have a heart transplant and a lot of complicated heart issues. The most common side effect that we see is nausea and headache that typically can be treated with over-the-counter agents. Now, there's absolutely psychological risk factors that we really need to be aware of and promote with our patients. We've all heard of bad trips, but what exactly does that mean? Potentially suicide ideation, self-harm. This can stimulate psychotic symptoms. And we do need to be aware of hallucinogen persisting perception disorder. And really, in short, these can be flashbacks where someone goes back to what the experience is like, and some of that can actually be benign. Where this becomes a disorder is if it's clinically impairing their functionality in their life, if it's distressing. And it needs to be something that we talk about with our patients and how we can help them if this is something that they experience. Now, we don't know exactly how often this really does happen. It's estimated that it's about 1 in 50,000 users of hallucinogen consumption, but really those stats are not exact by any means. All right. Okay, so a little bit further more about bad trips. This is the one thing we need to be aware to talk about with our patients. And I think Rick Strassman, one of the OGs, and when it comes to psychedelics, right, said it best. Because emotional experience is often intensified under the influence of hallucinogens in unprepared individuals or in uncontrolled situations, any of these effects may lead to erratic and potentially dangerous behavior, including aggression against self or others. So we've started to see this in the news, right? This was a story of, I believe, a 16-year-old girl in Massachusetts who consumed magic mushrooms and then ended up jumping off of a 6-story window. And I'm sure all of you have heard of this individual, Joseph Emerson, who consumed magic mushrooms before his job. Granted, this was about 40 hours before he went to this airplane. He said he had not slept in any of that time, and then he did try to shut off the engines. And he's now being charged with 83 counts of attempted murder. There is some impact on dosing if someone is perhaps more or less likely to experience some kind of bad trip. So granted, this is a small sample size. This is only 69 participants, but this was really defined as a high dose, and about 30% of them had marked periods of anxiety and fear, and roughly about the same amount experienced paranoia. Now, if we compare that with a lower dose, a moderate dose, only about 7% of them experience distressing symptoms. There is the possibility of prolonged psychosis, longer than 48 hours. This is very, very rare, but we need to be able to talk to our patients about this as a possibility to really open up the door to allow that patient to start talking to us prescribers if they are dealing with any of these distressing symptoms. It's very important for our patients to understand that in all of these news that we're seeing, that psilocybin is this wonderful potential molecule that can help with so many conditions. A lot of times, individuals with schizophrenia or any history of psychotic disease, or even family history of psychotic disease, are excluded from these studies because it's possible, and we don't know the stats necessarily around this, that consumption of psilocybin can stimulate some of these psychotic features. So this is actually an image right from Johns Hopkins University, how they conduct a lot of their psychedelic assisted therapy sessions. There's been a great deal of literature about the mindset and setting and their influences on the subjective experience of the psilocybin intoxication. What do I mean by that? If someone's in a bad mind space, it's been correlated that they're more likely to have a bad experience. It's also very important that the setting is safe and something that the person is comfortable with. At Johns Hopkins, they typically always have at least 2 people kind of in supervised sessions, whether that be a psychiatrist or a psychotherapist or some other professional to help out. Now, let's imagine that this person wearing a blindfold is experiencing some bad trips. When someone experiences a bad trip, what these supervisors are encouraged to do is to encourage the participant to surrender to the experience. If they do perhaps have a visualization of something that's distressing, rather than running away from that distressing image, ask, why did it appear? Other tactics that these supervisors use is remind the person that they took a psychoactive component and they will return to a normal state of consciousness after that intoxication period. So most typically, how all these studies work is they encourage the patient to wean off of their SSRI or other antidepressants prior to their intoxication period. Now, reminder, this should be done under the supervision of the prescriber. Someone can, of course, abruptly stop taking their antidepressant, but they're probably going to have some nausea, vomiting, and headache symptoms that can be better tolerated if it's under a safe taper protocol. So why this is important here is psychiatric medications can sometimes increase the subjective effects under that psilocybin intoxication. So chronic TCAs, lithium, and if someone just started taking an SSRI, that can increase their subjective effects. And then also, very interestingly, Haldol. Now, psychiatric medications can also sometimes decrease the subjective effects. If someone's been taking an antidepressant like an SSRI for a long time, as well as MAOIs can also lead to a decrease in the reduction of the subjective effects. Now, what's very interestingly is I want to go over this graph here. So if someone immediately is weaned off of their antidepressant, it takes sometimes a few months before their brain goes back to a normal state of that subjective the subjective experience of psilocybin. And why we think this is, it's not necessarily that psilocybin perhaps interacts with the antidepressant itself, is that the antidepressant produces changes on that brain chemistry that can be noticed for about up to 1 to 3 months after someone is even tapered off of the psilocybin, or off of their antidepressant, excuse me. So with all this talk about antidepressants and psilocybin, we need to address serotonin syndrome. We've actually very rarely seen this in the real world. There's only been 3 cases of serotonin syndrome associated with psilocybin consumption. It was all from this same family in Japan. And interestingly, there's been no cases of serotonin syndrome associated with synthetic psilocybin. Now, the APA really says we really should caution that all treatments be limited to research studies for now. I once again want to come back to this. We really need to be prepared to talk to our patients that if they have any kind of family history of any really psychotic disease, schizophrenia, delusional disorder, schizoaffective disorder, bipolar disorder, might not be the best idea for them to consume psilocybin. We need to remind individuals that they need to have minimized cardiac risk factors, have adequate blood control, and really the importance of mindset and setting. Really, the takeaways of this presentation is we need to be prepared to have these conversations about psilocybin with our patients because it's likely that they're going to be consuming this product, whether it's in the medicinal setting or not. I want to thank you all so much for being here, and I'm truly honored to participate in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Noon. We have a quick question in the chat. What dosage of psilocybin is being given in the trials that you mentioned? What is defined as a safe dose?
Oh man, that's an excellent question. So a lot of the times, like there was just recently a study of Lexapro versus psilocybin, and also the more recent one of psilocybin for alcohol use disorder. Seems like most of the time we've seen these doses being around 25 milligrams. Honestly, what's safe and what's not safe is a difficult question to answer, and I don't know if I really know. I think, imagine someone has no history of any kind of psychotic disease, no history of schizophrenia, no family history of bipolar disorder or anything like that. Is their safe dose the same as someone who does have that kind of family history or risk factors? So I don't have a good answer for you, and I think further research needs to be done.
Awesome, thank you so much. If you don't mind, we'll put the rest of the questions in the chat. But thank you so much, Dr. Noon, for your presentation. If anyone wants to hear more from him, you can follow his podcasts, The Psych Guys, and Talk Mental Health with Dr. Logan Noon, the links for which we will put in the chat. You can also hear more from him at our trainee panel today at 3:30 p.m. Please fill out the attendance form in the chat for this session. Now I'll pass it off to Ayesha for the next presentation.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be introducing my dear friend Priyanka Malhotra to be speaking about creating ceremonial space. Priyanka is an earth-based healer, ceremonialist, and permaculture designer. She works closely with facilitating healing spaces to help create space for folks to move through their healing process. Her work is that of an engineer, a healer, and a designer. She has a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering and has continued her education by attaining her 300-hour, 3-month hands-on permaculture certification from Terry Muir. She's been stewarding medicine space for the past 4 years, working with elders and completing dietas in South America, as well as learning from healers in North America. Priyanka, hello, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ayesha, and thank you so much to the team at Rowan for having me. Do you have my slides or do you want me to pull them up?
If you want to pull them up, that would be great. Otherwise, we can do it for you if you'd prefer that.
Yeah. Share screen. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Can everyone see that?
We can see it.
Yeah, okay. Awesome. Well, hi everyone. My name is Priyanka. I am going to be presenting on creating ceremonial space. And thank you so much for the invitation, Ayesha. And thank you so much to the team at Rowan for having me and for putting together this incredible conference and gathering incredible voices from around the country for really bringing and illuminating a lot of truth and conversation around entheogens, around psychedelics, and around this growing momentum within this work. So really, really, really an honor to be here, and thank you so much. So a little bit about me. Ayesha did introduce me, but I currently live in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. My partner and I live here on our farm. Our farm is called Conscious Acre Farm. And I have a bachelor's in mechanical engineering, which is pretty off from where I work in now, but I really believe that my engineering degree and my work within engineering has played a very significant role in my work now. A problem solving oriented view, also fine attention to detail, all of these things, and really paying attention to nuances has helped me and has continued to help me within my work with plant medicine as a facilitator, and also within my continued studies of medicine work and of medicine. So I have been helping folks for the last 4 years, specifically in ceremonial space, whether that was just talking circles, and now it's moved into very organically working with legal medicines. And when I go down to South America, I do work with ayahuasca, but that's not legal here. But that's primarily my studies are within the realms and work of the traditions around ayahuasca. My Maestro Mauro is, he's a mestizo maestro, and I go and do my dietas with him down in Peru. Within my work as a facilitator right now, I currently work with folks primarily in one-on-one containers, serving rape, cambo, and senanga. I call it the healing trifecta. Rape is a tobacco snuff from the Amazon. Cambo is the secretion of the Phi-Medusa bicolor tree frog from the Amazon that's applied to the skin and brings on purging. And then senanga are eye drops from a shrub that help to reset the nervous system. So all of those medicines, the trifecta is how I serve and work with people now. And I really learned this way, specifically the ways that I've been serving in one-on-one space through my work for about 14 months working with a healing center in upstate New York. I helped to facilitate over 40, I would say, weekend retreats. And within that, my work there, I closely studied the processes of Kambo, helping to serve at least 10 people at a time. And from there, I developed my own practice. So that's just a little bit about my experience within ceremonial containers. Also within the way that I speak and how I share about the medicines, a lot of that is informed from my personal experiences with medicine and also within my observation and work of going down into the Amazon and learning from the indigenous down there. And it's really an honor to be able to do this work. I'm going to be doing another dieta in June. Alrighty, so let's get into it. So the pillars of ceremony. Ceremony starts when a participant says yes. So when someone says yes to an experience of working with any sort of medicine, right? That is when their journey begins. They've mentally prepared, they've listened to themselves, and they've given a full yes. So that's when ceremony starts. And that is when we really need to start holding whoever we're going to be working with within answering any of their questions and really being present with them and providing them with as much education possible around what they are going to be communing with, what these substances are. Also give them a lot of background about the facilitator. So I give every single individual that I work with a very deep background on who I am, who I've worked with, how many people I've served, what I've seen. And so I really thoroughly educate each and every person that comes to see me in prior calls. So that's how I begin. I also send very extensive preparations, information in terms of deeper education about the medicines and also how they are to prepare. So oftentimes, especially within my work with gumbo, my gumbo clients, I have them observe a dieta. So I have them just become more intentional around how they're spending their time, how they're spending their energy. I encourage them to start going on walks, to start meditating, to start really being mindful about their meals, making sure that they're eating enough and that they're drinking enough water. So all of that is encouraged as a preparation state so that the individual is in a healthy place when they come to see you. And now when they come to see you, safety is key. And I really hold a very gentle and soft approach within my medicine space. So I don't ever rush anybody. I always explain each and everything thoroughly as I'm moving through ceremony. And that ensures safety. We are telling people everything that they need to the best of our ability. We're telling them everything that they need to know to really be confident in their experience, where they're accepting another substance, another molecule, another medicine, whether it's in the form of ingestion, whether it's in the form of application, whether it's in the form of receiving it in a snuff or as in your eyes. Like, you're, as a facilitator, you're applying and giving somebody a substance that they have never experienced before. So it's very important to continue that education that started in the preparation through your process of facilitating space. And that really is thorough explanation of each and every process, and also consent through each and every action in the space. So that brings me into the next pillar, which is trauma-informed facilitation. I'm going to touch on this more, but within trauma-informed facilitation, a very, very big thing to keep at the center is choice. So trauma begins when choice is taken away from someone. And my dear friend and colleague, mentor, Cheval Rose, really helped to instill these teachings in me. So I thank her for passing this wisdom on to me. But trauma begins when choice is taken away. So within a trauma-informed lens of facilitation, it's very important for us to keep choice at the center of whoever is receiving this medicine. So as we are explaining the processes to them, if you're giving them a pill, right, in the form of when you're in clinical settings, asking them, are you ready? Are you ready to take this? Do you say yes to this? It's major key. Those things may seem really small, but when someone is coming to you to seek support, to improve themselves, those small things of slowing down, of really asking before each and everything go a very, very long way within the long-term effect of this person coming to receive in ceremony. A lot of people that come to receive in ceremony are coming because they have a very deep, they have an intention. They're trying to heal trauma. They're trying to become a better person. And within that, they're in a vulnerable place. So it's very important as facilitators of medicine space that we meet them where they're at. And we really are human with them in their vulnerability. And we're not rushing their process. We're really bringing ourselves to their space and gently interacting with them. After ceremony is complete, it's very important that an individual has proper rest time. So when someone is out of their journey, not rushing them out the door, honestly encouraging them to lay down. Within my process, within my practice, after someone is done with their process with Kambo, I have a mandatory 30-minute rest time where I clean up the space and I allow them to rest and to breathe with this newfound embodiment within themselves. And that is really important to do in my eyes as practitioners of carrying medicine, is proper rest time. And after the individual is out of their rest, it's very important for us to speak about the experience, but that's just the initial integration. Speak about what came up, speak about what happened to them, right? What was their experience like? What did they get out of it? And encourage them within their integration practice to journal and to reflect on that experience. Because if we don't reflect on the experience, then those new brain pathways that were formed can easily get lost. Alrighty. So setting intentions. Setting intentions is key in creating ceremonial space. So intention is the core of all facets of the experience, beginning from when the client said yes. So they came to this medicine, they came to this healing modality for a reason. And within that, that's their intention, their why. And it's very important to get to know a client's why, which may change through the process of them saying yes and of them coming to see you. Their why may change. That's why that conversation, keeping that conversation going, is very important. So when I am speaking to clients and vetting them, I distinctly speak to them about their intention and their why. I give them a lot of reflection work around the why. And then when they come to see me, we do a plática, which is also known as a heart-to-heart talk at the beginning of ceremony, where we will really revisit their intention. And also what that intention then carries forward into ceremony. So when I am opening the space, and I'm really invoking in a lot of protection around the space, that's very important. And I'm protecting the space. I'm really invoking in a meditation. I'm bringing the person into a meditation, and I'm circling, I'm having them visualize and having us visualized white light that's pouring into the field, that's protecting them. This helps to create safety in the nervous system too before the experience. And I also then speak out loud what their intentions were. And I distinctly call on the medicine to help with that intention. And after I'm done setting that intention and that meditation, I ask my client, is there anything that you'd like to add? Is there anything you'd like for the medicine to hear in this space? And sometimes they'll add, sometimes they won't. And then that helps to set the tone for ceremony. So when we're really getting to know someone, their intention, and then we're setting those intentions with the medicine, with the space, that is really personalizing the experience. And again, this can be done out loud, but this can also be done in the presence of your heart and in the presence of their heart. It's just about creating the moment. It's about creating those moments and walking slowly. So throughout ceremony, intention will play a role, but again, the medicine will do what the medicine will do. Sometimes the intentions go out the door and ceremony is a completely different experience, and that's okay. Surrender and acceptance for what is coming through is what we need to guide our clients through when they're coming to see us, if their intention is separate from what is coming forward for them. It's just about really reminding them of that surrender, of that presence, of that acceptance, and really empowering them in their experience of this is for you. And this experience is something that is happening with you. You're synergistically harmonizing within this experience. The medicine and you are working together, and you're establishing your own relationship, and trust that relationship. Trust the relationship that's being built with this medicine. Alrighty, so creating nourishing environments. These are some pictures of at the Mezcal that I sat in Bucerias, Mexico. So these are some of my teachers that I work with down there. And within this, you see Maestra Xochitl, she's smudging me with copal. So that's creating space. You look at the sweat lodge on the right. There's a fire, there's a sweat lodge, there's a nourishing environment in there. It's clean in there. It's just the earth. So of course we're not holding ceremony and outside like that. But when someone is coming to see you in a clinical setting, I personally serve out of ceremony rooms in my homes out of New Jersey and in Gettysburg. And I ensure a clear and clutter-free space so that there's a welcoming environment. Also, soothing smells. We're trying to stimulate all of the senses. So, of course, if there's allergies, that's great to ask. Don't burn anything, but hand-rolled incense is a really beautiful way to help to calm someone when they're smelling something nice. It's helping to just calm their nervous system and maintain calmness through the experience as well. I also work with Florida water, also known as Agua de Florida, which is a mix of different very fragrant herbs and very fragrant flowers, and it's steeped within alcohol. It's a natural perfume, and I use that within the space as well, specifically after somebody is done working with kambo. And kambo is a purgative, so you oftentimes purge by vomiting, so that can be a very uncomfortable experience for many. Also, if you're working with ayahuasca is also a purgative. So agua florida, when you're done purging and like that smell is around, is really nice to just reset the space and to bring a layer of newness into the energy. Also, music, sound plays a very major role in creating ceremonial space. So calming music and instruments in the voice they're tools to help bring regulation into the space and also guidance of the medicine. So within my ceremonial containers, I sing to my participants. I sing through the process. And I use my leaf rattle, so known as a shakapa, through the experience. And what this helps to do is it maintains presence. And it maintains presence. It also helps to bring a nurturing and loving energy into the space, where these songs that have came to me from my dietas, they're called Icaros. They come in your plant diets when you're in isolation working with a plant, and I sing those in ceremony, and they're specifically songs that are calling in the energy of Mother Nature. So I'm calling in the frequency and the energies of very different plants and different animal medicines like kambo. I'm like calling onto the medicine within song, and that really helps to even bring back the intention, bring back the experience of this is a relationship that's being built within your client and with the medicine. There's a relationship that's being built as they're communing with the medicine. So in ayahuasca ceremonies, their icaros are sung throughout the ceremony, and it guides the experience, the visuals, and whatever else is coming up. Also within work with psilocybin, the songs that come on, and if you're sitting in a traditional space with psilocybin, icaros will be sung there as well. So ensuring choice. I touched on this a little bit before, but this is a really big pillar of my practice. It actually makes me pretty emotional, because it may sound like, yeah, I've only been to pretty medicine spaces, but the truth is that there's some pretty dangerous medicine spaces that exist too. And before I get to this slide, I would like to encourage everybody that if you are ever going to alter your consciousness under the guidance of somebody else and trust them, it's very important to vet your practitioner. Please ask them where they studied, who they studied with, how many people they've served, and ask them if they're doing the work. Like, have they sat with that medicine? What is their relationship to the medicine? And yeah, it's really important to ask these questions. I've unfortunately been in medicine spaces where choice was taken away from me, and it was glamorized to drink more, do more, and it was not good on my psyche, and it took time for me to heal from those spaces. And I'm very happy that I've been able to move past those situations, and now I'm able to even speak about those situations where it's like, hey, like, make sure that there's a trauma-informed lens with wherever you're going to sit, whether it's a clinical setting or a traditional setting. It's very important to know the practitioner and like what their embodiment is, how they are within their practice, and whether their approach is gentle or more fierce. Like, it's very important to know these things. So that brings me into a trauma-informed lens of facilitation, which ensures choice for the participant. It ensures that if somebody says no, their no is validated, their no is something that is celebrated, their no is something that is honored in the space. And within that, their yeses are celebrated. Their yeses are valued. Like, whatever their choice is, there is value to whatever the individual's choice is. So to bring some context, when I serve Kambo, I burn the gates, which there's small points that are burned with a bamboo stick, and the first layer of the skin is taken off. And I serve people 1 point at a time. There's practitioners I know that just put all the points on at once, and I do not think that that's a good way to serve. It like really brings someone into the experience very fast, and it can be very jarring. So I serve 1 point at a time. And when I'm serving a client, I will always tell them that I will encourage them that whether you're feeling so uncomfortable, I'll encourage you to take another point. But if you're really feeling inside yourself that you do not want any more, I will honor your yes and I will honor your no. So before I put each point on, I'm like, are you ready? Are you ready to receive your next point of medicine? And every time it's a yes. You know, some people are like, I've had very few clients that are like, no, I don't want any more points, which is totally fine. It's honored. And also celebrated because they're listening to themselves and they're honoring their no. And within that, there's a level of trust that's made. So my slide says, where there is choice, there is trust. So when someone says yes, they're saying yes to the medicine. They're building their own relationship with the medicine. So whether it's in the form of ingesting psilocybin, right? Like in a clinical setting, are you ready to take this medicine? Do you welcome this medicine into your space? With ketamine, right? Like by sublingual, however it is, are you ready? And it's very important to communicate in these ways within ceremonial containers, within facilitation space. So I'm just going to kind of read a little bit off of here to give some context. So trauma occurs when we have no choice. Within the facilitation of ceremonial space, from a choice first lens and a collaborative perspective, It ensures a trauma-informed lens of relating to other people. We are relating to others when we are facilitating ceremonial space. We are relating to others when we are giving them a psychedelic medicine and are putting them into their journey. And it's important for us to relate to them from a trauma-informed perspective. When we work closely with other folks, keeping them educated and aware of all steps of the process and asking for consent along the way is key. That is really, really important. Keeping your client educated with this is the dosage, this is what's in it, this is what's going to happen next. Are you ready? It's key. It ensures a very deep level of relating to one another where you're piecing something down to its core and you're communicating that. It's a really beautiful thing. And really within that lens of facilitation, within my own personal practice, it's been really beautiful to see the breakthroughs that have came, and also just within relating from that lens, how there's a level of connection that is made with clients, and they're also being called forward into their power and into their voice, which is beautiful. It's beautiful. So where there is choice, there is trust. When an individual is placed in an environment where they're able to freely listen to their inner truth, there is trust established. That where there is trust, there is foundational safety. Safety and trust go hand in hand. So I use this image of an inner child because oftentimes when we're listening to our inner selves, we're oftentimes consulting with our inner child. This other, it's us inside of us, but we're asking ourselves, and it's empowering to us when we're able to ask and then give an answer. So rest and integration. So after an individual has came out of an experience, allowing space for proper rest and solitude is a great space for reflection without feeling pressure to keep moving along or rushing ceremony. So when we're working with any medicine, we're slowing down, and it's really important to maintain that slow pace through the process afterwards as well. It is really important within our practice to carve out enough time if you're seeing clients back to back for a proper rest and integration chunk after ceremony. Not just accounting for the time that it takes to sit with the medicine, but also for rest and integration is key. And I like to leave my clients in solitude afterwards, because if I found that if I'm in the space, they sometimes feel pressure that like they think that I'm still working, or that they need to like perform a certain way. But when I give them space and solitude, they're able to really be with the experience that they just had, and they're able to reflect on it and really have the space to be able to be with it specifically while it's fresh. And afterwards, after a client is done resting, we'll move into integration. So I'll serve Sananga, and then we'll move into integration, and we will discuss what came up for them, how their experience was, what reflections came forward for them. And then also I will keep up with my clients. It is mandatory for me to have an integration call with every single person that I see. And I always remind them that at no additional cost, if you need extra support, if you need to hop on another call, if something is coming up for you, if you need some extra support, that I'm there for them. And they're welcome to reach out to me via email anytime. And this has really, it's been really beautiful to see and build my practice over the last specifically 2.5 years, facilitating Hape, Kambo, and Sananga, specifically in that trifecta. I've seen over 100 people personally so far, and it's been really beautiful to see recurring faces. And also, yeah, it's just been really beautiful to see the transformation that comes forward for folks when they are able to really safely commune with and be with a medicine, and really develop their own relationship with it, and be in a space where equality is revered. It's a big pillar of my altar to remind folks that I am just like them, and that I am there to help keep them safe, and remind them of what my role is as well, and remind them that we are equal in this space and that we're co-creating the space together. It really has been an honor to help people in this way, to help myself in this way, and to also share this lens and this way of facilitation. So yeah, integration is key. Continuing to be in communication and creating space for integration is key. Thank you so much for having me. Hopefully there's enough time for questions, but should you wish to learn more about my work, you can visit my website, www.daughtermycelia.com. That's my handle on Instagram, and also my email is daughtermycelia@gmail.com. Feel free to email me. Please subscribe to my email newsletter. I send out all future ceremonies and other things through there. And I will not spam your inbox, and keep up with me on Instagram. And yeah, thank you so much for having me on this panel. It was really beautiful to share, and really looking forward to everything that is to come within the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka. We do have a couple of minutes for questions, so I'll just pull those up. Our first question is, how do you recommend people determine if they're prepared to sit with a psychedelic experience?
I would say call the frequency of whatever you're wanting to sit within. So whether it's psilocybin, kambo, right? Like I'll sit down and I'll get into a meditation, and I'll call on the spirit of the medicine, where I'll be like, hey, psilocybin, I am feeling interested in wanting to commune with you. Can we work together within my psyche right now to see what this feels like? And really tune into your body, where it's like, okay, sitting with the medicine, what's coming up in your body? Nervousness is always going to come up. Like I've sat with so much medicine. Before I sit with any medicine, I'm nervous. Like that's always going to come up. So that's not a no really from your body. But really there's like a deeper, think of it as an excitement. Sometimes when nervousness comes up, it's actually you being excited. So learning to decipher those things within your body is key. And also, yeah, just like working within like sitting with how would it feel to be with it. And also continuing your education is key. That's why within the preparation work, education is so important. What does this medicine do? How does it impact you? Like, what is it? How long is it gonna last? What might happen to me? How am I gonna be supported after? So asking, if you're looking towards a facilitator, asking and sitting with a facilitator, asking as much as you can. Like I will hop on like 2 or 3 calls sometimes with people beforehand, being like, I don't know if I'm ready. And then I'll really work with them through the process of it. But also working within yourself is powerful.
Thank you for that. We do have one more question, and that is, you spoke a bit about environment during ceremony and how you personally hold ceremony in a secure room. But if a person were to want to travel to the jungle and work with indigenous facilitators, but has numerous fears about being outdoors or out in the open while under the influence of psychedelics, how would you address their worries?
I'm sorry. I would say, so that is traditionally how medicine with ayahuasca is worked with. If you're looking to go down the more traditional route, when I go, it's like I fly in to a small airport, 2-hour drive to the edge of a river, then it's like a half-hour boat ride, and then a 45-minute hike. You're like in the Amazon. Like there's nothing, there's no electricity or off-grid. So if you are averse to an environment like that, there are other facilities that are like more high-end retreat centers that offer accommodation. And I would like, and it's really a prayer for me, where I would love to bring the indigenous people that I know and work with, and like bring doctors like to their center, have them there, like so that we can really close this gap, you know. and help people feel safe that want to do the work deep in the Amazon in that way. But unfortunately, I don't know of any centers right now that are deep in the Amazon that have those type of facilities, specifically because indigenous people are like living off the land. Like they're not, a lot of them can't afford to have a doctor on site. So there are other retreat centers that have like doctors and a full medical staff, that I'm not sure who I can point you to, because I only point people to where I've sat, and people that I trust. But I trust that if you reach out within your network and seek, that you would be able to find something like that. But really being in the raw jungle, without electricity, without running water, and immersing yourself within the medicine's home, it's been really powerful for me. And I'm very excited and looking forward to continuing to work in that way, and to continue to bring those traditions and those spaces of isolation and solitude into the Western space, and creating a bridge.
Thank you so much. I don't see any other questions for now. So thank you for Priyanka. Thank you, Priyanka, for that wonderful presentation. You're a beautiful speaker, and it's very necessary to talk about safety in these spaces. If you guys would like to learn more about Priyanka's work, you can find more information at her Instagram, or you can reach out to her via email. I believe that information was on her last slide, and we can also put it in the chat, so you can reach out to her. Please don't forget to fill out the attendance form for this presentation today, and we're going to break for a couple of minutes before we have our trainee panel at 3:30. Thank you, Priyanka.
Thank you so much.
Please. All right, hello everyone. Welcome back for our last session of the day, our much anticipated trainee panel, Pursuing Psychedelic Research and Other Opportunities. We have with us 4 panelists, 2 of whom we've already seen today, and 1 of whom you might remember from previous years of our conference. We're very excited to have all of you here. We will be dropping an attendance form, so please, as always, fill that out for us. We really appreciate it. We will also be taking lots of questions. This is a question-oriented panel, so we really want to hear from all of you. Also, a reminder that at the end of today, we will be picking our 2 raffle winners from some of our art pieces. So please fill out the attendance form to increase your chances of winning the raffle. So to begin, I would like each of our panelists to first introduce themselves, where they're at in their particular training, and their particular field of interest. So any one of you can go for it.
Sure, I can jump in first. My name is Jesse Benzel. I'm a first-year psychiatry resident at Atlanticare, which is kind of based in Atlantic City in New Jersey. And, you know, I was one of the people who helped set up this conference a couple years ago. So I'm very proud to be back and help participate and keep it running into the future. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Barksdale. I am a PGY3 psychiatry resident at Dell Medical School in Austin, Texas. It's a pleasure to be here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Victor Osera. I'm a 6-year bioengineering PhD candidate at the University of Pennsylvania and the Associate Director for the Penn Psychedelics Collaborative.
Logan Noon, 3rd-year psych resident. Yeah, I'm just really interested in interventional psychiatry, as long as it includes psychotherapy in it. Yeah.
Great. Nice to have all of you here. So first, I'd like to know, at what point in your career did you first learn about psychedelics? And then transition from that, when did you decide to pursue psychedelics? And we can have Jesse start again.
Sure. So I think I really started learning about psychedelics all the way back when I was in high school. I was assigned to, you know, do a quick review on the decade of the 1960s and found all of these amazing videos and research projects from that era, and a lot of really kind of brave thinkers about what might be possible. And that I felt like I was discovering something that had been sealed away and like like I was uncovering some tomb from the ancients or something like that. And it was really exciting. And since then, I was kind of just fascinated by it. The fact that you could use a molecule to absolutely shift someone's perspective is really fascinating. Psychedelics kind of strike at this intersection between biology and psychology, between the observable scientific natural phenomena and consciousness. And that intersection is so beautiful and amazing, and I think infinitely mysterious. So from there on, I knew that's what I wanted to focus on going forward.
Thanks. Victor, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, so I think for me, my interest in psychedelics, why I think they're such an interesting thing for me to study, me involved with, is just how uh, how they just intersect across all these different disciplines. I think the interdisciplinarity of it, the transdisciplinarity of it, is just incredibly interesting to me. Like even like in the positions that I was giving, it's not, you know, my particular interests really are focused on the use of psychedelics for traumatic brain injury, on more of like the neurobiological issues that as brain injury can cause. But I also think it's so interesting to see how they can be able to engage people's sense of spiritual well-being, how it can address these psychological conditions, which then are, you know, psychedelics are challenging our understanding of like exactly what depression is versus substance use disorder, PTSD. And so I think for me, it just brings like such, it just triggers like such a intense scholarly curiosity because of how odd and atypical this like field of study feels like. I've moved across all the different disciplines in my career, from like material science to aerospace engineering to what I'm doing my PhD in the bioengineering department. But I've never felt that sort of intense interdisciplinarity to the degree that I have in the psychedelic space, as well as how it just brings in like the potential for citizen science and community engagement with this, intersecting with policy and politics and ethics. It's just, that to me is just incredibly interesting thing about the field and why I'm so interested in myself.
Awesome. Logan, your answer?
Yeah, I don't know exactly when it started for me, but I definitely remember exactly when I started taking it serious. I attended the last American Psychiatric Association National Conference in San Francisco, and it was wild to me that every lecture that had to do with something psychedelic was so well attended. All the seats were filled. People were standing in the back. It was so inspirational that I was like, oh my God, like I really want to take this serious. There's obviously a lot of energy, enthusiasm around this. And that was a big motivation to me to feel confident enough to speak openly about it, that this is something I want to really dedicate my career to.
That's so great. I was actually at that conference last year in San Francisco. It's actually how I met Brian Barksdale. He was giving one of the presentations. But yeah, those presentations were the best, well attended. And I think that's also exciting for the field of psychiatry in particular, to move off of just the typical SSRI like train that we put everyone on and do something more exciting. So Brian, last
I think I was at that talk.
Yeah. How crazy, all in the same room. And now here we are virtually in the same room. Brian, what brought you into psychedelics?
So, you know, I think I'd probably seen them in the literature here or there. I did a PhD in neuroscience as part of my MD PhD. My initial interest had been kind of neurodegenerative diseases and kind of acute brain injury. And so I was very much interested in kind of neuroplasticity. And so I'd seen some mention here or there in the literature, but really it was Michael Pollan's book in right around 2018, How to Change Your Mind, that really got me interested in thinking about that as something I might want to pursue career-wise. At that point, I had not chosen a specialty. I, you know, had done some things in my MD PhD kind of out of order. And I at one point thought I was going to do neurology. My dissertation ended up being on stroke rehabilitation, so I was thinking about PM&R. But then reading that book and reading several other books just for pleasure made me realize that was what my interest was more in psychiatry and more in interventional psychiatry, and in particular wanting to pursue research in psychedelics. So that's kind of when it started. But in terms of actually getting to be involved, what I would say is on the interview trail, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for residencies that had some active research going on. I had been interviewing for research tracks, so programs with a dedicated research track. And so that was what I was trying to look for. I was trying to find researchers that were at active studies going on or things that I could be involved in. And luckily I found that at Dell Medical School, there's a center. And so right when starting residency, I had already contacted that mentor, which is Greg Fonzo. He's the co-director of that center. And so I, began during intern year, just joining lab meetings, reading the literature, getting more familiar, and then starting on publications. So that's how I kind of got introduced and got started.
Great. So in the following with that, when you were, doing your, say, residency applications, interviews, were you, this is a field you're pursuing, but were you nervous about having something like psychedelics on your application, how that would be perceived by things? Would you worry about your numbers? This is for the three of you who've gone through the match, but also in the academic world, in the PhD world, is there also like a stigma towards people who are interested in the other and the alternative?
I really think this has changed in the last 4 to 5 years. When I applied to medical school, I wrote a very different essay for almost every school just because I wasn't sure it was going to be good. Every school that I used the word psychedelic or MDMA or psilocybin in, I did not get an interview. And when I said, I'm interested in new therapies, I'm interested in the next generation of psychotherapy, those are the places I got interviews. And then once you're in the room, you can kind of demonstrate that you have a professional intellectual demeanor and are able to discuss these things responsibly. Because that stigma definitely did exist. I feel like since Michael Pollan's book and since a whole lot of stuff on Netflix, and I feel like every week there's a new article in the New York Times or Wall Street Journal about psychedelics doing something amazing, or dangerous, as the case may be. The stigma is going away. And during residency, I was not afraid to mention it. I felt like the cat's kind of out of the bag. If you look at my CV, it's it's full of it. So I think if it's something you really are proud of and something you really are interested in, there's no reason to be afraid of talking about it anymore. I think how you talk about it is really important. You have to be mature. You have to be responsible. We're talking about medicine. We're talking about chemicals that can absolutely shift a person's perception of reality. These are big, powerful molecules, big, powerful practices that can dramatically improve someone's life, dramatically worsen someone's life. I use the metaphor of psychedelics as a psycho-spiritual surgery, right? I think that kind of has the gravitas of what we're talking about here, where you take a psychedelic or you engage with the psychedelic practice, be, some kind of breath work as well, I think include in this, and your heart and soul are wide open. And if you've got a benevolent practitioner and a safe space, they can reach in and pull out the cancer and tie things up nicely. And if you're just like doing this out in the random with a bunch of jerks, you can get really, really hurt. So I think that's the metaphor I've been choosing to use lately. But yeah, I would say the stigma is going away, but people are still afraid. They're curious but afraid. So it's shifting. And the research, I think, is going to bear out that there is a safe and responsible way to use this. And once the FDA stamps a real approval on a real therapy, and it starts happening all across the country, it's going to be as commonplace as someone saying, I want to go into hand surgery. It's going to be very, very normal soon. Maybe, I'd say in less than a decade, it'll be a normal thing for someone to go for psychedelic therapy.
So I would echo what Jesse said, which is that things have definitely changed. I remember getting advice from a fourth-year resident when I was applying, and he cautioned me against talking about my interest in psychedelics. I didn't have anything on my CV at that time that indicated any interest in that, but definitely in my essays I talked about my interest in interventional psychiatry. But I changed the wording. I didn't say psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. I said medication assisted psychotherapy. Because again, these are medications, but you know, what does that mean? That can mean lots of different things. But then on the interview trail, again, this was probably 2020, 2021, that you know, for the most part, many of the interactions were very positive. A lot of interviewees were also interested in psychedelics. Again, I was looking for places that had some research. I had very few negative interactions. I can only think of one where an interviewer might have had some, I don't know if he was maybe being challenging or actually believed these things, but he was asking me kind of, you know, how can drugs of abuse be used to treat addiction or this or that? And so, yeah, I don't know if that was just kind of his perspective or challenge, but either way, everything, for the most part, people were enthusiastic. And in fact, I think the pendulum has swung the other way, where now we're, as Jesse was saying, you know, you're seeing these stories. There's just a lot of hype in the media around these things, and I think it's natural for most people to be excited or enthusiastic about them. But then I would caution against that as well, because that can be seen as kind of one-dimensional. Like, what is your interest in psychiatry? Is it only psychedelics? Like, is it only this one medicine? Like, so I would say that, you know, I don't think there's as much of a stigma anymore, and I wouldn't necessarily worry too much about it, but you need to be well-rounded. You need to have interests, and you need to be, again, professional and serious about these and have a very balanced view about what these things are and what they can do. Because again, right now, these are only investigational, and, you know, we need to really caution against kind of, you know, getting ahead of our skis. So that's all I would say.
For the general like academic world, obviously can't speak to like what it's like as somebody practicing medicine, but I do in academia see a fair amount of stigma with psychedelic research. Even like you know, I was trying to set up this collaboration with like a brain injury organization. I had a relationship with one of the people in a leadership position there, and you know, it was a very interesting conversation. They're very interested in learning more. But I remember something that stuck with me was that for like 30 like 30 minutes of this hour call was focused on how maybe like psychedelics isn't the best word. Can we think of another word? What about nootropics? What about this? What about that? That even just like the word itself just carries like so much back to these people that even if they think the science is interesting, even they think there could be something here, they just don't want the word. It's the word itself. Sometimes it's the problem. So I do think there is still a lot of stigma in academia. It's also like a stigma of what you can think of it as a stigma, but it's a stigma against psychedelics being anything other than just a class of drugs with a very specific mechanism of mechanism of action, acting upon like the very material aspects of someone's pathology with no like psychological component, with no spiritual component. It has to have a very clean, specific mechanism of action, and that's like another issue that I've kind of like another form of stigma that I've seen is that people think the fact that it does not have a very specific receptor that acts on and the pathway for improvement is very well defined, that that just makes them kind of like dismissive of these things. If this is well studied, well understood, it would have that, rather than this is something just that does have at the biological level a lot of mechanisms of action by which it's giving a therapeutic effect. But again, it's a very holistic therapeutic. So noticing that, and in regards to applying to a PhD program, do you mention or not mention? I have seen people, I have anecdotally seen a lot of people in their PhD applications mentioning it and not getting interviews offers at the same rates as those places where they didn't mention it. So I would, in a sense, really urge people to play around, like talking about psychedelics, or make it like a throwaway line in their applications and their statements. Have, you can mention the researchers that are working on these things and say you're interested in their work for developing treatments for OCD, developing treatments for depression, but rather than focusing it as I just want to be a psychedelic researcher. That being said, I have also seen, again, a lot of people very prominently center it in their applications and still get interviews there. I think it may be something that really varies from field to field. I've seen people mention it in their nursing school applications and be completely fine and get interviews everywhere they mentioned it. So it's hard to say, but safe bet probably not to mention it as like a major component of your application.
I don't have too much to add. I think the three of you said it extremely well. I would just, my 2 cents is acknowledge that bias exists in academia and medicine, and a lot of the gatekeepers for all of our careers are potentially of different generations, right? And just acknowledging like that generational bias exists and being judicious with how we talk about these things, I think is really important.
Victor, I'd love to follow up a little bit more on what you're talking about, like the stigma in science, which is one of the things that stands out to me is, of course, we have this kind of gold standard investigatory tool, the randomized control trial, double blinded. And I've almost unfortunately resigned myself to it might be impossible to do true blinding on psychedelic studies. So I wonder, do you view this as almost a stigma against psychedelics, that like we've kind of got this big obstacle in how we can even study them? Or maybe this is just me coming at this way.
I do think it has like I do think that's just like going to be a stigma within science. I know whenever anybody really mentions, for example, anything having to do with like spirit or spirituality, even outside of psychedelics, like it's something that I feel like only more recently has received attention, is how spiritual well-being immediates recovery from traumatic brain injury. So even with the psychedelics aside, that's something that has not really received a lot of attention. And so I think with psychedelics, it just becomes that much worse. I think your own relationship to psychedelics also like can sometimes be used to sort of like discredit it. It could be, well, you've used psychedelics, you think they're like so cool. Of course, like I see where you're coming from. It's seen that you need to have not tried psychedelics, not be familiar with these to really be able to engage in like a serious like scholarly discussion about these things as well. So yeah, it's a lot of different, I feel like, ways that like the stigma within science kind of like manifests with this. And I agree, yeah, the double, like having a true double-blinded study just doesn't seem possible. I also feel like a lot of times these things, it's hard to like just have one single therapeutic protocol rather than being able to like modify how you administer things based on like what that individual patient like needs or wants or how they're responding to things. I remember somebody who is like a Ayurvedic medicine practitioner having a conversation with me about the same issue with Ayurvedic medicine of this is fundamentally never going to be demonstrated to be efficacious for anything if the double-blind trial is the only way that we can validate something, because it fundamentally cannot be blinded. I have to know the person, work with them, and adapt everything that I'm doing specifically just for them. No one else is going to receive that same exact treatment, so then Ayurvedic medicine fundamentally cannot be shown to work. And so I think psychedelics are in a similar camp there.
That is so true, and I think that resonates with one of our previous speakers who said, "I'm always asking the patient, do they want a little bit more? Do they want to stop now?" And that's kind of incompatible with the current scientific model of therapeutic investigation, which is everyone gets 75 milligrams. There's no room there for, actually, I think I need a little bit more. Maybe I need a little bit less. Maybe there is, but not It's not easy. It's not the obvious way.
Those are really great points. I will say from my own experience, I have applied to residency this year. I did not apply into psychiatry. I did apply OBGYN, and this conference and my previous presentation relating to eating disorders and psychedelics did come up a couple times, maybe about half the time. Maybe one time it was more of just like, what is this and why are you interested in psychedelics if you want to do women's health? But for me, I just care about the whole person, so it was pretty okay. Mostly it was just shocking, I think, because I haven't really seen that on an app before. So I think for the rest of our committee members, I think that showing your interest in research is like first and foremost important. And then, you know, if you have a couple other research projects, I think that might be helpful. So we have a question in the chat. Have any of you been able to practice psychedelic medicine in residency, whether like through research or with a local practitioner?
I'll start.
Go ahead, Logan.
Yeah. So I've made this known that it's something that I really want. And I've been able to at least do a research elective on this, help me prepare for my presentation today. As for actually interacting with patients, consuming like ketamine or something, for instance, I've had a lot of difficulties. At least in the southern New Jersey area, there's some practitioners that do it. A lot of times it's private practice and they're not affiliated with the university, or it's individuals like CRNAs doing these ketamine infusion clinics, and they can't reasonably like oversee, you know, a psych resident. So I've had a lot of difficulties. I've had the virtual healthcare network tell me, yeah, we're setting up our ketamine department, and that's been the same answer for the last 8 months. So I hope it's something I get to see. But yeah, it's been frustrating.
I'll echo those frustrations, Dr. Noon, that unfortunately my hospital doesn't really allow us to do much that's not FDA indicated or FDA approved. There's very little off-label anything. At least in this realm, it seems. It feels like we do a lot of off-label stuff that is kind of common practice, but if it's off-label for ketamine, then it's a whole conversation that ends in it not happening. But I have seen it done. I did one rotation in San Diego at UC San Diego in their geriatric psychiatric inpatient department, and I saw a few different patients get a ketamine treatment, and the patients did very, very well. So it's still rare. It's still hard to find it. You have to find a very progressive program.
So to answer that question, I would also say there hasn't really been opportunities yet that have presented themselves. But one thing that brings up for me is that in research, oftentimes what you are interested in doing may not be available, maybe on a timeline that doesn't work for you. And so if you're interested in pursuing research, you kind of have to be very flexible and look at it as an opportunity to gain the skills and CV, mentorship to eventually get to where you want to be. So even though I'm in the lab, that, you know, I have the co-director of the Center for Psychedelic Studies as my mentor, we don't have active studies that we're dosing people. The studies that we have are observational, where we are doing pre and post assessments of people getting dosed in other countries. So I've luckily been able to find other very interesting projects of my own to work on in the meantime. And we also don't have ketamine. So sometimes you really have to be flexible and focus on learning the skills and having other interests, with, you know, an eye on the future of getting to do the things that you want to do.
I would say too, also, like when I was in medical school, there wasn't really anything to do with psychedelics. So I just kept talking to everyone I possibly could. And eventually we started this conference together. And when you start going to conferences, like other conferences as well, You keep talking about it. Eventually, you meet somebody who has a project that you can jump on board with, or will support you as a mentor while you do a research elective. So if you keep talking about it, you will create the opportunity. It might not be the opportunity you had in mind, but something's going to click and you'll get to do something that's pretty close to what you want to do.
For your all individual research projects, how did you go about finding principal investigators, either like earlier in your training when you didn't have any experience at all versus once you had some experience, how that went for you? Anyone can start, it's fine.
So what I would say to this, again, oftentimes, depending on where you are, there may not be someone doing exactly what you're interested in. And so really it's finding things that are close, or finding things that you feel like you could make your own and be adjacent to what you're interested in. That being said, again, there are lots of places that are having active studies, either in animal models and clinical trials. So there's lots of things going on, and really it's just about reaching out to those people. So on wherever you're interviewing or wherever you're at, looking at the Department of Neuroscience or Psychiatry, wherever you think that research might be going, looking at researchers, emailing them your interest, and asking kind of how you can get involved, I think is generally how I'd recommend going about finding a mentor.
As far as in research goes, I would recommend. I mean, if you're applying a PhD program, I would say that the most important thing is going to be like the mentor match. The person doing the psychedelic research may not even be a good mentor, in which case you definitely are better off not engaging that right now if it's the mentorship match is not ideal. And I mean, there's definitely a few horror stories out there. Some people that are just really difficult to work with. So keep that in mind. Your PhD is not going to define what you do in your entire career. So if you, for example, say want to study psychedelics in the context of people with schizophrenia, just go into a lab that works either doing the sort of like models and stuff that you're interested in. Let's say if it's like fMRI research, so you'll have the skill set that you need for the work you want to do one day, or a lab that will give you like a really good background on schizophrenia, but they're not doing anything with psychedelics. It's maybe diet and schizophrenia, or like environmental conditions and schizophrenia, genetics and schizophrenia, whatever. You'll still be a schizophrenia expert at the end of your PhD. That lets you maybe then go do a postdoc in a lab where you're bringing that schizophrenia expertise, or you're bringing the methodological background that is necessary into a schizophrenia lab that doesn't have that, and so you can ask those questions now. So yeah, don't put too much weight on the PhD project. If you can find a lab that does psychedelic research, that's awesome, and that's obviously maybe preferable, but it is not a make or break. You're not stuck in that topic and that sort of research with those sorts of methods. Like I even had like a few postdoc like some defending in a couple of months, a few postdoc opportunities, and those were like in clinical work, and I have zero clinical experience, but I'm still was being given this opportunity to get some training in that if I wanted to do like clinical fMRI work. So even if you're that far away from it, as long as you're like getting good scientific training in general, you're fine. And something you can do no matter what lab you're in is write review articles. So I would recommend that as like, you're in a lab because I discovered my interest in psychedelics way after I already had been in a program and joined a lab, and then was like, wow, this is really cool. I wish there's like a way I could be involved in this. Writing a review article like scratched that itch, gave me the background and stuff that then I could give talks on, like the one I gave today. So, it's there's a lot of opportunity out there with like just writing review articles, reaching out to researchers, seeing if you can like help with like writing on their stuff. So yeah, it's a lot of different opportunities there. And I would recommend Intercollegiate Psychedelics Network is a group that's really great if you're in that pre-career stage and are not sure exactly what you want to study, or you need some advice on the grad school application process, how to find a mentor in the psychedelic field, how to find opportunities. there's a lot of resources and workshops and stuff focused to people at that stage of their careers.
I'll just add on to that. I love the idea for the research, like the review articles. And also, there's so many regulations about getting to actually work in a lab that is actively giving people psychedelics. It's almost impossible in the United States. Like the projects that are doing that are set up over spans of years and years. So you have to have really lucky timing to get involved with one of those or devote like 10 years of your life to that kind of project. So I wouldn't write off other lower levels of research. Like if you want to develop a survey and administer it at a local clinic, if you want to make a survey and put it online, there's a lot of ways to get data and start, and it all matters. It all helps. So don't write that stuff off either.
I haven't worked for a PI, so I can't contribute.
So you did mention going to conferences and meeting people that way, but how else have you tried to network with those farther up, the food chain of this kind of thing? And also, how do you network with, students coming behind you? How do you bring people together and also like fight this stigma that we do feel is going away, but still fighting?
I guess I'll start. I didn't contribute at all the last time. I mean, I think in this post-COVID world, the easiest way is to actually go to conferences. I hope one day we can have this psychedelic conference again and we all get to hang out. And like at the APA conference, like I said, it's kind of how we got introduced to Brian. There's great opportunity and very easy opportunities when we're, able to be in the same space and network in a more organic way. So that's my kind of simple advice, I guess.
Yeah, I totally agree with. Go ahead, Brian. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna echo that I think the biggest thing is going to conferences, and again, not necessarily focused on psychedelics. And so kind of going back to something that Victor had said, which is focusing, and I would say Jesse has mentioned, which is focusing on kind of skills and credentials first, being a serious researcher or clinician. So the way that I ended up being able to talk at the APA was I did a research colloquium at the APA the year before, and that was just for junior psychiatry investigators. And so that's where I met one of the people that I gave a talk with, and I was able to network with him. And so just the fact of kind of going to these things where you're getting career development in psychiatry, in research, because again, this is becoming a large part of the field. And so going to any of those conferences, there's going to be a large part of people there that are interested in psychedelics, that are interested in interventional psychiatry, things that you are also interested in. And so going to these things in person, and just going to talks, introducing yourself, is the way to do it. And again, that's how I'm here today, being invited by Magdalene. So that's how you do it in this field.
Yeah, I mean, and I would just add to like when you're at these conferences, don't be afraid to just. This is how I do it. I just never shut up about the thing I'm interested in. I've been talking about psychedelics almost nonstop for the better part of maybe 12 years now. So if you just do that, eventually you're going to meet people who want to talk about it with you. And eventually you're going to meet people who want to do projects together, and it's going to happen. So kind of, wear your passion on your sleeve a little bit. So when you're in person, I don't think you have to be shy about how excited you might be about studying and researching this. When you're applying for specific programs, yeah, maybe you should hold your tongue a little bit, be a little bit more strategic. But when you're in person, I think a little bit more liberty is warranted.
So aside from like the research side of psychedelics, there is also the advocacy and the legal side. I don't know if any of you are particularly involved in any of this, but if you are involved in advocacy or in like decrim organizations, how are you involved in that, and where are you hoping some of these like laws going in the future?
Well, something I would love to see is some more common sense policies around cannabis regulation. I think that there's a plethora of evidence that super high potency THC given in isolation is a risk factor for psychosis. Um, I'm not I don't have the data in front of me right now, but I'm pretty sure that there's some data supporting that a softer, or sorry, let me describe it as a more well-rounded cannabinoid profile has a lower risk of psychosis. And working in psychiatry, you see people who are 18 years old and they've been hitting a dab pen every night for the past month, and they're totally losing it. So I think some common sense legislature about maybe having minimum CBD to THC ratios in recreational products would be good. Would be a good place to start. But of course, we need more research about what actually needs to be those ratios. So that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see some government funding behind how we can make cannabis safer, so that we can have better regulation of recreational medicinal markets. I think that's like actually a current urgent need, if not emergent need for our society.
I think the first thing that I would like, I wish was the case at a federal level, is the like a very basic common sense sort of harm reduction policy, which is that drug test kits should not be considered paraphernalia in any state. And I know that's been changing in some states over the last like 4 years. But yeah, I think it's such a unnecessary. It's even like for my a prohibition is kind of like framework. It's such a unnecessary, harmful law that just exposes people to an unnecessary risk when they cannot even legally take the steps they need to at least ensure that what they're taking is in fact what they think it is. Is this really MDMA? Is this really LSD? So I think that would be something that'd be great to see. Is just test kits becoming legal, not counted as paraphernalia if you're found with them. And I think the other like decrim of these compounds, I think, is another thing that is all like I think legal frameworks for this is going to be something that is really, really complicated, and we have to like it's going to take a long time to figure out like what the best like legal frameworks for these things are. But I think at the very least, like decriminalization of like possession, use, and sale of these things. Not that at the same time that many people are actually going to jail for psychedelics. I think that's like another thing to keep in mind is that there's not like a huge clampdown of people going to prison for psilocybin or LSD at the same rate that it was like with cannabis. It still should not happen at all, but I think sometimes it can be framed as this is like one of the major issues is like just an abundance of arrests. I think there's probably it is not at the same rate as the cannabis. Cannabis has been substantially more policed and like persecuted. But yeah, and I think beyond that, I'm just curious to see like what legal frameworks sort of evolve around this. I'm curious to see how patent protections for these sorts of things evolves. I think it's very frustrating to see things that are absolutely non-obvious, absolutely obvious things being patented, like psilocybin CBD dual administrations or magnesium with ibogaine. It's I feel like that's I joke with some colleagues that if you put MDMA in a water bottle, you could sell this as like an MDMA infused like rehydration formulation, and that's absurd. But I feel like that's honestly as creative as a lot of these patents are, and I think yeah, it's a frustrating thing to see that these patents kind of moving along.
Yeah, this is one area kind of I think of psychedelics that I would like to focus on. I don't have any research background or working with PIs, but doing my podcast has kind of led me to do leadership within the American Psychiatric Association. And I really liked what Victor said, kind of how change happens really slowly. I signed up to be one of the people that gets to advocate with Congress people and governors for like psychedelic legalization, but they didn't pick the resident. So realizing that great change takes time. There might be some generational gatekeepers, once again, like I mentioned earlier. And really, in reality, if you want to really impact change on legalization, it's not really calling the federal government. It's probably working with your state and local government to actually institute some change that you can meaningfully impact. So that's really my 2 cents, and something that I'm trying to tell myself too.
Yeah, I would echo some things that have already been said. I have not personally got involved with advocacy yet, but I would say I'm going to focus more on a statewide level. But similar to what Victor was saying, is we can definitely make a lot of room on harm reduction for substance use in general. But I do think that there are a lot of things that are bipartisan that we can focus on in this realm, particularly treatment of veterans, PTSD, and also, different laws around cannabis, I think, are more obvious. But I would definitely advocate for people to get involved on more of a local level. And a lot of residencies do have some training in that, and then the APA does as well. So that's something I'd like to get involved with more, would be kind of making policy at the APA level.
Great. We have a follow-up question for you, Jesse. So relating to the like THC and CBD ratios, do you think this logic also applies to like psilocybin mushrooms and how those are being grown versus like synthetics in their compounds as well?
Yeah, I mean, I have an intuitive sense that a whole plant or whole mushroom compound will have a more holistic effect on a person, right? So unless we know, so okay, let me break this down a little bit. So right now, as much as we know about the brain, as much as we love studying the brain, overall, it's very mysterious. There's a lot more things we don't know about the brain than we do know. So to load a very, very specific, high-powered molecule that is just going to hit one receptor super hard is it's a little arrogant, I think. I would almost want to use something that's a little bit softer. It's going to do a little bit of this, a little bit of this, because I don't really know what I'm doing in the brain. Nobody does. Regardless of how much you study neuroscience, you don't really know. Not on a really, really deep level, not in an intuitive way. So it's nice to have some buffer from other molecules that are going to kind of round out the experience. So I do have an intuitive sense that whole plant cannabis or whole mushroom psilocybin will pan out as safer in general. However, we don't have the research to prove that. That's just my guess. Being totally transparent, that's a guess. And I think it just highlights the problem that the government does not really facilitate us researching this. That there are so many hurdles to just getting psilocybin in a lab and doing the project, or getting mushrooms in a lab, or getting a range of cannabis in the lab and working on it is really, really hard. And if that was easier, then we could know a really good answer about this. And maybe it would turn out that single molecule is better. I don't know, but nobody does. And unfortunately, the hurdles make it so hard to find the truth on this.
I want to just add on to that and say that, somebody just added in the chat that this could be exploited by a certain industry. And I think that is, exactly kind of what we're seeing. If it seems like the way that these things are even allowed to be studied is really just being set up in such a way that this is creating just so much opportunity for like monopolies and extraction where there does not need to be at all. Like if psilocin itself was shown to be more efficacious than a whole mushroom extract, then there's the science. There you go. I'm not going to fight that psilocin should not be used. But there's not even any like the logic is we need these things to be pharmaceutical grade, very precise. Exactly this much is being given. That way, there's no variability. But we don't even have any data to say that variability of what comes out of like 2 grams of this mushroom versus 2 grams of this person's batch and that variability is a significant source of like therapeutic outcomes where when we're doing this with these mushrooms, we see that only 10% of people have antidepressive effects, but with psilocin, it's 90%. So it's settled. We don't even have that information. And I think that's the first place to start. So I would like to see a trial that would actually just do head-to-head comparisons of psilocybin versus composite psilocybin, synthesized psilocybin versus all these other compounds, so we could show there's not even a need for this these like formulations in the first place, that we would in a therapeutic setting be just as well off having whole mushrooms or whole mushroom extract or something like that. Yeah, so
Yeah, and sorry to hog the mic, but to add on to that, Victor, I think this is a very exciting and important point. Is there was an excellent clinical trial using cannabis for gastroparesis, one of my things that I study, and the researchers could not prescribe specific strains of cannabis. They could prescribe dronabinol, and they could prescribe, or they could say, go walk around New York City and go to a bud tender and see what you want to take and take as much as you want to take. So by the government not allowing the researchers and the clinicians to control the whole plant or whole mushroom substances, we have to kind of give that knowledge away, or kind of give up the knowledge about what we could have gathered if we were able to control those variables. So there are workarounds, but they lead to less beneficial research.
Following that, the question was written, though that's your intuitive sense based on what we have to work with from nature, do you think we as a society tend towards synthetic substances over things, from the earth?
Yeah, so you could ask 100 people how many of you take aspirin to, keep your platelets from clotting up and to reduce a headache. And then you can ask how many people take a willow bark extract for their headaches or platelet control. And yeah, our society loves taking pills. I don't know why, but that's kind of how it is. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, maybe it's something that'll change, maybe it won't. I don't know. But like Victor was saying, our society is set up as we study a very specific molecule, we control it perfectly, we give the exact same dose to everybody, and we know within a over 90% confidence that this is exactly what's in each pill. And that's what people are comfortable with, and that's what people trust. So there is a sense of safety that comes with that consistency that you only get from a pharmaceutical grade product. But is that the ultimate? I don't know.
Another question we have is, how do each of you see psychedelic medicine fitting into insurance-based practices, and also like hospitals, and like the time that goes into, say, integration and observing someone after, while also trying to have like the emotional prep and the integration, and like the safety considerations?
So that's the million-dollar question. And I'll kind of I'll kind of just lay out how I've thought about it. I think right now it's probably not going to be covered by most insurances unless they have enough data to say that it's cost effective. The VA may or may not be made to cover MDMA therapy, but it's going to be very limited. We can show that it's efficacious and have all this enthusiasm, but if it's not equitable, like, it's going to be like TMS, it's going to be like ECT, where it's going to be underutilized. So then there's a lot of thoughts about how do we do it in a better fashion that can have a higher throughput, be more cost effective. Maybe that's doing group therapy, doing shorter acting psychedelics. But then again, we don't know if those are as efficacious. Some of the animal data shows that the longer the subjective effects, the longer the reopening of a critical period. So would ibogaine be a better drug than DMT? I don't think we know the answer to that. And then, to push back against, this natural product, we don't even know if a non-hallucinogenic 5-HTA, 5-H2A agonist might be close to as therapeutic as a psychedelic. We don't know the answer to that. Maybe that would be more palatable to more people. Maybe that would be a way to get this therapy out to more people. I don't think we know. So for now, I think it's really just going to be limited to the wealthy few that can pay for this type of therapy.
And something, and I'm curious for the other clinicians, I guess, to chime into this as well, is that I'm curious to see how all the more atypical ways of consuming these things are going to emerge. I love hearing Naropa talk about the chaplaincy program, and I think for a lot of people it's going to be a really important a modality that is going to be really effective for them. Being able to have somebody in their local spiritual community that they do their integration with and their prep with, but then they go to someplace where they receive the actual treatment acutely, and that's all they have to pay for because all the support they're getting is happening in a special community for that. Do other sorts of communities sort of emerge specifically to support people with integration and stuff like that, where it's affordable because of the way that it's set up. It's more like going to a group every single week. I think there's a lot of different ways this can look, and I just hope to see that there's flexibility in how these systems can evolve and what this can look like outside of just a one-on-one multiple therapy sessions administration and then one-on-one multiple integrations.
Yeah, and my 2 cents is, as someone who is studying to be a psychiatrist, I assume that the treatment of PTSD and depression is going to be in the medical realm, but something like psychedelics, of course, can easily exist perhaps in a religious realm or other spiritual endeavors. And I would love to see one day how using perhaps psilocybin for depression under my care versus a more shaman or religious or whatever approach, who produces better outcomes, who's cheaper. So I think those are important questions. And like Victor brought up, I hope we can see a variety of opportunities for our patients. Because, what Jesse was saying earlier, yes, some patients do feel more comfortable with the whole pharmacy realm, but I try to convince patients to take Lexapro every day. And no, I don't want pills. I'll do the natural stuff. So I think equally there's the other side that exists as well.
I do think there's going to be a wide range of kind of domains where you can engage in this kind of healing practice. One thing I want to throw on the table too that doesn't get enough attention is that it's possible to access psychedelic healing through breath work and other devotional practices that can be, perhaps safer or easier to access. So just throwing that on the table. Simultaneously, mental illness, especially severe mental illness that leads to disability or hospitalization, is extremely expensive on the healthcare system. Most hospitals lose money on their mental health services. They're raking in big bucks on the ortho and the cardiac interventions, but that psych ward is losing millions of dollars a year. And it's really done as a charitable thing. So I think that eventually it will prove that these treatments are cost effective in the long run. But how long is it going to take to get there? And also it's important to keep in mind that insurance companies' objective is to make money. These are for-profit organizations. So the less they pay, the better. And the worst outcomes in mental health are either disability or suicide, typically. And an insurance company doesn't lose any money when someone dies of suicide. I don't think an insurance company's bottom line actually cares if someone died of suicide. I don't think the government actually holds them accountable. I'm not aware of that. If I am, please correct me. I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of turn here. But until we have a truly nonprofit or society-based health insurance program, insurance companies aren't going to be doing the best things for patients. They're going to be doing the best thing for their bottom line.
Ooh, what a sobering thought, Jesse. So true. I've never even thought about it that way, but And I saw in my own psych rotation, you know, people who are in the unit for weeks who actually were psychiatrically cleared, but they didn't have a safe place to go. So they stayed there for 2 weeks, and, you know, that costs, the hospital pays for it, you know, because they have no family, they haven't had a job for their whole adult life, you know, like it just is how it is. So I'd love for these medicines to be a part of changing that. Right, so we're right at 4:29, so it's right at the end. I'd love for any of you to put in some closing thoughts or remarks, anything you have you'd like to impart on our trainees for where we're at in our training.
Psychedelics will do for mental health what penicillin did for internal medicine.
Be bold and be brash with your ideas. Especially if you're a trainee. I feel like there's just so much potential for growth. You learn so much by doing and failing. So just like, yeah, go for it. Like genuinely just go for it. Fake it till you make it. Best advice.
I would say, kind of echo that, which is stick with it and keep your mind open. There will be lots of opportunities to take advantage of, and your mind might change, and you might do something different. So keep an open mind and just keep going, persevere.
I would say, you know, psychedelics promote cognitive flexibility, but I think you can try to achieve flexibility without psychedelics too. Jesse and I have grown close over this last year, and we've talked a lot about this, how our careers are different than we thought they were in our head, you know, pre-match necessarily. And that's not a bad thing either, but I think you need to be flexible going in this process and just see where your career takes you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, all of you. I'm so grateful to put this panel together. Never in my life did I think I'd be moderating a panel of men. It's not something I do in my life. And anyone who knows me would know that they'd be shocked that this happened. But I am so grateful for all of you and for your experience and for your willing to give of your time. I mean, weekends are precious in residency and in, you know, PhD work. So I'm really grateful for your time. We really, really appreciate it. I'm going to pass it over to Moon. He's going to introduce our student, Siddharth, who missed earlier. We're going to do his quick presentation, and then we'll end for the day. Thank you guys so much.
Thank y'all.
Thank you guys. So upcoming is our final student presentation for the day. It's Siddharth Prasad. He'll be doing comparing psilocybin assisted therapy with the standard of care in the treatment of alcohol use disorder. Siddharth, try now. You were now you're a panelist, so you should be able to.
Hey everybody, sorry about that. Really appreciate y'all accommodating here. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay, are y'all able to see that okay? It looks like you're seeing the y'all able to see that?
No, it's dark black screen right now, but we could see the taskbar on the bottom.
Sorry about this, guys.
You want me to share it from my side?
Yeah, that would be great, actually. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Alrighty. Let me go ahead and pull up my notes here. Yeah, thank you all again so much for accommodating. I'm going to go ahead and get started here. Very grateful to have this opportunity to talk about the subject. It'll be a little bit of an odd one to kind of end on, but really happy to be talking about this subject here, something I've been interested in, which is going to be alcohol use disorder, and specifically examining the current treatments and exploring psilocybin as a potential therapy in the future. And we'll take a look at what the research says on that. On to the next slide. So before delving into it, I just wanted to briefly discuss alcohol dependence, which is, of course, a major challenge virtually all of us will at some point see firsthand on our clinical rotations and in residency in our future career. As a depressant, it's been used for millennia all over the globe, and it's one of the most widely used recreational drugs in the world, and has very far-reaching consequences. It's implicated in over 200 diseases. It costs the United States $249 billion a year. Yet fewer than 10% of those with alcohol use disorder actually receive care. And furthermore, there exists no standardized approach to treating it. Our current model typically involves some combination of detox, psychosocial therapy, and one of the three FDA-approved medications. Despite our current efforts, it's very challenging to treat, and a lot of patients do experience relapse. On to the next slide. So alcohol dependence, it has a very complex pathogenesis. I won't get too into it here, but a lot of risk factors, to name a few: genetics, sex differences, socioeconomic factors, all of which contribute to the disease process. Major theories to kind of understand it, why it happens, what maintains it include positive effect regulation, so seeking a euphoric experience, negative effect regulation, kind of self-medicating to avoid those negative thoughts and emotions, pharmacologic vulnerability, so genetic susceptibility, and then as well deviance proneness, so maybe childhood trauma pushing people towards dependence. Many neurotransmitters are at play, chiefly GABA, glutamate, dopamine, and opioids. And here we use the DSM-5 criteria as just a way to conceptualize and diagnose it, also for billing reasons, and that's going to be on the right. I'll refer to alcohol use disorder as AUD. Some of the research that we'll talk about later may use earlier DSM edition criteria. So next slide, standard of care. So typically following an inpatient medically supervised withdrawal from alcohol, the standard approach in the outpatient setting often uses psychotherapy as kind of the bedrock, as like the foundation of treatment with or without medication assistance. So motivational interviewing and MET, it's one of the examples of psychosocial therapy. It's a person-centered approach to kind of push people towards, getting their intrinsic motivation for change. CBT is an approach focused at connecting thoughts, behaviors, and emotions to equip patients with the ability to kind of shape future behavior. And then social support groups like AA, using group talk therapy to kind of explore some of the personal reasons behind their addictions and strengthen abstinence by learning from others. These all have strong evidence in the literature for their use, but definitely require a great deal of patient buy-in as well as motivation, right? And what medications do we have? So the three main ones that we'll see in the clinic are going to be naltrexone, acamprosate, and disulfiram. Naltrexone is a mu receptor opioid antagonist. It's known to help reduce cravings. It does have evidence for reducing heavy drinking, but it's typically only used in the short term. It's documented risks for hepatotoxicity and risk for precipitating opioid withdrawal in patients who also use opioids, kind of make it an unfavorable long-term option. Acamprosate is a glutamate modulator. It's known to improve short-term abstinence as well. It's safe and tolerable, typically avoided in renal impairment, but like naltrexone, it also doesn't really have, literature to support long-term use to help patients achieve remission. And then disulfiram, it's an acetaldehyde dehydrogenase inhibitor, very, very old drug, used primarily as a behavioral deterrent for alcohol use by inducing that disulfiram reaction. But of course, the major issue with this is that patients will often skip the dose because it's so unpleasant. And it's also had documented, adverse side effects as serious as death. These have their place, they have their uses, but the literature hasn't really showed any of these medications as effective long-term medications. So that kind of brings us to what we're actually here to talk about, which is one of the psychedelic substances, psilocybin. We talked a lot about it today, so I won't spend too much time here, but it's an indole alkaloid prodrug produced by numerous species of magic mushroom fungi. It has a very long history, but just bullet points, it was used in Mesoamerica for likely thousands of years, predating colonial invasion. and then jump all the way to 1957. Two European scientists interested in the mushroom begin to study its ritualistic use by the Mazatecs. They collaborate with the famous Dr. Albert Hofmann, who synthesized LSD. And in 1958, he isolated and synthesized a structural analog of psilocybin. And then over the next decade, during the golden age of psychedelic research, numerous papers are published until the ban in 1970. Another pause, and after that long hiatus, in the 2000s, we kind of see this slow resurgence of interest in these long stigmatized compounds, with the first modern clinical trial of psilocybin in AUD happening in 2015. And then next slide. So the mechanism of action and effects, despite the misconception that psilocybin is itself the psychedelic compound, it's a prodrug to the real star of the show, psilocin, which is metabolized into numerous products. And psilocin primarily acts as a serotonin agonist at the 5-HT2A receptor, as well as other receptor subtypes. And the neurobiological mechanisms are far from completely understood, but mice models studies, as well as fMRI studies, have yielded some pretty incredible discoveries. Most notably, its ability to induce the cerebral hyperfrontality, basically this state of higher cortical activation, a state of heightened cognition and self-awareness that in the case of addiction may help patients kind of identify their roots and patterns of addiction while under the influence of psilocybin. Additionally, it's known neuroplastic effects of changing brain dynamics, producing functional connectivity changes. These, in essence, could help patients kind of reshape their cognitive patterns down to the neural level to hopefully help patients maybe escape some of these addictive pathways. As well, the ability to reduce medial prefrontal cortex activation has been documented to help with mood stabilization, provide a sense of calm and well-being, which could be especially helpful in patients who have comorbid mood disorders that maybe drive them towards dependence. Additionally, psilocybin has been shown to have pretty low abuse potential. And then next slide here, psychedelic assisted therapy, or PAT, kind of an umbrella term for any professionally supervised administration of drugs like LSD, ketamine, and psilocybin to treat mental health disorders. So as opposed to conventional therapy, which is typically like once a day PO dosing to produce kind of a milder, more gradual effect, PAT is going to be like in the clinic setting with higher doses to provide dramatic, these psychedelic, mystical experiences. And contrary to popular belief, patients don't typically receive psychotherapy in the traditional sense during these sessions. The goal is to pretty much let the drug take the wheel, if you will. And the main goal of the provider is to kind of prepare the patient beforehand, facilitate the session during, in case of any adverse or upsetting reactions, and then assist with integrating insights patients may gain from that experience. On to the next slide. So what does the research show? In the 60-year-old Polish study by Rudzinski et al., the closest study that we had to like an RCT before the prohibition, researchers looked at psilocybin and LSD in the treatment of alcoholism in males over a 2.5-year time span. They cycled between psilocybin and LSD and ultimately discontinued LSD in most patients, primarily looking at psilocybin. Remarkably, what they found was that no adverse effects were noted. And at the 6-year follow-up, nearly 1/3 of patients had achieved complete remission from alcohol use. However, this is an older study. It doesn't meet modern research standards. It was a homogeneous patient population. And the use of two different compounds kind of makes it hard to say, was this the psilocybin or was this the LSD? It wasn't until 2015 that a modern clinical trial of psilocybin was completed. And this was done by Bogenschutz et al. And in this proof of concept study, 10 participants were treated with MET and 2 psilocybin sessions over a 12-week period. And then when the researchers analyzed the data, they found that a significant percentage of the patients had reduced drinking days at the follow-up mark. And they also confirmed the presence of dose-dependent effects. So the higher the dose, the more psychedelic or mystical the experience, the more likely it is that they were not drinking at that follow-up appointment, which is also a remarkable finding. And then in 2022, the same team expanded the study to an RCT involving almost 100 patients. with AUD using similar methodology, but then also using this double-blinded design with Benadryl as the placebo. They again noted a significant reduction of heavy drinking days without adverse effects, but virtually all the participants and all the providers knew, which one was the treatment and which one was the placebo group. Problem that we talked about earlier today. This may have definitely influenced the results. Additionally, both studies halted the follow-up at the 32-week mark, which is certainly not long enough time span to say, what the long-term effects were. So on to the last slide here. In summary, there's a lot that we've learned, but so much more that we have yet to discover about psilocybin and its potential use in the treatment of AUD, as well as other mental health disorders. Psilocybin certainly shows a tremendous amount of promise. It has a great track record as far as safety goes, possibly greater long-term efficacy, but like with any medication, and perhaps even more so for such a mind and personality altering substance, we need to continue carefully vetting it and with future RCTs, better placebos, if at all possible, more heterogeneous patient populations, and longer follow-up. And currently there are at least 5 ongoing RCTs on this subject. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Ankit. If anyone has any questions, please let us know. If not, we'll be moving on to the raffle.
Yes, so as we close for the day, I want to take some time just to thank all of our speakers and our panelists, and especially our students. We very much appreciate all the time and effort you take to prepare for all this work, for our attendees to hold this conference for free. We're very grateful to all of our to do this without a paywall. That's very important to us. I want to take some time to thank my fellow committee members for our successful first day, for their contributions to putting this conference on as well. We have 2 new members this year, and they really jumped on board and were full throttle into doing this with us, and we really appreciated it. Our committee members do all of this while being full-time medical students. We have 2 first years, a second year, 2 third years, and myself a 4th year. That means we have very little time outside of our own extracurriculars, our own research, our own volunteering, and finding time to have a social life and also to rest. And this can be a very stressful thing. While this event is happening, we're taking attendance, we're updating resources, we're posting on social media, and it takes a lot from all of us. And I just want to say how grateful I am to be part of a community that is just so passionate about bringing this education to everyone. Housekeeping for tomorrow, we're beginning in the morning at 10 Eastern time with a panel of experts with some old faces and some new faces, which we're very excited about. We'll have more speakers and student presentations, as well as the art showcase. Please remember to fill out our attendance forms, provide us with feedback, as well as enter our raffle for tomorrow and our locals only raffle.